health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There have been reports that the Arizona Cardinals are expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The report also states they will be bringing back offensive line coach Justin Fry and hiring former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterbacks coach. For more, head to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks added a familiar arm yesterday. The team and reliever Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal. Sewald pitched for the Snakes from 2023 to 2024 and was a part of the team that went to the World Series. And it's All-Star Weekend in the NBA, the celebrity game featuring Suns owner Matt Ishbia, three-point contest with Devin Booker, and the actual All-Star game itself, again, will include Suns own D-Book. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. That is, of course, Happy Friday or Tim Ring.
Or right? followed by the 3 best words, 3-day weekend.
Yeah, there is that.
From Happy Friday to Tim Ring is a severe drop-off.
Is that a big drop-off?
It's a big drop-off.
Well, what's a big drop-off is this is a sort of a wide-open weekend. I mean, if you like all-star games, you've got the NBA all-star game, but you really don't have anything else. Cactus League begins next week.
We're post-football, we're pre-baseball, and we're on the break of basketball.
Exactly.
And hockey's on a break also.
Yes, Olympics.
Because of the Olympics.
That's exactly right.
Time to do a lot of college basketball prep.
Time to clean the garage.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't get hurt, Dan.
Yeah, no. I do have a history of that, but I do think there is probably some housework in my future this weekend. How about you, Tim Ring, who is in for Vinny, by the way, ladies and gentlemen?
Vince Marotta on assignment.
Where else would you rather be on a
Vinny
Friday,
is not
right?
on assignment. Quit saying
That's
that.
what I always say, so it sounds official.
He's
I like
not
that.
on assignment.
They do that on newscasts.
He's on assignment at the Olympics.
He might be on his ass right now, but he's not on assignment.
Yes. I'm going to Disneyland this weekend, you know.
I did not know that.
I might as well be going to Disneyland. He's going to Tucson.
Known as the Disneyland of the Southwest.
Okay, both explain. What are you doing?
I'm just going with my wife for the long weekend. We're going to Disneyland one day and California Adventure the other day.
Oh, that sounds great.
And, of course, it's supposed to rain on Sunday. Hasn't rained in 4 months in California, but why not?
Okay.
But still be fun.
So this is a spur-of-the-moment trip for you guys?
a little bit beyond spur of the moment, but we thought it'd just be, we have a 3-day weekend. Why not take advantage of it?
Jared, I too will be in Southern California.
Oh, really?
Should we carpool after the show?
Wow. Yes. Yeah. What are you doing there?
I've got a club basketball tournament. Well, I don't.
At your age.
I'm retired. Yeah.
Right.
I'm chasing Matt Ishbia. I'm going to get it back, baby. I got a club basketball tournament also in Orange County. Yes.
Tim's doing the sports dad thing.
I'm a sports dad right now.
Club ball tourneys, so good.
And what are you doing in Tucson?
Tucson, my first game at McHale this year. Going to see the #1 team in the country.
Oh, okay.
We're spending, my girlfriend and I, spending Valentine's Day in Tucson, every girl's dream, right?
Oh yeah, dude, you're hooking her up.
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna be. She's never been to Tucson, so it'll be good. My brother's down there too, so I have the excuse of that.
You know what I'm doing for Valentine's Day? I am dropping my wife and my daughter off at the Lady Gaga concert.
That is awesome. That's fantastic.
That's the best Valentine's Day ever for you. Get to go home and clean out that sock drawer. What? You know, I'd love to go to the Lady Gaga concert, guys, but I've got to rake the lawn.
I got a thing. I've got rocks to rake in the front yard.
Would she have appreciated you going to this with her?
Yeah, I could only get 2 tickets.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not that I didn't want to go with. It's that it's limited supply, Jared.
Gotcha. No, I bet you it's a hell of a concert. But what I'm saying is that, like, is this something that she would prefer to do just with her daughter and, like, you know, have fun rather than, or is she going to miss you there, you think? I would have to ask her.
I think she'll say she misses me.
Right.
Whether or not that's actual reality probably depends on the quality of the show. I'm guessing.
Whether she misses him probably depends on the quality of the marriage. I don't know.
There you go. But I'm also fascinated. So have you purchased your tickets yet? Because that's not a cheap expenditure.
No, it's not.
And weekends can be kind of busy there, right?
Yes, I guess forever until 2020, media members could get free tickets to Disneyland. I only took advantage of that one time in 2019, and then they stopped doing it. So now I have to pay like all those suckers, all those normies.
Yeah. Can I give you a dirty little secret real quick?
I need a Disneyland secret.
Well, I've got a couple of them actually, but for years I took advantage of what you talked about. Probably 10 consecutive years, I went to Disneyland free. Based on the media policy they used to have, they used to give 4 3-day park hoppers to the media.
Wow.
What?
See, by the time I did it, they
3-day park hoppers.
They only gave 2 regular tickets. But
oh yeah, and if you were working, like if you came to Disneyland to do like a TV, sweeps piece, they would not only free tickets, they'd put you up in the hotel, they'd give you a tour guide.
I never got that.
But ballpark me real quick what a Lady Gaga ticket costs these days.
We got the hookup.
Oh, you got the hookup.
A good friend of mine, Lauren, up in Glendale, got me hooked up.
The real question is, what's more of an expensive ticket, a day pass at Disney or a Lady Gaga ticket?
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga tickets.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Okay.
Guaranteed. I hope you get moderate crowds, Jared, because that's a hard thing to do
on a weekend.
Ever.
Hard thing to do on Valentine's Day when there's a U of A game playing that I can't watch.
In fact, you know what?
I have to sneak a look at my phone.
Get in line for Space Mountain right now.
Right now. Yeah. Exactly. Right now. Oh, I got some good Disney stories I want to tell you, but we got to get going here. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, here are the stories that Tim Ring and I are going to hover around today. Story number 1, the Diamondbacks bringing back Paul Sewald, not as their closer per se, but they're bringing him back because, well, they need help in the bullpen.
And he's cheap.
But this is a guy that left quite an imprint on Arizona fans.
Here's a guy.
This is a guy that left quite a traumatic imprint. So this is going to be an interesting return. I'm very, very curious to see how this works. We're going to talk about the Diamondbacks today with Paul Sewald. The Arizona Cardinals, as Mike LaFleur begins to round out his coaching staff, it has been reported that O-line coach Justin Fry will return, and defensive coordinator Nick Rallis is expected to return. Now, these are the 2 worst areas of the football team from a year ago.
Especially the second half of the year, especially. I'm surprised.
I'm surprised as well. And as Tim pointed out, Matt Schaub appears to be the quarterback's coach, which is good because he used to be a quarterback, but it's bad because he's never been a coach.
I mean, he was an analyst with the Falcons in 2023, but I'm trying to do a deep dive on what exactly he's been doing the last couple of seasons.
It's a good idea. Let me know what you find.
I don't know.
And then we got the NBA All-Star Game. A few things we're going to talk about today in regards to that. Devin Booker, obviously, he will be in the three-point contest. He will also be in the main competition on Sunday. We've got Matt Ishbia in the celebrity game today, which Jordan Ott said everybody on the team is going to be tuning in for that.
That's awesome.
Because, Matt's going to be throwing elbows. He's going to take this very, very seriously.
He's going to be playing the Suns' way.
I think you're right.
There's not a lot of celebrities in that game that played Division I basketball.
He's got a nice game, Ishby. I've seen the highlights.
25 years ago, but still.
Tim, could you go out there and give him 15?
When I was 46 years old, like Matt Ishbia, yes.
Okay.
At my age right now, no chance.
Right. 66.
I'd have a pulled hamstring and an ACL in about 5 seconds.
Oh, my God.
All right, Jarrett and Sammy's boy LeBron James set a record last night, became the oldest NBA player in history with the triple-double, went 28, 12, and 10 at 41 years and 44 days old. I admit it, that's a great accomplishment. Great accomplishment.
Yeah, we'll tip the cap.
Doesn't suddenly put him ahead of Michael Jeffrey Jordan, but,
That was, 28 points? Well, how many rebounds?
10 rebounds, 12 assists.
And 10 flops.
And 10 flops. Quadruple double. It's LeBron.
The LeBron double.
Mount Everest versus, what did you call it?
It's Mount Everest versus the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
Jordan had the altitude.
Has the breath.
And LeBron's got the range.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what we're getting in today with a lot of shenanigans as well. Jared Carlin's writing jokes furiously for the Sports Kebab.
About to start.
You write those jokes? I thought you just made them up.
It's my favorite thing. Every single Friday morning, I turn over to see when he starts writing them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I keep it to myself normally, but I look over and I go, when does Jared start writing the Sports Kebab?
Uh-huh. All right, on Saturday, February 28th, it will be a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when the IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in a unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com or you can win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Just click on the contest page.
Isn't it funny how Sugar is such a popular boxing name? Sugar, a name that's not that intimidating, but it's such a popular boxer. And that guy's not even Sugar Shane or Sugar Ray.
Nunez. Where's the alliteration? Where do you get Sugar from?
Not even Sugar Ray.
Bert Sugar.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't that a boxing writer?
Wow.
That's old school.
Oh, listen, I knew Bert Sugar. There was no human being on the planet, God rest his soul, with worse breath than Bert Sugar.
Did not smell sweet.
It was a mixture of bourbon and cigars, and it was just, the guys who not only smoke cigars but chew them 24/7? That was Bert Sugar.
That's
it's on his
old
tombstone.
School boxing reporter.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Here
he
lies
was.
Bert Sugar, worst breath ever.
All right, on the other side, the Arizona Diamondbacks getting close to their Cactus League debut. They have signed Paul Sewald, the return of a former closer. We'll get into our baseball team next. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk spring training now.
Happy Friday, everybody. Good morning. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring in for Vinny. Big shout out to our listeners in Sun Lakes. Good morning, Sun Lakes. What is happening? What is up?
Sun Lakes.
What is up, Sun Lakes? Rack 'em. All right, so the Arizona Diamondbacks, as we get ready for what is going to be a very, very weird baseball season, because you know how it kind of goes. This is the time of year for optimism. Everybody's into baseball. If you're from the East Coast or the Midwest, you know, spring training is always symbolic. It's sort of, oh, thank goodness the winter's finally coming to an end. So there's a word, optimism, that has always been attached to spring training. This year, with what is happening at the end of this year, with the expected lockout and labor impasse that's probably going to engulf all of Major League Baseball, this is going to be a weird season. I'm going to predict that right now, because somewhere around the All-Star break, someone's going to pop off, and it's going to be on, and there's going to be a lot of bickering and fighting and headlines and distractions, right. And where is this thing going?
Especially if the Dodgers are secretariat in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because
Which is very possible.
Yeah, because that's going to bring up the obvious storyline and the biggest impasse that will fell potentially the 2027 season, right? And that's the salary cap, and the Dodgers are the poster child for many as to why the league needs that. Now, the owners are going to want it, the players are going to not, and we're going to have this game of chicken. And, I mean, what's the longest lockout/work stoppage we've had in baseball to start the season. I mean, go back and look at it, but we may be heading for the longest ever.
Yeah, I think there's a very, very good chance of that, Tim. And I think what happened with the Kyle Tucker signing with the Dodgers, that seemed to be something of a tipping point for the entire sport. So this is going to be the backdrop for this entire year. So whether teams are really going all in to win, whether they're going to start getting their finances in order for a lengthy lockout, you never know how this is going to play out. As it pertains to the Diamondbacks, I don't know what to expect because I'll be quite honest. I wrote about this today. There's a little bit of desperation involved when you sign Paul Sewald to be part of your bullpen. A guy that looked washed up, cooked about 18 months ago.
Maybe on his last hole of his career.
Maybe.
Well, you know, he had the shoulder pop up in April of last year, and it kind of basically floored him for the season. I mean, his ERA was okay. I mean, it was under 5, but he pitched in 22 games, 19 innings. And we go back to the 2024 season where once he got back on the field, he was hurt at the beginning of the season. Kind of came back. He was actually pretty good. He was 11 for 11 in save opportunities.
Okay.
And then in July, it just fell off the table.
Okay.
And he became persona non grata with Diamondbacks fans. He blew 4 saves, damn near 4 saves in a row. And obviously that was the end of that. So he hasn't been the same since he was instrumental. I think is a pretty good word.
Definitely
right?
instrumental.
And maybe that's even too soft of a word for what he did for this club back in 2023. But he's 35 now. He's going to be 36 in May. But I joked about it earlier, Bick. It's also, I mean, the price tag, right? I mean, we're talking about a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. And you look at Soroka, who they signed for pretty much the same money.
You're taking flyers on guys.
That's what they're doing.
When Arenado is not the Nolan Arenado of 10 years ago.
No.
And Carlos Santana now, I mean, was so bad last year as he's, hit his 40s. He got waived in early September.
So they're taking flyers on a lot of guys on the cheap, hoping that these guys can sum up one last summer.
Well, I think
not even one last summer, one spring. Can you get us halfway through the season until all our reinforcements come back?
I think that's what it is. I think let's just kind of see where this goes. They didn't plan on Corbin Carroll getting hurt. We don't know when he will be back now. But it's almost like, let's see if we can tread water. The cavalry comes in July, early August, still 2 full months of baseball, and maybe we can try to squeak in as a wild card team. But there's no doubt about it. The D-backs told us they were going to cut payroll.
Yeah.
They told us.
They did. It's not a surprise.
And they're trying to string this thing together. Now, Bick, you brought up a great point. I didn't even think about this. Are they literally planning for perhaps having no baseball in 2027 when they assess their finances and their payroll here in 2026? Has that taken, I don't want to say a priority over winning, but is that a factor in how they've built this club?
Well, it's got to be, because if you're an owner, if you're on the inside of that club, you know exactly how far you're going to go to the wall and how long you're going to stand and die on that hill over a salary cap in the sport. And I think they're committed. I think in years past, even in the early 90s, there were some that really, really wanted to fight that fight, and a lot of them didn't. I think most of them do. And it's in whether or not the Kyle Tucker thing is the real tipping point. I think what it has done is it has provided a very useful PR piece for the owners that see how nobody likes this sport anymore because everybody ends up on the Dodgers.
And they may not be. Well, the Dodgers fans like it.
ratings were really, really good for the World Series this year.
And you counter with that all the time, and you're absolutely right about that. The Dodgers being good is good for Major League Baseball. You can't argue otherwise. Diamondback fans would like to argue otherwise. You can't. One last thing about Paul Sewald quickly, though. What's interesting about this is that the Diamondbacks looked at him and said, okay, if we bring him back, there's a chance we might catch lightning in a bottle. We'll start him off in low-leverage situations. Maybe he's really good. Maybe he can graduate and work his way to the back end of the bullpen, and who knows what's going to happen. Okay, but to do that, they also realize this guy has got a reputation with baseball fans dating back to Game 1 of the 2023 World Series.
He's responsible for probably the second most infamous moment in D-backs history. If you count the 2 Byung-Hyun Kim blown saves as one.
Yes.
Except that the Diamondbacks won that World Series.
Yes.
I don't know.
And and what a lot of people don't know about Byung-Hyun Kim, or what they don't remember, is after that terrible World Series where, and he shouldn't have even been put out there in that second game. The pitches he had thrown, I'm trying to say that was kind of Bob Brenly's fault as well. But he came back the following year. He was fantastic. He had 36 saves in 2002. But people don't realize that because by then he had become
just infamous for that.
Infamous for that. That game one home run that he gave up to Corey Seager, I'll never forget as long as I live. I was literally standing in a line outside of the Diamondbacks clubhouse with the monitor, with the game on the TV. We came down in between innings, so you're right there to get into the clubhouse. And I thought, this is amazing. This team is going to steal game one with Merrill Kelly on deck. And it was just lights out. And it was a real visceral, terrible moment for Diamondback fans, and that's part of the story with him coming back. How can it not be? If you're a real baseball fan, you still feel that moment.
Can he rehab his image, much like Shelby Miller did?
There you go.
With the Diamondbacks?
It feels like they're doing a lot right now to just get to the point where Puck and Martinez are back.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're kind of like treading waters.
Right.
They're hoping to tread water, stay in the playoff race, probably a wild card situation, obviously, and then the reinforcements come in July. But he's got to be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that right shoulder ended up on the 60-day DL at one point last year.
Yeah.
But maybe the Diamondbacks, I'm sure they worked him out if they feel he's healthy and they like the velocity. Again, low risk from a salary standpoint. I don't want to say high reward because we don't know. They're hoping for a high reward.
Clearly, because well, it was just 2 days ago when Torey Lovello made it clear, I would like to have an established closer.
We seem to go through this a lot.
You can say that
wash,
again.
rinse, repeat.
You can say that again. All right, coming up on the other side, the Arizona Cardinals filling out their coaching staff under new head coach Mike LaFleur. Is this a good thing? We'll explain on the other side. Tim ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plate, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. the #1 wiper blades in America.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Paul Sewald have agreed to a 1-year deal worth $1.5 million as the Snakes continue to add bullpen arms before spring training. The Arizona Cardinals are reportedly expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for the 2026-27 season. Rallis, who had been the DC the last 3 years under Jonathan Gannon, will now head the defense under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The Cardinals also expected to keep O-line coach Justin Fry and have added former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterback's coach. And after their first loss of the season, the #1 ranked Wildcats will be in action on Saturday as they host the 16th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders from the McHale Center at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Once again, when you hear national media experts yapping about the Cardinals bringing back Kyler Murray, please let it go in one ear and out the other. Please. What, Jared, you don't think so? You think they're actually toying with that idea?
No, I'm just saying that.
You just don't want to pay those burritos, man.
We'll ask one of those people
we're going to say we're going to have a national NFL writer and see what he thinks.
Okay, but again, so you want me to ask a national writer when I live this every day of my life? You want me to ask somebody who does a drive-by for the authority?
Thoughts on Kyler Murray? Yeah,
okay.
Be good for a video clip.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Not only is a divorce imminent, I don't think Kyler Murray wants to be back.
That's
a mutual separation.
Item number one.
Yes.
As I've said before, if Kyler Murray had any inclination of coming back, he would have sent something out on social media welcoming Mike LaFleur to the Valley. Look, not to sound like Gambo, but it's not happening.
And not that it's his decision. We understand that. But when a player has 2 feet out the door, and you're not sold on him anyway, and you're trying to start this thing clean.
If you didn't like a player's vibe to begin with and now he doesn't want to be here, good luck with that. Have fun with that. Okay, but before we get there, the news that's starting to trickle out, and there's a lot of Cardinals are expected to. There's a reporter who works for CBS named Matt Zenitz, who's reporting some Cardinals news, and as Tim has astutely brought up, probably knows Mike LaFleur.
Suddenly, Matt Zenitz is the foremost authority on Cardinal breaking news.
So what does it look like? Well, it looks like the reports are that Justin Fry is going to return as the offensive line coach, which makes me a little uneasy. There's also reports that Nick Rallis is expected to return as defensive coordinator. And at one point in time, Nick Rallis was considered the rising star of that staff, and that's no longer the case. The Matt Schaub piece as Cardinal quarterback coach is interesting for its own reasons, but the broad picture is this is a young head coach who is struggling to fill out his coaching staff.
And I got to ask why. And I don't know the reason, not yet anyway. I don't think anybody does but Mike LaFleur and the Cardinals and the actual coaches in question.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, we can speculate. Is it an attractive place to be from a football standpoint and in terms of your career?
No.
Also, what's Mike LaFleur's budget for hiring coaches?
Mm-hmm.
Is it competitive with the rest of the league? Is it a combination of both? Is it just one thing and not the other? Like, these are the questions I have.
Yes.
Because if you ended up on Nick Rallis, I think it's safe to say Nick Rallis wouldn't have been Mike LaFleur's first choice as defensive coordinator.
No.
You know, this Carl Scott they reportedly interviewed. You got to love the credentials on him. We can talk about that later. But back to Nick Rallis, Bick, there's a couple of things at play here when I look at a move like this. One, his abilities as a head coach and his track record after 3 years here. But there's also the underlying idea of hiring a guy from the previous failed regime. Okay, and the locker room dynamics that can creep up when you do something like that. Jonathan Gannon gave Nick Rallis his start, gave him a coordinator's position. You know, things go haywire. This is why coaches don't like to do this, right? Because alliances and allegiances can form and backbiting can start. Now, it may not happen. May not happen. May not happen at all. Nick Rallis may hate Jonathan Gannon for all I know. But those are the concerns coaches have when they keep holdovers from a previous regime.
No doubt. And again, the perception of it is the offensive line and the defense. They were two of the more disappointing units of this football team. Throughout the course of the season, we all became very familiar with Clayton Adams, who earned and deserves much credit for the way the Cardinals' running game looked in the previous 2 years prior to last year, which was a top 5 running attack in the NFL. And that fell off the map. And even guys like Ron Wolfley saw it very early on. Even when they were 2-0, I remember Wolf coming in going, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this lack of physicality I'm seeing on the offensive line. I would call me ignorant, but I didn't know an offensive line coach / running game coordinator could be that instrumental.
So the rushing attack fell to 31st in the NFL last year. Now the apologists will point to injuries. And while I'm not naive enough to acknowledge that they were down to their 5th-string running back and their left tackle was out and their right tackle was out and their right guard was out, I will point to what Ron Wolfley was talking about early in the season. When they were relatively healthy, minus Will Hernandez, and James Conner was out there, they could not run the football. They did not look like the unit on the ground that was led by Clayton Adams the previous couple of seasons when they were a top 7-ish rushing attack for back-to-back years in the National Football League. So it wasn't good when they were healthy, and then obviously it completely was inadequate the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So that's the concern with Fry. You know, Rallis, you know, Bick, what's funny, when Rallis had, and I love your word, underfunded defense in 2023, I thought he was at his best. I thought their game plans going into games were pretty good. It took a while for an opposing offense to kind of get rolling, and eventually talent won out.
Yep.
But when they funded the defense through free agency and the draft, it was a bottom 6 defense last year.
Which is unbelievable
and
to
again,
me, but those are the facts.
I mean, and maybe Mike LaFleur is looking at a banged-up unit that never really had Walter Nolan, and Garrett Williams was in and out of the lineup, and Will Johnson was in and out of the lineup, and obviously Mack Wilson Sr.'s loss was huge in the interior of that defense. But at the same time, I mean, they were bottom 4 in points allowed last year. This was not a good unit. This was not a good defense last year.
It's just in general a sort of an odd situation. How often do you see someone retain that major of a coach on a coaching staff that has only been in the league 3 years?
Okay,
if it was like a Wade Phillips or a Wink Martindale or something, you could understand it, but it's very odd.
But probably, I hate to say it, but in Mike LaFleur's eyes right now and Monty Ossenfort's eyes, maybe this is the best candidate available that's willing to do the job.
And I think there's no other answer but what you just said. And I think that is what this is indicative of. You're also right, Jared. Generally, your two coordinators, generally in all worlds, the new guy's got those in his back
pocket. That's your right and left-hand man that you're bringing in with you.
That's exactly right.
You're not keeping the offensive quality control guy here. You're keeping the defensive coordinator on a 3-win football team.
And as I told you last week, I've got it on very good authority that Matt LaFleur had to get involved to help Mike recruit Nathaniel Hackett, who had become the Dolphins quarterbacks coach, and he was there for 6 days. And the way I hear it, Matt gave him a call and said, my brother really needs you. And you're going to be a coordinator, so it's all above board. You're going for a better job, so this is no underhanded stuff here, but my brother really needs you. And Nathaniel Hackett agreed. And so at least he's a guy that's got some experience. And at one point in time, Nathaniel Hackett was, it's hard to imagine this now, especially for Broncos fans, but there was a time when he was in Green Bay. He was like the next hot thing.
Yeah, but
also, I was going to say, at one point in time, he was that. At another more current point of time.
Well,
I mean,
with the Jets, with the
ask
Broncos.
the Jets fans and the Bronco fans about, but he's not going to be calling plays here. And again, Mike LaFleur may end up being the best coach in NFL history and win 5 Super Bowls.
You don't know.
Right now, the coordinator hires appear to be a bit, I don't want to say underwhelming, but they don't exactly excite you.
No, and it's not, and everything you're saying is accurate, but it's also one step bigger than that. It's representative of what you feared, that you went and got a young guy who may not have been planning for this for years. Because generally the young coaches, and you know this, generally the young coaches who know that they're going to be in the cycle, they got a list. They're putting pen to paper months ago, maybe even years ago, of when I get that job, when I get that interview, this is going to be my guy here. That's going to be my guy. He's going to do, you know what I mean?
Well, I assumed Mike LaFleur was going to do exactly what Jonathan Gannon did. He's going to go back to the Eagles, what Gannon did, and give guys promotions to come with them.
Yeah.
You bump Rallis up from linebackers coach in Philly to defensive coordinator in Arizona. I assume Mike LaFleur is going to go to his best defensive guys in Los Angeles or maybe even San Francisco, linebacker coach, secondary coach, passing game coordinator, whoever, and say, come be my DC. Come get a couple $1 million in pay raise.
Yeah.
Come run your own defense.
Aubrey Pleasant was a name that was linked.
And and usually I don't care if the Cardinals are the worst franchise in the history of the league. Guys like that. I want to be a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I want the raise. I want the money.
Yeah.
I want the prestige.
Exactly. And if it doesn't work, I'll bounce out and go somewhere else.
So why isn't that happening with low-level defensive coaches on the Rams staff?
I think it has to do with lots of stuff, Tim, from the NFLPA.
Why?
Yeah, with the NFLPA report card all the way down to the status of the NFC West. I think the latter probably is the biggest factor of all because you would have to be the optimist of all optimists, like Sammy, to look at the Arizona Cardinals and go, they got a chance in that division next year.
I was just about to give you my half glass full.
Well, go ahead.
Well, the half glass full of this
glass half full.
Half glass full. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Is that Rallis has been with this team for 3 years. We've seen first year great, next 2 years not as well, but he knows the organization well, the players on the defense, and it might just be a comfort level for LaFleur to know, okay, this guy knows these guys. I have someone that if I need to go to be like, okay, what's this guy like? Or how does he go about his business? That he now is that guy to be like, he's been in the building for 3 years. Mm-hmm. He's seen what hasn't worked, and maybe he can help contribute to what will work.
Don't buy it.
Yep, that's
it's a good try.
Exactly. Well, that's
for half's glass full. That's pretty good.
Well, Bick, you'll remember a quick story, Bick. Famously, when we were younger, when George Halas hired Mike Ditka, he retained Buddy Ryan and the entire defensive staff.
Yeah.
He had to.
He had to.
That one Dick, that was different. That one Dick is called.
No,
they hated each other.
That was Papa Bear's call. They hated each other. And how did that work out? Wonderfully.
Yes.
All right, on the other side, it's All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Matt Ishbia playing basketball tonight, folks. We'll tell you about that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The spring training hasn't even started, and Andrew Saalfrank's already done for the year, and Corbin Carroll is going to miss time.
You know how he did it as well? It was live batting practice. Is it frustrating to me? Yes, it is.
It's just weird, man.
Just stop it.
Like, honestly, and I'm not looking at this just through the, hey, Corbin Carroll got hurt. What's going on? Well, okay, guys get hurt. It's the Diamondbacks. It's the Cardinals who didn't have any. It's ASU didn't have anybody left by the end of the season.
What is going on?
Do we have any players on any of our teams?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and retirement plans are like snowflakes. No two are ever the same, nor should they be. So when you think about retirement, what do you see? What do you imagine? Beaches, 5-star resorts, world travel, hundreds of rounds of golf? Or are you consumed with anxiety, worried you are not going to have enough money to do all the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared, and the latter is what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment. You can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I became a client because they earned my trust, and if you want to get all that retirement anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting. from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Luke. What's the most interesting part of NBA All-Star Weekend coming up? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Basketball weekend. It is the All-Star Weekend, which means it's the weekend where the NBA gives fans even more reason to complain about the product. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
So, I don't know about you guys. We both grew up watching the All-Star game differently, I would say. But I know the product for majority people is hard to watch. I still love watching the All-Star game.
Okay.
And call me just a basketball nerd, but seeing all the best players in the world on the court at the same time genuinely just excites me.
But they're not trying. They're not all playing their best.
And it's also like there's this aura that has been created the last 15 years of like they're all too cool for school.
Yep.
Nobody wants to try hard. Almost like it's a ding on you if you try hard. Like that's not what we do here.
No, that's exactly right.
And they're trying to throw alley-oops, and sometimes you get a spectacular play, but if nobody's guarding you, who cares? And and sometimes balls go into the fifth row.
Yeah. Listen, and again, I don't mean to bring everything back to Kevin Durant, but why not? This is part of the reason why I get sideways with Kevin Durant, because the All-Star game is like Kevin Durant's mentality where it's, hey, don't you all realize what superstars we are? Don't you realize what we do and how grateful you are to see us put a little ball in a hoop?
Yeah,
and my answer to that is, I'm sorry, as a basketball fan, my standards are a bit higher.
They are, and I also, I point to LeBron James, and I know the people that love LeBron hate when people do that, but I think it starts at the top. And I will say this, Kevin Garnett has gone on record many times and said this. Okay, so get mad at Kevin Garnett too, but I just agree with him. It starts at the mentality of how you approach this game starts at the top. And if you had guys who were ferocious competitors who played that game to win, at least in the fourth quarter, I think we may have romanticized the way the All-Star game was in the 80s and the 90s. It wasn't like this.
No.
I can promise you that. But generally what it was, they kind of went 75% for three quarters, and then in the fourth quarter they dialed in and they tried to win the game. You don't even get that anymore.
So now they're trying to manufacture passion, intensity, and, tense by doing the USA versus the world thing.
Yeah.
And try to get, some sort of national pride or something? Except on the world team, do you think a guy from Greece cares anything about a guy from Slovenia or a guy from Canada? It's not like they're playing for their home country in the Olympics or something.
No, but they are playing against the U.S. And I think on some level there's a vibe that's going to course through the team world. I would be surprised if Team World doesn't win this thing. And you bring up a good point, Jared, because there's a lot of people who don't know how this format is going to work because they've changed and they've tinkered with it so much. There's the USA Stars team, which consists of 8 NBA All-Stars American. There's the USA Stripes team, which also consists of 8 American players. Then there's the World team, which is a compilation of foreign-born stars and players like Karl Anthony Towns who have kind of distant connections.
Towed
the line a little bit. And so what's going to happen on Sunday when you watch this, the first game is going to be Stars versus the World. The second game is going to be the Stripes team versus the Game 1 winner. Then Game 3 will be the Stripes team versus the Game 1 loser. And then out of those 3 games, you're going to get a championship game. So you're going to get 4 12-minute games.
Okay.
For what it's, yeah.
I mean, what if a different team wins each game?
It's worth a shot because, doing what they were doing and continuing to do it was not working. I mean, it was an embarrassment to the sport.
Yep.
And it was unwatchable. Like, I'm at the point now, and everybody's different, so this is just the way I feel. Didn't really care.
Yep.
Did not care. Did not care to watch it. I mean, to me, I get it. I get it. You guys can dunk. That's great.
Yeah.
I know you can dunk.
Yeah, listen, I think that the way that I do this, and like Sammy way back in the day, I used to love this All-Star Saturday, the skills competition, the three-point shooting contest, the dunk contest. I think we all kind of are in the same place with the dunk contest, that it's quite literally jump the shark.
There's almost just no more dunks you can do.
I think it's a combination of that. There is literally almost nothing new that you can do in the dunk contest.
Except what I just said. I just came up with a genius idea accidentally.
Oh.
You get a shark carcass.
Okay,
A big
I'm with
one,
you so
like
far.
maybe 7 feet long.
Yeah.
And you stand it up, and you got to jump over the shark. So you're literally jumping the shark.
Pretty clever. I always thought, why don't they bring out Sean Bradley or Manute Bol when he was alive, and have them stand in front of the basket with their hand up, and then they bring a guy over to the sideline with a camera, and they do a live posterization dunk. Wouldn't that be cool?
Or what about a tank with an actual shark, and you got to like fly in over the tank?
See, now that's even
and if you don't
better.
make it, that's it.
That feels like
That's
something
even better.
That feels like something that like Blake Griffin would have done. Because remember he jumped over our car.
Kia.
I do remember that, a Kia.
But the dunk contest, which I think Jarrett was going to say, is that it lacks the names that people actually care about.
Hasn't McClung won it back-to-back years?
He's
not even
back-to-back.
He's not even in the year. Is it back-to-back-to-back?
And he wasn't even in the league.
Right.
He was in the G League winning this.
I mean, come on now.
That's the other thing. There's no more dunks to do, but there's also, you could get away with that if you had the biggest, if you had Giannis versus LeBron versus.
Yeah. LeBron has never done it.
Never done it. Never done it.
Not even in 2003, 2004, 2005.
It's right back to what you said. One of the fundamental issues with this league, they're too cool for school. They cannot risk losing a contest like that.
Even as late as like Kobe Bryant was in the dunk contest.
Yeah.
But even as late as like Blake Griffin and Dwight Howard, #1 picks, still did it as of 10 years ago. It really is the last 10 years that it really fell off.
Along those same lines, by the way, LeBron got dunked down by a high school kid at a Nike camp, and he had Nike confiscate the tapes. That's LeBron James right there in a nutshell. Nobody can see this.
That's fantastic. All right, as I said, going to break, the one thing that a lot of Suns players are going to be interested in tonight is their owner, Matt Ishbia, is going to be part of this celebrity basketball game. And Devin Booker's like, look, dude's got a basketball court in his house. He's got a personal trainer. I guarantee you he's taking this seriously. You know what I mean?
Like I said, he played Division I basketball.
You even as a walk-on, you don't play D1 basketball at Michigan State, walk-on or not, unless you have game. I've seen the tapes. He's 5'10", but he can play. He would have been a Division II player probably if he chose not to walk on at Michigan State, and he's still young enough that he can probably still get some things done on the court.
Do you think he's going to go Dylan Brooks and never pass the ball?
No. He's a point guard.
No, that's his game, man. Setting up teammates,
throwing elbows,
driving, dishing.
He might have 6 points, but he's gonna rack up the assists tonight. He's gonna get guys involved.
I can't wait to see this. All right, on the other side, we are going to visit with ESPN insider Jeremy Fowler. Talk some football with Jeremy. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
If you love basketball and pizza, there is something going on at Spinato's Pizzeria that you need to know about. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years. Of course, the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury, but they've brought it back for a third year. The Spinato's Pizza Competition works just like the game horse. You can enter, show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next qualifying competition is coming up Thursday, February 19th at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns are taking on the Spurs in Texas. The winner of that event will go to the championship event in Gilbert in April. All the events are also Suns road game watch parties. So even if you're not participating in the contest, enjoy some great hoops on TV and some delicious Spinato's food. For all the information on locations, menus, and entry into this year's pizza competition,
Head to SpanatosPizzeria.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There have been reports that the Arizona Cardinals are expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The report also states they will be bringing back offensive line coach Justin Fry and hiring former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterback's coach. For more, head to ArizonaSports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks have added a familiar arm. The team and reliever Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal. Sewald pitched for the Snakes from 2023 to 24 and was a part of the team that went to the World Series. And it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA. The celebrity game featuring Suns owner Matt Ishbia, three-point contest with Devin Booker, and the actual All-Star game itself, again, will include the Phoenix Suns' own D-Book. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marotta.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Tim Ring in for Viddy today with you until 10 o'clock. Our great pleasure to welcome in the senior national NFL writer and insider for ESPN, the one, the only Jeremy Fowler joining us. Jeremy, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. Some issues we'd love to run by you. As Cardinal fans, we thought last year was going to be the breakthrough year. We had gone through 2 years of rebuilding with Jonathan Gannon, and the bottom just fell out of the tub. As an outsider, as somebody with a national perspective, what is in front of our football team, particularly given the fact that they play in one of the harder divisions you're going to find in football?
Yeah, I would say that Arizona is now in a rebuilding phase. Well, they have been, I guess, but I would say they're still in it, or they're rebuilding. There's really not a way around that based on what you have, and assuming you move on from Kyler Murray, then you're starting over a quarterback. Offensive line needs to be rebuilt a little bit. And defensively, there's some pieces there, but certainly they need some upgrades. Josh Sweat's still a good player. Budda Baker. Walter Nolan once he gets healthy. So we'll see how it goes, but it's a team that needs to make some progress this offseason and might be another year away.
Yeah, Jeremy, you had a great article yesterday, I believe, on ESPN.com. You kind of put the 18 non-playoff teams into tiers in terms of, where they are right now. And you got the Cardinals pretty much in the last tier, right? Full-on rebuild, which is fine if it weren't year 4 of a full-on rebuild that began in 2023. Where do you start? I would imagine Mike LaFleur trying to figure out Imani Ossenfort what they do with Kyler Murray and who plays quarterback here next season is probably a pretty good place to start.
Yes. So it's my understanding that they'll start to sort all that now. That process is beginning loosely. I think they've had some cursory talks. Kyler Murray and his agent Eric Burkhart will want to figure out what's best for Kyler. I don't think he's against staying in Arizona. I don't sense that. But it feels like the relationship has run its course a little bit. They've been together 7 years, no playoff wins. Now, Jonathan Gannon's record with Kyler was a lot better than without, I would point out, as you saw for the second half of last year. But we'll see. It's going to depend on really, can they get somebody to cover part of the contract with the guarantees that are in place this year, $37 million, I believe. So, if you get a team that Kyler wants to go to that will cover some of that in a trade, I think it makes a lot of sense. But if they can't, then do you make it a completely sunk cost to move on? That's a decision that I don't believe they've made yet, but they're going to have to decide one way or the other.
Yeah, that last option probably not very, very good for the Cardinals. So let's talk about the first one for a minute here. Given what Sam Darnold did in Seattle this year, sort of kind of gave more life to the reclamation project theory that you get a good quarterback out of a bad dysfunctional organization, you might get much different results. Do you think some team will actually give up some draft capital for Kyler Murray, or do you think they're going to play the Cardinals' bluff, if you will?
It's certainly possible. I mean, there are enough teams that need a quarterback. It has to make sense. If you're Kyler Murray, and I believe he's not alone in this, I'd put Geno Smith in this boat potentially. They're going to want to go somewhere that's attractive and has a chance to win. And Minnesota is really the top of that list, I would say, as far as the teams that could need a quarterback or a bridge option. So I believe that they would be one. And then, you look at maybe teams that are attractive on paper but have injuries at the quarterback position, whether it's Daniel Jones re-signing with Indiana. They still might need somebody there if he's not ready at the beginning of the season. Same with Atlanta with Michael Penix. Might need somebody there for, the first couple months of the year. So there are a lot of variables. If it's a team like Cleveland or the New York Jets, I don't think it's going to be overly attractive to those type of players. But they're not going to have ultimate say either. It's up to the team to decide. So how this can go really is if the Cardinals grant Murray and his representatives the chance to just call around, try to facilitate a trade. A lot of times that's how it goes. Either the team wants to control the trade or they let the player control it. So that's really the step, is the two steps. One, are we going to trade him? And two, how are we going to execute it?
Well, Jeremy, the the Cardinals and Mike LaFleur reportedly reached out to several defensive coordinator candidates, but it looks like they're going to go back to Nick Rallis to come back for a fourth year. I'd love to get the national perspective on that decision and how it came to be, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, it's funny. I actually was hearing that midweek, and then I wasn't able to confirm it. I assume that it will get kind of confirmed or firmed up today what direction they were going definitively, but it seems like it was trending that way. And I think part of it is play calling experience. Mike LaFleur was looking for that, especially with him as a young offensive coach. That's why Wink Martindale's name was out there a little bit. So, but he interviewed a lot of other people that were more up and coming and didn't have the experience. I think that's why he's going with Rallis for the continuity purpose. Now, yes, the defense looked lifeless end of the year for sure, but I think the whole team was devastated by the injuries. And I really don't think Michael Bidwell wanted to fire Jonathan Gannon at some point in the season, but it just got so bad that they just were losing all momentum and had to move on. But Rallis was kind of caught in that crossfire a little bit. He's considered a good young coach. The results weren't great last year, to be sure. So he's got some things to prove, but it looks like it's trending that way.
All right, Jeremy, if they do part ways with Kyler Murray, and I think you're right, I think there's a general feeling that it's time for these parties to part ways. What options do the Cardinals have other than Jacoby Brissett? If you are going to look at some point in time of identifying your next franchise quarterback, how does Malik Willis look to you? Does he look like a guy that the Cardinals should look at? I've seen Derek Carr has shown interested in coming back. What kind of options might the Cardinals have at that position?
Yeah, so I think Malik Willis could be on the table for Arizona if they move on from Kyler Murray. That would make some sense. For me, it's Miami or Arizona for him. On paper would be the best options for Malik Willis, who is an intriguing skill set. He's young. He can run, dual threat. He made some good throws when he played in a short stint in Green Bay. Still a bit of an unknown, but there's some pedigree there as a draft pick from Tennessee years ago. So that's an option. And then really it comes down to what other options are available or even attractive. It's a hard market because, Tua Tagovailoa could be available as well. But, he's got the durability issues, didn't play well last year. Geno Smith has some pedigree but didn't play well last year. Like, Kyler might actually be the best option in that regard if you can trade him. So I still think he's the best option on paper for Arizona, but it's just a matter of the relationship running its course. So if they've decided that, you can go Willis. You can try to swing another trade with one of those sort of damaged goods out there on the quarterback market. It's tough. You can always start over too and just draft one. I do think the Cardinals will look long and hard at drafting a quarterback and trying to get their guy as well and just restarting there.
It's great news, Jeremy. It's great news.
Right. And I forgot about Jacoby Brissett. I know they didn't win games with him, but and he had to pass the ball 50 times a game, which isn't ideal, but he is a steady, bridge quarterback 2 option that you can play if you need to.
He was really good for most of his duration as starter. Obviously, they didn't get the results. He wasn't able to deliver victories at ends of games. But other than that, he clearly liberated the offense in ways that Kyler hadn't. Anyways, thank you for your time, Jeremy. We really appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You do the same now. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN insider, joining us on the other side. The NBA All-Star Game has taken place this weekend amid a lot of unhappiness among fans regarding tanking. What is the league going to do about this insidious problem? We'll discuss next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Kyler Murray will be blanked by the Arizona Cardinals this offseason.
So waived or traded?
Well, that's what we were kind of looking for. And
I'm going to go trade.
You think they'll find a trade partner?
Yeah, you know why? Because there's a lot of bad quarterback play in the NFL. And he's not a terrible quarterback. I think that there's a good chance that Kyler's better than any quarterback they have next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, and everyone loves BOGO. Buy one, get one free, and there's a great BOGO special going on at Waltz right now. You purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you're going to get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Go in expecting one, you walk out with two. That is a pretty good deal. One reason of many you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you're going to find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you've always wondered what a television that big looks like, head on down there this weekend. They've got that on display in their theater room. It is pretty spectacular. At Waltz, they've also got a great selection of outdoor televisions, and the quality of those have gone through the roof in recent year. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars. They'll also match any price you bring them. You can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. And finally, while you're at Waltz, drop my name for added incentive, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no pressure, no nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School, or momoneypawn.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Happy Friday, everybody. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley. Big shout out to all our listeners in Surprise. Happy Friday, everybody, in Surprise. The NBA All-Star Weekend is upon us. Tonight you get the celebrity basketball game. You get the up-and-coming stars.
Rising Stars.
The Rising Stars competition. All-Star Saturday night is a lot of the skills competitions. And then Sunday is the game. I mentioned in jest a couple segments ago that the NBA All-Star Game, unfortunately, generally gives basketball fans one more thing to complain about the NBA. Not trying hard, a non-competitive game. This year, the All-Star break and the All-Star Game is taking place in the backdrop of this tanking issue, which has become a major topic in the NBA. And not because it's new, it's not. It's that the previous measures taken to reduce tanking haven't worked. And a lot of people are saying, what are you doing with this league? Brian Windhorst said this.
Where it's spilled over is it now, for years, people would say, oh, they're tanking. But the players who are on the court aren't tanking.
Right.
The tanking was done on the injury list.
Right,
know?
or saying to Zubac, you're wearing street clothes
That's
tonight.
the injury list, or whatever. They say that he has an injury, okay?
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
But what's happening with Utah now, the stakes are so high for Utah, and there's so much tanking going on elsewhere. There's so much competition for tanking that they are now actively taking their players off the court. So, Lauri Markkanen.
Sat for the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he had the other day, he had 27 points in 27 minutes. They sat him on the bench, and then their coach, Will Hardy, stuck his hands in his pocket, literally stuck his hands in his pockets and watched as his team gave up a 17-point lead, didn't even call a timeout. He knows the assignment. And by the way, before the season started, he was given a very lucrative contract extension. And, when he signed it, he understood this is what I'm being paid to do. I'm being paid to do what the organization wants me to do.
And that too often is tanking. In fact, the Utah Jazz just got dinged with a $500,000 fine based on some of those actions that they have taken. The Pacers got hit with a $100,000 fine. What is the answer? What is the solution to this?
Well, the $500,000 fine obviously is a drop in the bucket from a penalty standpoint. But I think the message that it sends, we're watching, we know what you're doing, you can't hide behind the injury list, which was the old way of tanking, as Brian Windhorst said there, and he's exactly right. I mean, now they're overtly just giving the middle finger to its fan base and to the league. Like, we're not trying to win this game. And what are you going to do? Okay, you fine us. Okay. If they do it again, will the fine be $1 million? I mean, how long is this going to go on?
That's a great point.
I think if you're the Utah Jazz and you're Danny Ainge and you're Will Hardy, you're looking at this saying, we're not a free agent destination. Never really have been. We can't overpay to become a free agent destination because of the aprons and the laws and the rules that have been put in place. Right? That's CBA. CJ McCollum. Thank you very much. So Utah's saying the only way we can build a championship team here is through the draft. And to do that, we need to pick high. So this is the method to get to where we want to go. What are you going to do about it? Okay, you're going to fine us. Now we'll see if it stops. Or they just put Markkanen on the injury list. Knee soreness.
I mean, they shut down Jaren Jackson Jr. yesterday.
And then what are they? And then what is the league going to do?
Yeah.
Here's what they can do. And again, we're going down a rabbit hole. But has a team that's overtly tanked ever ended up with the number one pick? As Adam Silver and David Stern manipulate the lottery and they make sure people like the Mavericks after losing Luka.
Here's a quick story that kind of validates what you say. I remember back, I think it was the 2018 NBA draft lottery. It was after that 2017, maybe it was 2017. It was after that horrible season. This was the Eric Bledsoe season. This was when Robert Sarver wanted to tank. I remember the Suns got it, and they had they had a 20% chance of getting the first overall pick. They had about a 60% chance of landing in the top 3. They finished at number 4. When that happened, we all interviewed Ryan McDonough afterwards, and Ryan McDonough kind of had this grin on his face, almost as if it was different. But what I found out later was that was directly a reaction to a general manager who never wanted to tank, who was told, you have to tank or I'm firing you, and they didn't get the reward out of it. We know from the former Phoenix Coyotes, they tried to tank a couple times.
2 years in a row.
Never paid off for them.
I was a Denver Nuggets pre- and post-game show sideline reporter when they tanked for LeBron James. I mean, they tanked. I mean, I forget what their win total was, but I mean, it was in the teens. They hired Jeff Bezdelik as an advanced scout from the Heat to just be the head coach, to just, hey, you be this, and they didn't get the pick. Now they ended up with Carmelo Anthony, which was not a bad third pick, but again, I'm sure it's happened before where teams tank and they do end up with a top 1 or 2 pick. But generally speaking, the NBA kind of frowns on that. And if you believe that there's manipulation involved and it's not just the accounting firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, that's the way the league can kind of get back at teams that tank.
You're right about the fact that levying these fines on billionaires is not going to do anything, especially in the case of the Utah Jazz. They're tanking because they've got a top 8 pick that's protected. And so they don't want to lose that, right?
So, yes, and you know who's been doing some work behind the scenes with this whole tanking, fine Utah Jazz thing? Just came through that Sam Presti and the Thunder are eyes on with the NBA when it comes to this tank thing because the Thunder have the Jazz pick if it's outside the top 8.
Good point.
And so literally as on the break, NBA reported that the Thunder and Sam Presti are filling the back channels to ensure that the Jazz are not actively served.
And I don't blame them.
I don't either.
But then they are tanking.
Right.
They are. I mean, it's indisputable. See, you put guys on the injured list that you get into a slippery slope. Like, what are you going to say? He's not hurt? I mean, but when you're just benching
when
your
you
guys.
trade for Trae Young and go sit in the corner. When you trade for Ivica Zubac, go sit in the corner.
Anthony Davis.
Well, yeah, Anthony Davis. We need you next year, homie. Not now.
We need you next year. I know it was January when we traded for you, but we need you next year. But here's the thing, though. If these teams think this is the only way for us to get better, is to get a top draft pick.
Yes,
it's a flawed system in the NBA.
That's what I was saying. The Utah Jazz they're never going to be, just given their location and whatnot. They're never going to be a free agent destination, much like L.A. and New York tend to be in Miami and Phoenix. We hope down the line. So they got to go after the Peterson kid out of Kansas, Boozer out of Duke, Dibansa the kid from BYU.
Yep. A guy from BYU to go to the Jazz, that's like a dream scenario for them.
Oh, of course it would be. The question becomes, how do you really fix this? Vinny brought up the fact that other people have as well. Why don't you just abolish the draft? That sounds all well and good, but then then the best teams are going to get richer. Right. Because everybody coming out of the draft, if you let everybody sign with whoever they wanted to sign with, the best players are going to go to the best situations.
Best situations, though, isn't necessarily the best team. It could be the situation where they get the most playing time. They get to be the star of the team right away.
I can't imagine a lot of players are going to choose to play in Salt Lake City.
New Orleans or Charlotte or
Memphis.
This is only going to make that problem even worse.
Here's an idea I think Bill Simmons has brought up in the past about, like, instead of having a lottery, you take the teams that don't make the playoffs, and then you have a tournament.
So that's what they were talking about today. Shams brought it up as a report today.
And the winner gets the number 1 pick, the second place person gets the number 2 pick, etc.
I don't know.
But okay, that's fine. But
so it's the bad teams, but then they actually
have to try to win to get that pick.
But they got to do something.
But then people would be tanking to get into that tournament. Like, if you're in the play-in, if you're the 10 seed, and you don't want to be in the play-in, and you want to get into the tank tournament, teams are going to be actively trying to lose to get into that tournament.
I mean, that's what the Mavericks did, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to make the play-in, they just tanked it to be in the lottery.
I heard somebody bring up the idea that, okay, look, if you're an NBA team and you want to tank, declare it. But then you can no longer charge admission. You can no longer penalize your fans. Every seat to your game now becomes free.
How about the team with the worst record every year has to spend the next season in the G League?
See, relegation. If you could put that into American sports, it would solve everything. But you can never get that in. Not with the prices these men pay for these franchises. Yeah, that's a shame.
I don't think there's enough talent to have that many teams on hold. Have 4-6 extra NBA level teams. I don't think so.
Wouldn't that be great, though, to watch the Lakers have to spend a year in the G League? playing the Valley Suns. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Just play with 29 teams the next year. Somebody's always out.
All right, the Rush Hour reboot with Sammy Sabolka. That is on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Not that long ago, I actually had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil. I thought it was proof that living in Arizona in the summertime is actually hell. The truth of the matter is my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home about 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. Highly recommend you give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They are a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary, a company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they will build your windows. They will install your windows. Then they guarantee them for life. And that lifetime warranty, by the way, transferable if you ever sell your home, which is a pretty good deal. Plus, there are great financing options, which means now is a great time to get it done. During their February sale, you'll also get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer than 10 windows replaced, don't worry. They will prorate that discount according to how many windows you need. Now, I took advantage of that exact same deal. I cannot say enough good things about the finished product, how my windows look, and the whole process from installation to cleanup was absolutely immaculate. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal worth $1.5 million as the Snakes continue to add arms to their bullpen. The Arizona Cardinals are reportedly expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for the 2026-27 season. Rallis, who had been the DC for the last 3 years under Jonathan Gannon, will now head the defense under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The Cards also expected to keep O-line coach Justin Fry and have added former QB Matt Schaub as their quarterbacks coach. And this morning, they have hired Michael Gobrel as their new special teams coordinator. And after their first loss of the season, the number 1 ranked Wildcats will be back in action Saturday as they host the 16th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders at the McHale Center. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Dorado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is 7:30 on a Friday. One last Rush Hour Reboot this week. I'm Sammy Cebulka. Going to get you guys updated with all the big stories in the sports world. And we'll start here in the Valley. So the Cardinals, just coming through right now, have hired Michael Gobrel, special teams coordinator. He worked with LaFleur with the Jets. What are your initial reactions to that hire? Anything you know?
Tim, you got anything?
I mean, come on, Sammy. I'd like to fancy myself relatively knowledgeable about things.
I'm not familiar with Michael.
That's okay.
I'm going to be quite honest with you.
How the Giants and the Jets special teams coordinator performed without doing any homework on it is tough off the top of my head.
All right, good. So let me get to my original first question then. What does the return then of Nick Rallis and Justin Fry tell you about where the Cardinals are at right now?
Yeah, that to me is the symbol of a head coach who didn't get his candidates, couldn't convince some of the candidates to get in. There were a couple of interesting defensive coordinators they were looking at. Aubrey Pleasant from the Rams, right? The guy from the Seahawks.
Carl Scott from the Seahawks.
Carl Scott,
Vasso.
Yeah, Dino Vasso.
Yeah, clearly, listen. Clearly, some guys turned down Mike LaFleur for that job.
Yeah.
And he had to turn back to Nick Rallis.
Yes.
So no matter what you think of Nick Rallis as a defensive coordinator, that's still not great.
Yes.
The optics aren't great.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Why couldn't you secure your guys? Was it money?
Yep.
Was it a situation where they didn't think this was a good situation for them in their careers?
I agree. All right, so the Diamondbacks, they reunited with Paul Sewald. We talked a little bit about it today, but was it a smart move for the Snakes to bring in the veteran reliever?
It's a very low-risk move, but the fact that they did that, very well knowing that a lot of the fan base is going to react negatively to that, like, this is where we're going for bullpen help. And again, Paul Sewald, he might have a little more left in the tank, but I said in a column today that if you took all the gas in the tank, left from Carlos Santana, Paul Sewald, Nolan Arenado, you might not get to Glendale.
No, you might not.
I mean, he threw 19 innings last year. He had shoulder injuries that crept up in April, and he never clearly got over that. He's going to be 36 years old in a few months, so... Yeah, I mean, you didn't give him a whole lot of money, and maybe you can get something out of him.
What's interesting, though, and I think both Tim and Jarrett kind of framed this a little more properly and a little more reasonably. These are not acquisitions. A guy like Paul Sewald, this is not an acquisition that the Diamondbacks are saying this is your guy from April to September. They're just trying to build a bridge to when they get guys back.
Can what he has in the gas tank get them to Justin Martinez and Puck?
And I'm sure with Paul Sewald, they'll start off very low leverage situations and hope that they get a Shelby Miller.
Yep. All right, so we got some NFL offseason and some NBA second half true or false things right here. So I'm going to give you statements, and you're going to tell me if you believe they're true or false. So the first one, Phoenix Suns.
True.
Yeah, there you go. The Suns need to get out of the play-in.
True.
Very true.
Okay, why?
Because I think that it would be very two reasons. Number one, the way a basketball team really grows, it learns how to climb the ladder in the postseason, you got to get involved in a best-of series. So you've got to experience the adjustments, the counter-adjustments. Oh, my goodness, nothing is working for it. And you've got to understand the rhythm and the pacing of it. So there's that. Then there's the fact that when you've had such a magical season to date like the Suns have, you don't want to risk that on a one-and-done kind of deal.
No, you do not. Okay, so the next one's Phoenix Suns here. This special run, this special Suns team can make the Western Finals.
That to me is their absolute ceiling. Now I wouldn't bank on it.
Okay.
But that is their absolute ceiling in my opinion.
So you'd say in a world you could see it happening. So you would say true, and Tim, you would say
all
false.
sorts of things would have to happen.
Right, sure.
But I would not be surprised. Yes,
Okay.
I think in a best case scenario, the Suns could win 2 playoff series.
Okay.
Because if you are the 6th seed, to get to the finals, you will have to take out the 3 seed.
The Nuggets right now.
Probably the Nuggets. And if you can do that, you've eliminated one of the top contenders in the Western Conference.
Yes.
Having said that, I would expect the Suns to not be able to beat the Nuggets in a 6-3 matchup in a 7-game series.
I'm with you.
And I'd be okay with that, too.
Yeah, I'm with you, and my belief in what I said has waned in the last 2 weeks because the team is getting a little wobbly. But, yeah, that's my best hope.
All right, Cardinals offseason, true or false, Kyler Murray is the best available quarterback out there for any team?
Whew.
I am going to say,
You know, guys like Mac Jones, maybe Malik Willis.
Yeah.
Derek Carr, Kirk
all those
Cousins,
guys.
Tua.
Yeah, I think Malik Willis might rate an edge over Kyler right now. So I'm going to say false.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say false as well.
All right. Also with the
Who
Cardinals.
do you think, Tim?
Who do I think is the best quarterback available out there right now? I mean, that's tough, man. I mean, none of them are very appealing. Fernando Mendoza, that's the best available quarterback right now.
I'm glad you brought that up. So speaking of the draft, true or false, the Cardinals' best option in this year's draft is to trade their 3rd overall pick. It can be, you can move up, you can move back. That's their best option.
I mean, well, it depends on what you're getting in any kind of move back.
I'm going to say the answer to that is false. If there were 3 great quarterbacks in this draft and some other team wanted one very, very badly, you might be able to get a haul for your 3rd overall pick. I don't think that's the case.
For 3 great quarterbacks, the Cardinals
would take the 3rd one.
Well, that too.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's a great example.
Yes.
Would you guys right now, knowing what we know, would you rather have Will Anderson or Paris Johnson Jr. and Darius Robinson?
Probably Will Anderson.
I mean, people may differ on that.
Yeah,
I would as well, and I love Paris Johnson Jr. And I think he's going to be the left tackle here for a real long time.
I agree.
But when you do trade back, there's no guarantee. Now you better pick the right guys.
Oh, because in real time we thought, oh my God, the Cardinals should get the number 1 or number 2 pick next year with that Texans pick, and they wound up getting what, the 30th?
Oh, that's
27
right.
or something like that.
Something like that.
That was absolutely brutal.
And with that, if you're trading back, you have to have full-blown trust in the person making those picks that those guys will eventually be high-level playmakers.
They need great players.
Yes,
they
I
need
agree.
to stick at number 3
Me too.
and either get the best tackle available or the best edge rusher available.
That is
Ruben
true.
Bain or the other kid from
Fonus,
Miami or
yes.
the kid from Utah, and just pick him and hope he's going to be a Pro Bowl player for 12 years.
You look at these teams that we have seen at the high end of the playoffs, and you start counting the impact players they have. That's what the Cardinals are lacking.
Yes, impact guys.
You run down the list.
All pro caliber guys.
Yes. Okay. There you guys go.
You've been rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by TEK Systems. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, an Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. All right, on the other side, we're going to talk about the Phoenix Suns, where they're at the break, and the Dylan Brooks dilemma moving forward. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the three-point contest help Devin Booker become more efficient from three in the second half of the season? We'll discuss it at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No, I think it's motivation to be better in the next 25 games. Last game we had no Book, no Jalen, no Grayson, so we get healthy and we play together and we go out these 25 games like we were trying to prove something like we did at the beginning of the year.
That the
the voice of Dylan Brooks talking about how the Suns need to come out of the All-Star break like they have something to prove, which is a nice thought and all. But when they come back from the All-Star break against the San Antonio Spurs, they're probably not going to have Dylan Brooks.
They're not going to have Dylan Brooks. I mean,
so has that already not been rescinded? Has that officially not been rescinded?
He's officially suspended.
Okay, gotcha.
And now going forward, by the way, if you're just catching up on this, Brooks got his 16th technical. He's suspended for the next game. Next game is at San Antonio. For every 2 technicals he gets now going forward, it's another suspension.
Yep. So this is going to be, and as somebody like me who lived through the Dennis Rodman deal in Chicago, how that can hang like the sword of Damocles over a basketball team.
See, no, he tried to dial it back once he got up to like 14, 15 technicals, and it still didn't matter. He got his 16th.
Yep.
He actually got more. A couple were rescinded, right?
Yeah. So he's had 3 rescinded.
Can we expect there to be more suspensions in the final 27 games of the season? I would say probably yes. Dylan Brooks can't help being Dylan Brooks.
So that's my question, because in the case of covering Dennis Rodman, there was this acknowledgement that the dude is out of his mind and he just can't control himself in certain situations. With Dylan Brooks, we know what Dylan Brooks does is all calculated. He's practiced the art and the craft of being Dylan Brooks. Why can't he surgically remove this little piece of complaining incessantly to the officials? I get that you want to have this hardcore, badass demeanor, and I understand that occasionally means taking physical liberties with guys. I get that. That's part of the routine. It's part of the job. The being combative with officials.
But you take it up to 16 tees, and then, as you say, you shut that part off. Because now you're hurting your team.
Yeah.
And now you're damaging potential playoff seeding here down the stretch.
That's it.
Because every game could mean the difference between the play-in tournament and the 6th seed.
And the last thing this team wants, is for this great season for the Suns and for Dylan Brooks individually to turn into exactly that. Oh, man, how did you get suspended for that game against the Lakers? How did you – that kind of thing. And that can happen because he's right at that precipice. And as Tim said – what happens now is every second technical he gets going forward results in another 1-game suspension.
And the Suns need every win.
And the Suns need every win.
And I think Dylan Brooks, unlike Dennis Rodman, who really was unhinged.
Yes.
And you needed to let him you needed to let him go to Vegas for 3 days in the middle of the season just to get the most out of him. Brooks he's not a character of that ilk.
No.
He's an agitator. So I think he's also a very, very smart individual.
Yes.
He knows exactly what he's doing. So I hope now that he's reached 16, he kind of shuts that part of his game off.
Can he?
I don't know.
That's the question.
And is it even for the best if he does shut that off?
Because can't you still do
that's part of the edge he needs, right?
But is it? That's my point. The edge that he has on the court is the smoke that he has with other players. But I don't know why this referee component is part of that makeup.
If he could do that, wouldn't he have done that when he reached 13, 14, 15? Why do it now that you've already reached it?
Well, listen.
Take it to the limit, Jarrett. Take it to the edge. I mean,
it's a fair question.
And let's be honest, he had 2 or 3 technicals rescinded before this.
3 of them.
He could have already gotten suspended again by now.
Yes, I just said that 2 minutes ago, Jarrett. Where were you?
Where were you, Jarrett?
Re-emphasizing your point.
Writing your jokes, Cloud.
Can I take this a step further, though, real quick?
Do. Yeah.
For me, Dylan Brooks, the biggest issue right now is not the technicals, honestly. It's his shot selection.
I agree with that.
And when I was coaching back in the day, we called them me shots. Too many me shots right now for Dylan Brooks. I know he's having a career year offensively, and I know he's brought something to this team that maybe, candidly, many did not expect, and that's the ability to put the ball in the basket. But he's taking me shots too often now, and some of that's because Devin Booker and Jalen Green have been out. We understand that. But the Suns are 8-8, Bick, in their last 16 games. And I was curious. I just kind of ran the numbers. Dylan Brooks, in that 16-game stretch where they were 8-8, shot 41% from the field. Okay? In December, this man was shooting 47%. in January, even though part of the 16 games were in January, he still shot 46%. So he is dipping. Now, not only was he well above his career shooting percentages, when it came to spot-up shooting, he was among the best, if not the best, for the first couple of months in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So he was one of the best in the league at shooting the basketball.
He was.
Okay?
Yep.
But he's kind of fallen back a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when Green and Booker and Grayson Allen come back, the distribution and the sharing of the basketball has to become more a part of his game.
He's essentially averaging the same amount of shots per game this season as Devin Booker.
Okay. And
18 to 17.6.
And when you dial out about what this basketball team needs to do, and I'm curious to get your thoughts about the team in general, this is one area where I think Devin Booker now does have to exert his personality. I said for the longest time that what Dillon Brooks has been able to do as a member of the Phoenix Suns, you got to give partial credit to Devin Booker for being willing once again to step aside and let somebody else come in and be the leader. Let somebody else come in and be the guy. The way it's going now, and I totally agree with you, especially in these endgame situations, sometimes Dillon gets the ball and he's not even looking.
No, it's a black hole.
It's a black hole.
And that served him well for the first 40 games of the season.
Yes.
But he's kind of coming back to the mean a little bit
Exactly.
now.
And so I think this is one area now going forward where Devin Booker is going to have to assert himself, and whether through play on the court or a conversation that he has, he's going to have to let him know, homie, at the end of games, get me the ball. I'm the dude here. Get me the ball.
And as you brought up, now they're hopefully going to also consistently add Jalen Green. And we have talked about all year about, are there going to be enough shots? What's everybody's role? What does the rotation look like? How does this affect Dillon Brooks and others?
Sure, and let me say this, too, in defense of Dillon Brooks, as we kind of talk about his game and how it's evolved lately, Dillon Brooks might say, well, I can't pass it to Devin Booker if he's in street clothes. Now that 16-game stretch that I talked about, the Suns were 8-8, which, by the way, 8-8 isn't terrible, but it obviously put them in a position where they're still sitting there in 7th place and a couple games back. Devin Booker was out for 9 of those 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Green, pretty much the same. We haven't even seen a fully healthy Suns team for 5 games in a row yet.
Not even 3 games in a row.
Wow.
Jalen Green has not played 3 games in a row.
And let's understand what Grayson Allen means to this team, too, when he's
true.
not out there on the court. So at some point, it would be nice to see Green, Booker, Allen, everybody out there playing their game. For 5, 6, 7, 10 games in a row.
As you were alluding to, on that note, can you tell Dillon Brooks, we need you to carry this team when these guys are out, but we need you to shut it off and take a much more supporting role when they come back?
The answer is yes. Somebody has to be able to say that to him, I think.
Yes, it's the job of the head coach.
Yeah,
I don't care if it's your first year or not.
Right. And
I mean,
it's one of many course corrections this basketball team has to have. Jordan has talked about how the defense has kind of slipped a little bit. You can see it in the last couple of weeks. The rebounding has slipped a little bit. I think a lot of this is the Suns coming back to earth just a little bit, and the rest of the NBA starting to pay attention a little more.
Let me give you some quick numbers before the break. Okay, they're 32-23 with 27 games remaining. To win 50, they'd have to finish 18-9. To win 45, they'd only have to finish 13-14. The Timberwolves last year got the 6th seed with 49 wins. If we just use that as some kind of gauge, which may not be accurate, but to win 49, they would have to finish 17-10. Now, you mentioned the San Antonio game. That's on the road. That's going to be a tough game to win. But after that, on the next 8 games, okay, I'll just rip through them real quick. Orlando, Portland, Boston at home, Lakers at home, Kings, Bulls, Pelicans, Hornets. Okay, that is a stretch where you could conceivably go 7-2.
Yes.
And 6-3 wouldn't be bad either.
Yeah.
But you could lose to San Antonio and still go 7-2 in that 9-game stretch.
And make up ground.
And then they go on the road for a 6-game trip out east and in Texas and Minnesota. So that's going to be tough. But when you talk about needing to win 18 games to finish with 50 wins, which would be one hell of a regular season, if you could go 7-2 out of the gate, which is doable, you're going to put yourself in a real
good spot
to do that. And it also will put you in a real good spot to compete for maybe not only the 6th seed, maybe even the 5 seed.
Ooh, good numbers. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, midway through on a Friday. The Bickley Blast is next. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Jets would make a lot of sense because they obviously have the second pick in the draft. If they traded for Kyler Murray, they would still have the second pick in the draft. They also have the 16th pick in the draft. A lot of mock drafts have the Jets taking Ty Simpson at 16. I'd feel a lot better about him than Ty Simpson.
Yeah, you know what? I think that would be worth actually going after Kyler Murray for the New York Jets. I don't think they'd have to give up an awful lot to get him. I think maybe a 3rd-round pick, maybe a 4th-round pick.
That's what it's starting to sound like.
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from doing the things you want to do in your life, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And folks, this stuff really works. I know that because the patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmitt Smith raves about QC Kinetics, and for years, pro athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, they'd all go to Europe in their off seasons for the benefit of advanced regenerative treatments because they weren't available in America. They're here now, they're in our backyard, and if you're dealing with joint pain, go check out these cutting-edge options and what they can do for you. Move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisier, you have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisier, hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There have been reports that the Arizona Cardinals are expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The report also states they'll be bringing back O-line coach Justin Fry and hiring former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterback's coach. And as of this morning, they have hired Michael Gobriol as their new special teams coordinator. For more, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks added a familiar arm yesterday. The team and reliever Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal. Sewald pitched for the Snakes from 2023 to 2024 and was a part of the team that went to the World Series. And it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA. The Celebrity Game featuring Suns owner Matt Ishbia, three-point contest with Devin Booker, and the actual All-Star Game itself, again, will include Suns' own Devin Booker. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The promise of a brand new head coach was on display at the Mike LaFleur press conference, revealing a young, energetic, optimistic leader with both pedigree and gratitude, a guy who actually wants to be in Arizona very badly. But the reality of the hire is much different and not nearly as exciting. And that is becoming clear as LaFleur struggles to fill out a coaching staff. According to reports, he's returning Justin Fry as offensive line coach. There are reports that Nick Rallis is expected to return as defensive coordinator, and the new quarterbacks coach is expected to be Matt Schaub, who, yes, was once a quarterback, but he's never been a coach. And all of this is troubling because the Cardinals need experienced coaches and teachers to foster better player development, which was a big issue by the end of last season. It's troubling because the most prepared rookie head coaches usually come with their own crew, a list they've been assembling for years, and it's troubling because the offensive line and the defense were two of the most underachieving, disappointing units on a 3-14 football team. Now look, I remain optimistic about Mike LaFleur, his vibe, and his extended coaching family, but I cringe at the thought of another inexperienced staff trying to hold their own against the geniuses in the NFC West, the best division in football. And once again, I'm left to wonder if tanking is really the best option in 2026. Maybe holding on to the previous coaching staff wasn't such a bad idea after all. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com. And off we go with the second half of the program. We mentioned all throughout the program some of the names that Mike LaFleur might be adding to this. I think one of the fundamental reasons, Tim, that people, because a lot of people have wondered, and these are not just fans, but football analysts, how can it be in a season as disastrous as the last one that the head coach gets the pink slip, but the GM survives? And I think, and you and I have talked about this privately, we've talked about it on the air, one of the theories, one of the talking points going around is, look, a lot of Monty Ossenfort's 28 draft picks, they're just underdeveloped. They've not received elite level coaching that sort of, greases the skids and gets them going off the tarmac, if you will. Okay. If that were the case, where are they going to get that experience in teaching this year? It's a fair question.
If that were the case, why are you retaining the assistant coaches who are directly responsible for said development to continue to be employed by Mike LaFleur and this new / old coaching staff? So
what do you think of Mike LaFleur in general?
Okay, so I was actually filling in for Gambo the day he was hired, and Burnsy and I talked about this. My instincts told me a lot of what you said in the blast and what you and Vinny have been talking about for a couple of weeks. I thought he came off personable, thankful, a kind of guy, different than Jonathan Gannon.
Charismatic,
right? Warm, personable. Yep. I can see why he's well-liked and well-respected.
Me too.
Comes from a football family. We know about his brother, obviously. His dad was a coach. He grew up into that world, okay? Played a little Division III college football, and there's a reason why guys like McVay and Shanahan wanted him around. And when Robert Saleh got the head coaching job with the Jets, he said, Mike, you got to come with me and be my OC. Now, it didn't work out that well, but I can see the reason why great coaches are drawn to Mike LaFleur, okay? Was he the Cardinals' first choice to be the head coach here? No, he was not.
Apparently that was Clint Kubiak.
And now he's ending up with guys on his staff that were not his first choice, as presumably a couple of defensive coordinators, if not more, turned down the job. Now, we talked about it very early this morning. Why are they turning down the job? Why is the passing game coordinator of the Rams turning it down? Why is the Texans DB coach turning down an opportunity to be a defensive coordinator in the National Football League? Is it because it's not a good fit for them in their careers in terms of upward mobility coming to an organization like this? Or is Mike LaFleur's budget to hire assistant coaches not where it needs to be? I don't know the answer, but I can tell you this, there's a reason multiple guys have turned down the opportunity.
There is.
And whatever that reason is, I don't like it.
Okay, the idea of not having enough money in the assistant coaches pool, that certainly has been a thing in the past, and it's been a common complaint that you hear about this. The reporting in terms of the Cardinals' pursuit of Clint Kubiak included the nugget that Michael Bidwill had significantly enhanced the coaching pool that he would have had, Clint Kubiak would have had, to hire his assistants if he took the job in Arizona, which means that maybe that is an issue that's getting corrected. But we don't know whether that same budget was allotted to Mike LaFleur, whether that was something that was budgeted only if Clint Kubiak takes the job, or what have you. I think this is more in a thing of circumstance, where this team is in the division, how good the division is, the uncertainty at quarterback, and the fact that they were 3-14 last year. I think everything else plays a part. There's no doubt about it that the NFLPA, the report cards, the succession of them, they're still dinging the Cardinals. There's no getting around that. But I think in terms of where they are at here and now, I think it's really more the circumstance of where this football team is and who they're competing against. And I don't know how it looks better next year, to be quite honest with you.
So a guy like Pleasant and Vasso may turn this job down because they say, if I go there, I could potentially hurt my career in terms of my ultimate goals and where I want to go. And is it a facilities issue? Mm-hmm. Is it a division issue? It's probably everything. If this is the reason, and it's not money, it's not about money. Mm-hmm. It's about what's best for me in my career at this point as a young coach in this league, even though it's a promotion.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. If it is a facilities issue, the Cardinals announced yesterday they're breaking ground on the new training facility in 6 days.
Steve Weiss from the NFL Network joined us a couple days ago, said this about the need for experience on that staff.
Look, the thing for Mike LaFleur, and I found it interesting when I look at the composition of his coaching staff. Sean McVay, what's the first thing he did when he took over as a 32-year head coach? He hired Wade Phillips, a former head coach and a defensive guy. What does Mike McDonald do? He's a very young head coach. He hires Leslie Frazier, a former head coach and like one of the most astute people. And I look at how Mike LaFleur has assembled his staff, and it's incredibly young. And I'm kind of waiting for him to add, the Yoda, the Ben Kenobi.
What he means is the guy, the old guy, the Tom Moore, like Bruce Arians did.
Well, Ben Kenobi apparently turned down the Cardinals.
He didn't want the.
He didn't want the job either.
This is not the job you're looking for.
Right, exactly.
This is not the coordinator you're looking for.
The force will not be with you in Arizona. All right, Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you all climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Barnesy on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. On the other side, Corbin Carroll spoke. Corbin Carroll actually back at work a day after surgery. We'll discuss him and the Diamondbacks next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the EVO ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra. superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Bickley and Murata talk spring training now.
Good morning, happy Friday. Welcome live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring in for Vinny, Dan Bickley at the controls. That's scary enough. Big shout out to our listeners in Anthem this morning. Good morning, Anthem. And the Diamondbacks back at camp, and one day after surgery, there's Corbin Carroll throwing a weighted baseball against the wall all over again. Gotta love that guy, right?
Opening days, 41 days away, Bick.
Yeah.
Spring training 1 week away. Obviously, he's not going to be. I mean, you hope he's back for opening day. But that, to me, that seems like a bit of a long shot.
Well, there's that. Then, okay, he's back because he's got to heal, first of all. Then he's got to go through his own version of spring training.
Yes.
He's got to swing the bat. And then we've had the warning signs from various Major League Baseball experts who say that in some cases, the player and the hand heals, but the power doesn't return right away for obvious reasons. You're not gripping the bat as firm. You're probably not swinging with the same kind of torque. You know, it's the Jalen Green syndrome. You're a little bit worried. You're a little tentative.
Can't really let it rip.
Right.
That's great. The hamate injury.
Yeah, well,
the dreaded hamate.
The dreaded hamate, and I heard yesterday that you can't say hamate bone. That's kind of like saying it's kind of like saying your tibia bone. You wouldn't say that.
Yeah, this was news to me
yesterday.
Here.
Yeah, same here. Tim Kirkjian, baseball guy, said this about the loss of Corbin Carroll.
He's a great player, and it would be an enormous loss no matter what. And the worry is with that hamate bone, because I've seen it many times, you start messing with a hitter's hands, his wrists, his forearms, it can linger. You know, you take an awkward swing, you swing and miss, you check your swing or something, and it can really aggravate that injury again. So it's been a difficult last few days in Major League Baseball. So many guys have gotten hurt in a 3-day span here, showing again how easy it is to get hurt playing this exceptionally difficult game. So let's hope for Corbin Carroll's sake that he's back in, 4 to 6 weeks, and he's back the first week of the regular season, and he's swinging really well when he gets back. But that's a lot to ask when you're talking about the hamate bone.
He said hamate bone.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think
he did.
Our guy Kirkjian got the memo.
No,
there.
that's okay. That's all right. He's Tim Kirkjian. He can say what he wants.
Genuinely.
It's a good thing the D-backs open up with the Dodgers on the road.
Oh, well, yeah, there's that. Right, exactly. So, so I think in the case of Corbin Carroll, this is a little bit depressing only because the way that he played last year, the way that he became a plus defender, especially when it comes to throwing guys out on the bases, that went from a big liability to a strength in his game last year.
Yeah, and also it's been very evident to me, at least, since 2023, since he's arrived, as he goes, the D-backs go. When he's hitting the baseball at a high level, the D-backs are a very tough team to beat.
Yeah.
When he's not, they're not.
Yeah. And it's also, I think, a function of if you're vibing around the idea that the Diamondbacks have 3 borderline superstars in Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, and Ketel Marte. You need them all functioning so it spreads out to the rest of the lineup. So, it's sort of that whole idea that if you're an opposing pitcher and you're looking at a lineup and you see danger followed by more danger followed by even more danger, it just makes everybody better because there's nowhere for a pitcher to go. He starts tap dancing around your lineup, and then suddenly your 6, 7, 8 guys, they're getting great pitches to hit.
And they lost Gino Suarez in the middle of last year. They're losing Gurriel for half of this year. There's not a lot of power in this lineup. Unless you're expecting a career resurgence from Santana or from...
in his 40s? Yeah, that's
from
Arenado. That's a tough ask.
Arenado I can envision. In fact, he put on quite a power display the other day at Salt River Fields. The Carlos Santana thing, that to me is the ultimate flyer.
Got to be just the platoon position there anyway.
Of course,
but now you do remove Carroll from all that. There's just not a lot of power in the lineup that you're going to have. You know, they manufacture runs in other ways, but.
No, and again, so this is so I
Can
think,
you expect a 30 home run year from Gerardo Perdomo again?
I guess I'm sure they are hoping for it. Is it feasible? Will he continue to grow at the rate that he has? I mean, these are all very, very fair questions, and it's kind of why nobody quite knows what to expect from this baseball team this year.
I would expect them to struggle mightily. I just do. My expectations at the corners with Santana, platoon or not, and Arenado at this stage of his career, and Corbin Carroll trying to work his way back into this thing. The starting rotation right now, I mean, Soroka, he's had 5 wins since 2019. Okay? So you look up and down the lineup there. Questions in the bullpen again. We can get into Paul Sewald now.
Yep.
I mean, that signing, I know he was inexpensive, and I know he's had success in this league, but there's a reason why Diamondbacks fans across the board had the initial reaction yesterday of, really?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing?
Yeah, and that's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what the reaction was, and a lot of it is because a lot of it's more than just that moment that I've illustrated. That home run he gave up to Corey Seager in Game 1 of the World Series in 2023. As Jared pointed out, that's a top 5 traumatic moment in Diamondbacks team history. And you just don't forget about those moments. So there's a lot, and you all remember the next year after that, Paul Sewald was so shaken by that outing that he tried desperately to add another pitch to his repertoire because you remember he came from Seattle, and the thought was that everybody in that division already knew about Paul Sewald. So when the Rangers came up against him in the World Series, they were like, we know that guy's number. We've blasted this guy. This guy is ours. And turned out to be the case. And then Paul Sewald came back the next year and never got the traction, had the shoulder injury, and that was the end of it.
I guess he's not being brought in to be the closer this time around, you know?
No.
At least that's what we all think.
I would hope not.
No, but
so if you're just looking for another arm in the bullpen, I guess it's a guy, you know, they're taking a chance on him. Like I said, like they're taking a chance on Santana, a little bit less so, but they're taking a chance on Arenado.
And there's also not Arenado because they traded for him, but what's the common denominator in some of these guys that they're bringing in? They're inexpensive.
And they're older.
And they're older. And the reason why they're inexpensive is because they're older.
Because they're older.
And production has not been there. So again, I think the D-backs told us they were going to trim payroll. That they have done absolutely that.
Yep.
It just feels like they'll never admit this publicly, but it's almost like let's just try to tread water. Look, when we get the reinforcements back in July,
let's see where we're at.
If we're in the playoff race from a wild card standpoint, great. We'll make a run at that. But otherwise, you know, we're not going to throw $100 million at this roster when Burns and Martinez and Puck and these guys and Gurriel are not back until July.
That's a very good point, especially in a year when I think the Dodgers are really going to try to do something very special this year. They're going to try to three-peat. They're going to try to wrap this thing up as the greatest era in Dodgers history, and then knowing full well that they're the team that's probably going to lead to a labor impasse, that's going to lead to a salary cap. And I think the Diamondbacks are like, okay, look, what are our options here? Well, one of the options would be to spend a ton of money to try to compete with them. A, they don't have it. B, you're dealing with a year where no one knows what the short-term future of the sport is going to look like. So anyways, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and his return to the Diamondbacks, that was a subject Torey Lovullo was asked about.
Yeah, he said opening day to me yesterday when I saw him. Yeah, that's how good he's feeling. So credit to him and the plan that he's been on with our trainers, with his personal trainer back home in Florida. But he's here now, and we're going to get our hands on him and see where he's at. It is not going to be opening day. I can assure you that. That's how good he feels. Where that is, we don't know yet.
All right, so I guess that's good news. We'll see. All right, coming up on the other side, Chris Maddox from Sports Illustrated will join us to talk some hoops. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The spring training hasn't even started, and Andrew Saalfrank's already done for the year, and Corbin Carroll is going to miss time.
You know how he did it as well? It was live batting practice. Is it frustrating to me? Yes, it is.
It's just weird,
it's
man.
Just stop it.
Like, honestly, and I'm not looking at this just through the, hey, Corbin Carroll got hurt. What's going on? Well, okay, guys get hurt. It's the Diamondbacks. It's the Cardinals who didn't have any. It's ASU didn't have anybody left by the end of the season.
What is going on?
Do we have any players on any of our teams?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating the ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Natural gas is an essential ingredient in the kitchen, but it also supports economic development and growth in our community. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal worth $1.5 million as the Snakes continue to add arms to their bullpen. The Arizona Cardinals are reportedly expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for the 2026-27 season. Rallis, who had been the DC the last 3 years under Jonathan Gannon, will now head the defense under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The Cards are also expected to keep O-line coach Justin Fry and have added former QB Matt Schaub as their quarterbacks coach. And this morning, they have hired Michael Gabriel as their new special teams coordinator. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican food flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Hey, it's Luke. What's the most interesting part of NBA All-Star Weekend coming up? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring in for Vinny. Big weekend for basketball fans, and the Phoenix Suns are going to get back at it. Our great pleasure to welcome in senior writer from Sports Illustrated, one of the better in the business, Chris Mannix, joining us. Hey, Chris, what's happening?
What's happening, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. Just getting ready for this weekend to begin.
Chris, Dan kind of brought us in with the All-Star game, and you've been a proponent of maybe Dylan Brooks belonging in this year's edition of said All-Star game. Just give me your thoughts on that, the season that he's had so far, and why you think he should have been a good representative at the game this weekend in L.A.
I mean, I think first and foremost, he is deserving of an All-Star spot. This wouldn't be charity or just a way to spice the game up. I mean, you average, 21 plus points and you're still one of the best two-way players in the game. And intangibly, I mean, there's no doubt that Dylan Brooks has brought a swagger to that franchise and brought a mentality to that locker room that has pushed the Suns to this, top 7 position that they're in right now. Maybe he didn't belong. I mean, I would have voted him in the first crop of players, the first 24. But after that, I don't see how you can say Alperen Sengun has had a significantly or at all better first half of the season. I don't think you can say De'Aaron Fox has had a better first half of the season. Not that these guys have been bad. It's just that I think you've got to look at Dylan Brooks and look at the total package. The fact that a Phoenix team that came in with no expectations to finish with, 31, 32 wins at best to start the season, they are right now firmly in contention for a playoff spot. And credit deserves to be dispersed. Jordan Ott is a candidate for Coach of the Year. Devin Booker has been great. They've got, 6 or 7 guys averaging double figures, so there's a spread the wealth mentality with the offense. They're fun to watch. But I've seen Dylan Brooks do it in Memphis. I wrote a profile on him when he was in Houston. He did it there. He brings some attitude to a locker room. And I think he is deserving of being, what is it now, one of the top 27, 28 players that are selected.
Yeah, and not only do I agree with you, the people inside the Suns will tell you he's the guy that has changed absolutely everything about this basketball team. And with all due respect to Devin Booker, I think he's been the Suns' MVP. And as you pointed out, if you wanted guys to actually take the game seriously, you got the right guy in Dylan Brooks, because he's going to engage guys.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? Like they're, beyond the he deserves it part, is he brings something new and interesting to the game. Like Dylan Brooks is ultra competitive in all games, whether it's an exhibition game up in Canada or a preseason game or a regular season game or an all-star game. Like he is going to bring the heat. And there isn't a player in the NBA that has had more, run-ins with superstar players, especially wing players, than Dylan Brooks. And if you want to get people interested in kind of the passion of the game, put Dylan Brooks on the floor with LeBron James. Put Dylan Brooks in a locker room or in a hallway with LeBron James. Just inject Dylan Brooks into that environment.
Yes.
And then watch what happens. I just think the NBA, and look, I don't know. I mean, does the NBA have issue with Dylan Brooks? Maybe. I mean, just got suspended. People in the league are quick to point out, like when you write about Dylan Brooks, please note that we rescinded 3 of his technicals already this season. So It's like they're a little sensitive to that subject of are they anti-Dylan Brooks? But, look, he's not an easy guy to love if you're a member of the league office. But when you look at the total package, I just think it's such a major whiff. When you're trying to get people to believe that, or get this game interesting, get players to be interested in this game, stick Dylan Brooks on the floor, put him in a one-on-one situation with LeBron James, and just let Dylan cook. Let him be Dylan Brooks. And I'll tell you what, I mean, look, I'll watch the game because I'm paid to watch the game. But with Dylan Brooks on the floor, I would probably watch it anyway just to see what was going to happen in a matchup like that.
Yeah, so true. I think the All-Star game could use a good fight or two. Hey, Chris, I'd love to get your perspective on this Suns team. You mentioned how they've exceeded expectations. Everybody knows that, of course. But their ceiling at this point, because I know from a fan's perspective, you don't want to feel like, we're playing with house money, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know how high they can climb. They haven't had a full complement of their roster when they talk about Green and Allen and Booker on the court for more than 2 straight games all year. So we don't know how they look when they're at their best from a health standpoint, but how high can they climb? Is this a team that's capable of winning a playoff series or 2 maybe, or is that a little too ambitious?
I think that's ambitious. I mean, I think too. Look, I love the fact that they're a top 10 defense. I think that is a feather in their cap because they have vacillated wildly when it comes to defensive efficiency over the years. They were pretty good under Frank Vogel and completely tanked under Mike Budenholzer. The fact they're back as a top 10 defense is impressive. They're an upper half of the NBA offense. And as I mentioned, I love just the spread the wealth aspect of it. Devin Booker is still the primary scorer, but you go all the way back down and, you've got a whole bunch of guys averaging 10 plus. I mean, that's a really solid way to win games. I think the argument against them doing anything beyond getting in the playoffs is who they're going to play in the first round. I mean, if you're sitting, I think the goal for the Suns should be get to that 6th spot, avoid the play-in at all costs. And maybe give yourself a puncher's chance against a inexperienced team like a San Antonio. Maybe Denver's a little banged up going into the playoffs. But, I mean, we got to be realistic. If those teams are at full strength, they are considerably better than what the Suns are right now. But the Suns just getting to this point and getting to, potentially getting into the playoffs with a whole bunch of guys that still have some room for growth, that's a real accomplishment considering how far this team fell over the last couple of years.
No doubt. And you look at the story of Colin Gillespie, that's a great story. Jordan Goodwin, who was cast off by the Lakers because they needed to keep Bronny. They've got all of these great stories. One of the things that's interesting, though, and we experienced this in Phoenix with the Chris Paul-led team that won 64 regular season games, never took a night off, always played back-to-backs. They were that try-hard team in the regular season like this one is, yet you get the top of the league, which they're not fully engaged yet. They're probably getting there. They're going to be the top of the league is going to look much different come playoff time. And then you got a bottom of the third now that's tanking to the bottom. So it kind of really obfuscates the joy of what we should be feeling in Phoenix. What are your thoughts about the latter? This has obviously become one of the topics du jour in the NBA, the idea of tanking.
Yeah, it's an existential crisis for Adam Silver. And I'm very interested to see what he says at his press conference on Saturday, which is going to cover a wide range of topics, right? It's going to begin probably with tanking. It'll move on to the Clippers investigation, and hell, it may pivot at some point to the accusation that an owner in Memphis is accused of basically war profiteering. I don't know. There's a lot of things Adam Silver is going to have to cover on at this presser. But on the subject of tanking, it is a real crisis in the league because right now you have nearly a third of the teams in the NBA right now before the All-Star game that have no interest in winning. And we saw what the NBA did with their opening salvo, the $500,000 fine and the $100,000 fine for the Jazz and Pacers respectively. That really is just kind of a warning shot. That's a shot across the bow. And what the NBA is telling these teams, from what I'm told, is that you keep this up and it's going to get into your roster building. We're going to start talking about draft picks. We're going to start talking about reducing lottery odds on draft night. They're willing to take this even further if these teams continue to tank. And look, Utah is front and center in all this. I mean, the Jazz and their fan base are pretty sensitive to the criticism that they're alone. But the reality is, they're literally trying to throw games. They failed against Miami, but they tried to throw that game. They succeeded against Orlando. And I know Will Hardy said something the other day about guys on minutes restrictions. Well, lots of guys are on minutes restrictions. Victor Wembanyama for months was on minutes restrictions. It didn't keep him out of the fourth quarter of games. Like you gotta be realistic with some of these rationale. And but it's not just the Jazz. I mean, Washington. Will any of their stars play? I doubt it. Milwaukee, if they can convince Giannis to not play, they're in a race to the bottom. Dallas, no interest in winning. I mean, you can go down the list, and I think by the time we get to March, one or two more teams might be added onto that list, and we just would have too many teams that are trying to lose. This is something that Adam Silver has to address. I don't believe there's a quick fix. I don't believe there's a Band-Aid for this bullet hole. I think the whole system needs to be thrown out, and I think they need to start from scratch and try to find something new.
Hey, Chris, what does it tell you, though, that the Jazz aren't even trying to hide it via a fraudulent injury list? They're just like, hey, we're pulling these guys out. We can't overspend in free agency because of your aprons. So the only way we're going to get to a championship level is by picking in the top three. So middle finger up, we're taking these guys out of the game.
I don't blame the Jazz for the strategy. I mean, they're right. Like, they had hoped that their tanking last year would have yielded Cooper Flag, and they maybe wouldn't be in this position. But now here they are. They lost Walker Kessler 5 games into the season. That changed the dynamic. And now they're looking to get one of the top 3 or 4 guys that are in the draft. I get it. I'd probably do the exact same thing. The problem that they have is that they're not Sacramento, which stinks. They're not, Milwaukee, which is down their superstar and is going to lose games anyway. Dallas, after the trades, are going to lose games anyway. They have got 3 guys that before this Jaren Jackson surgery were healthy. 3 guys in Jackson, Markkanen, and Keontae George, who are borderline all-stars. Like, these are borderline all-star players who, if they were out there on the floor playing the full allotment of minutes, might be able to make a run at that last play-in spot, or at least would be a lot better than what they've shown over the last couple of weeks. I think this team is trying to have its cake kind of needed too. They're good enough to be a contender, or at least a play-in contender in the Western Conference, or compete for that spot, but they don't want to. So that's why they're just being so egregious with what they're doing.
Phenomenal insight
Great
as
stuff,
always.
Ben.
Have yourself a great weekend, Chris. Thank you so much for your time.
You got it, guys.
Chris Maddox, senior writer from Sports Illustrated. Great stuff there. All right, where are we at? We are at 8:45. You know what we're talking about next, Jarrett? Kyler Murray.
Oh, wow. Baby.
Here we go.
Baby,
Kyler Murray, is he really gonzo? Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
So they call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that's for a good reason, because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you pay it off in 30 years, and a lot of people reconcile this because they think they've got a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners, his name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan found out a couple of alarming things. Number one, it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage when he actually paid more principal than interest, and in the end, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Life Changer Loan, a much better way. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all your debt. You do it without changing a nickel of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. You have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. And 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client pays off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. But number one, you now get a lot of time to build personal wealth, and now that is how you get ahead. Now, like I say all the time, there are caveats. You've got to be a good fit, but the good news at Life Changer Loan is it has become easier to qualify, especially for people who are self-employed. So give them a call, because if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Going on now.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marotta.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, couple of NFL-related items as they relate to the Arizona Cardinals. Ian Rappaport has confirmed that Nick Rallis will be back as defensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals, and this is quite something. News that the NFL is getting rid of their report card, the NFLPA report card that has caused so many issues here in Arizona, that has prompted the team to buy land and
break ground in 6 days.
In 6 days for the opening in 2028 or whatever it is no longer part of the scenery in the NFL.
Well, the NFL didn't, quote, decide to stop Big. They actually went after it with the NFLPA and had an arbitrator. I mean, they took it to great lengths to get rid of that thing. And eventually the arbitrator ruled that the NFLPA putting out a report card like that publicly it's violated the CBA. So they got lawyers involved, and now no more public report card. Who do you think some of the owners were that wanted that thing abolished? I don't know, the guys at the bottom of the list every year.
The guys that got Fs and F minuses. Who would that be? Does anybody come to mind, Tim? Yeah, no, listen, I do think that it clearly, whatever the NFLPA wanted to accomplish with that report card, they did. They certainly did. Because if you're an owner like Michael Bidwell who's getting F minuses, it's hard getting over that.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
They were public, and not just Michael. Everybody at the bottom was publicly embarrassed by that. And it went on for a couple of years.
Yes, it did. Wow. So the NFLPA report card, the anonymous, the F minuses, and the D pluses, they're no longer a thing.
R.I.P. the NFLPA RC.
Wow, that is quite something. All right, so on to Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so as I've been saying for weeks, that there are a handful of reporters locally and nationally that keep floating this idea that, hey, Kyler could be back. I've pushed back on this considerably because I don't believe for a minute Kyler Murray is going to be back, and mostly because I don't think Kyler Murray wants anything to do with this organization. And I think you can see that manifest itself in a lot of different ways, and I think the Cardinals want to move on from him as well. But I think what the national analysts are now saying is that, yeah, it's probably likely, but what if they can't trade him? What if they're in a situation where it is either keep him or release him? What do you do then?
As much as it would be detrimental to their cap, we saw the Broncos do this with Russell Wilson, so there is precedent. As much as it would just destroy them from a I mean, listen, if they release him, it's going to cost the team $50.5 million to maybe $57 million in dead money. But at the same time, if this is irreparable, all right, we have crossed the Rubicon. It is a relationship that ended the moment Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort and I guess Mike Bidwell decided that you stay over there. We're going to roll with Brissett the rest of the season. That Kyler Murray said, I'm done with you. And the Cardinals, by doing that, essentially said, we're done with you. So I don't know how you walk this back. When Kyler Murray's already got 2 feet out the door, how is that salvageable? I don't care how good of a guy and offensive mind Mike LaFleur is.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier, Kyler wasn't exactly the most engaged guy when he wanted to be here.
No, that's exactly right. Could you imagine an unhappy Kyler and what that would look like? If the happy Kyler resulted in what it did, what would an unhappy Kyler look like? So I think there is that element of it. Then the other element becomes, all right, how do you effectively trade him? Well, to actually trade him, and as I've explained before, there's 2 ways this can go. If Eric Burkhart and Kyler Murray were very, very angry at the team, they would just say, go ahead, try to trade us. And they would get word out, our client didn't want to play for you in New York. He didn't want to be a Jet. He doesn't want to be name whatever bottom feeder. The thinking is Kyler Murray wants to go to the Vikings. If the Vikings know that there's one place Kyler Murray wants to go to, no one's going to trade for him. There's got to be active demand, and the Cardinals, and again, the Cardinals own the rights to Kyler Murray, but if the New York Jets go, okay, you know what? Yeah, we want him, and all the Cardinals want is a 7th-round draft pick, and the Cardinals are actually willing to take some of the salary to make all of this happen, but Kyler doesn't want to be here. Do we want to bring in another unhappy quarterback? The answer is no. So it's all about the spirit of cooperation between Eric Burkhart, Kyler Murray, and the Cardinals. Can they get to a place where the Murray camp allows the Cardinals to trade him?
By creating demand.
Right. By creating demand.
Otherwise, you have a DeAndre Hopkins situation.
As in,
how come they can't even trade Hopkins for a 7th-round pick?
That's it.
Because everybody knows they've got to release him.
That's exactly what it is. Jason McCourty of NFL Live was asked if a team would be willing to give up anything to get Kyler Murray.
As I look at this for Kyler Murray, you have to imagine at some point throughout the interview process, LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort, the general manager, they all had a discussion of what the ideas were around Kyler Murray. I think to Graz's point, when you start looking for trade partners, what is another team willing to give up? If they are able to eat some of his salary, are you willing to give up Kyler Murray for a day 3 pick? Is he worth a 2nd-round pick? I think those are going to be the question marks for Monty Ossenfort. Like, what are you willing to give Kyler Murray up for? Because his value, I think, can be very different across the league. There's potential with him at quarterback, but I don't know that a team is willing to give up the farm in order to get Kyler Murray at this point.
And I'm sorry, the cap space and the financial freedom you will incur and gain by trading Kyler Murray to get him off of this roster, you would trade him for a bag of footballs.
Exactly.
So Cardinal fans don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about what this does for the future of the football team, okay, from a cap space standpoint, not to mention getting a guy out of here who doesn't want to be here, and a guy who, over the course of his 7-year career, is 10 games under 500 as a starter, with 0 playoff wins. By the way, people like to talk about the 7-1 start back in 2021. Okay, that's almost 5 years ago. You know how many wins Kyler Murray, and I know there was a knee injury that took him out for the equivalent of a full season. You know how many wins he's had as a quarterback since that
7-1 start?
Take a guess. Top of your head. Like, what would you...
6.
No, it's better than that.
Okay. What is it?
It's 18.
Okay.
In 5 years.
I didn't... Yeah, okay. But even
it seems like 6.
In 5 years.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking a shorter period of time.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant since the injury...
No, since the vaunted MVP candidate 7-1 start.
Since that loss to Green Bay on Monday or Thursday night, whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, he came back that year and won a couple of more games, which count.
So 3.5 wins per year, essentially.
It's 2026. That was 2021.
Yeah.
Okay? That's 18 wins since then.
Not good.
And I'll give him some grace missing the equivalent of a full season with the ACL. But again, it's a far cry from the great 7-1 start now.
Good points. All right, as a thank you to all our listeners for supporting Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball games on Feb 17 versus Texas Tech and Feb 28 versus Utah. Use code number 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. All right, coming up, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. We call it the Jared Carlin Power Hour as he is furiously writing jokes.
Maybe 3 more I need. got any ideas?
Good thing you got some time. Social Studies with Sammy Sobolka. Next, Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The President's Day sale going on this weekend at Chapman BMW. Check out some of their great savings. You can get 0.9% APR financing on select models. Lots of great things going on at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. A family-owned, award-winning business since 1966 that does everything a bit differently in all the best ways. You feel the difference the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those two locations at Chapman BMW guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. High-end inventory, they've got that. Brand new BMWs, tons of them. Quality used cars, certified pre-owned BMWs. Whatever you're looking for, you're going to find at Chapman BMW. And make sure you take advantage of the hookup that's available to every listener of this radio station. Take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256303. 302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are expected to retain Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The report also states they will be bringing back offensive line coach Justin Fry and hiring former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterback's coach. And this morning, they've hired Michael Gobriel as their new special teams coordinator. For more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks added a familiar arm yesterday. The team and reliever Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal. Sewald pitched for the Snakes from 2023 to 24 and was a part of the team that went to the World Series. And it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA, the celebrity game tonight featuring Suns owner Matt Ishbia. The three-point contest tomorrow night with Devin Booker, and the actual All-Star game itself on Sunday night will include Suns own, yes, Devin Booker. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yes, the home stretch on the Friday on the week, 9 o'clock hour. It is Social Studies. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And shout out to those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And so our first question, it's actually a little cross-sport action for you guys. So which return to Arizona is more surprising and why? Is it Paul Sewald or is it Nick Rallis?
Oh, for me, it's Paul Sewald in a runaway. Yeah, I think the Nick Rallis thing isn't terribly surprising given the fact that they struggled to get a guy from the outside to take the job. I was not prepared for the Diamondbacks bringing back Paul Sewald, and I wish him the best because, like Shelby Miller, there's something to be said to coming back and staring down your demons, if you will. And that's what Paul Sewald's agreed to do. So I admire the courage. I'm not sure how it's going to work. But I'm also acknowledging that this is a guy that was at the center of a very, very traumatic moment for Diamondbacks fans. An all-timer.
I'll make the case for Nick Rallis. I mean, it's kind of unprecedented that a new head coach comes in, takes over a struggling organization, and retains a coach who was a part of a regime that was 3-15 in the division, 3-14 last year. The unit wasn't very good.
Yep.
They underperformed, but yet he gets to stay on, in part because many other candidates turned down the job.
Right.
So that the whole kit and caboodle is surprising to me that Nick Rallis is back under now second head coach.
Yeah, for both of these. So Seawald came through yesterday, and I saw the Rallis news this morning. I had the exact same reaction to both, and it's a 3-letter word of wow. And take that with what you may.
Okay.
Bruce, and so the poll results real quick. 60-40, Nick Rallis getting the 60% of the vote there. Bruce said Rallis just because of how the defense played last year, which is fair. J-Rod Card said it's kind of like coming home from work and finding out your dinner choices are hamburger helper or a tuna sandwich. Both will feed me, but are a little underwhelming.
I like tuna.
Both sound delicious.
I love that tuna sandwich.
What's wrong with the tuna sandwich?
I'm on your guys' side. I had tuna this week. It was fantastic.
Tuna or chicken salad?
Tuna salad.
Tuna.
Chicken.
Jarrett?
Oh, I love both.
All right, fair
Jarrett
enough.
doesn't discriminate when it
Jarrett
comes to
doesn't discriminate when it comes to food. Okay,
In fact,
so
sometimes I'll order
both
a sandwich. Give me an everything bagel, half tuna fish, half chicken salad.
You do not.
No, you don't.
Just like not on the same side. One side, one side.
Like deep,
okay.
Deep thoughts with Jared Carlin. Sometimes I'll order a sandwich.
How do you keep that tuna or that chicken salad on the bagel?
Right.
You're exactly right, Dan. It is a struggle.
The squirt out factor is undeniable.
Yes.
The first bite.
Yeah, the first bite gets real messy.
All over your wrists.
Right.
But then you get the on your wrists.
Right, exactly.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so over the last couple days, we've been talking about the problem the NBA has with tanking. And then we've also mentioned today the MLB in 2027, maybe a future lockout, and the NFL has its problems as well. So we asked, what is the biggest problem facing each of these leagues right now, and why? The MLB, NBA, and NFL. If you have one problem.
Major League Baseball, the biggest issue that they've got right now is this labor impasse that's ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA, the biggest issue they have is the tanking that's going on right now. It's attacking the integrity of the game. And the NFL, their biggest issue is officiating. NFL officials stink.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically with baseball, it's the deferred payments and what the Dodgers are doing in the implementation of a salary cap. I agree with Bick on the officiating in the NFL.
Yeah.
You know, and not to mention the underlying gambling concerns that people have to go along with said officiating.
No, they have way too much power to influence games, and there's just, it's not that tough of a game to officiate, and they're way too meddly.
Meddly.
Yes, they're way too meddling.
There we go. Okay, I'll read two here. Andy Bryant's is good. In the MLB, he said only 8 teams/markets can stay consistently good or contend for more than 2 to 3 years. I think that goes back to obviously the money. The NBA, tanking, it's obvious. And then in the NFL, he said the biggest problem is that they need the Monday after Super Bowl off, which I think if I were commissioner of the NFL, either move the Super Bowl to Saturday or give the people Monday off.
Or they push the Super Bowl a week later and it falls on this weekend, which is
next year.
A Monday holiday, right?
Next year that will happen.
At some point, the NBA All-Star break is going to be in April if this continues, right?
No doubt.
Because they have to wait for the Super Bowl to be played.
And Daryl Lee's I thought was really good. MLB, everyone has lost track of what a hot dog is. All of these hot dogs now are disasters. A hot dog isn't a salad. Give me hot dog, bun, and some mustard and get out of here. The NBA, he said, when your biggest problem is the players just playing, you're in trouble. And then the NFL, he just said, man, I really miss football.
Also, let me throw this in. I think the NBA and college basketball, I think there's also a gambling issue. We just saw a lot of colleges go down for it.
Yes.
We've seen NBA players suspended for life. You got Draymond Green over on the bench saying the spread's 5.
Yep.
God knows what the hell is happening right now in the sport of basketball.
It's the easiest sport to manipulate?
Well, we saw the baseball thing with the pitches. That's...
Yeah, but that's tough, though. I think NFL is more easily manipulated by officials, but basketball, especially the prop bets.
Yep.
I mean, come on. A player can easily control that and be undetected.
Easily.
Yep. All right, so our last question, with Valentine's Day being tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, What is your...
Come on, you're taking your girl to Tucson, you big romantic you.
Yeah, Tucson. Hey, there's spots in Tucson which are nice. So what is your best Valentine's Day story, if you have one?
I saw that question earlier this morning, and I've thought, and I got nothing.
I hope Jared has one, because I most certainly do not.
Let's go to the listeners.
All right.
I'm a romantic. I am, but...
So Tom Foss, this is a fun one. He said, it was 1989. I was young and naive. First date, Valentine's Day. Red flag. I went all out, very expensive restaurant, had a dozen roses picked up, and picked her up in a limo, only to have my heart crushed as she never called me again. I guess I came on too strong. And as Vince says, you think?
That's pretty strong for
That is pretty strong, I gotta say. This one from Buddy said, I hit a hole-in-one on Valentine's Day at Tatum Ranch. My tab was over $500 before I even finished, and I got to the bar. That's also pretty good. And then Marcus said, I went snowboarding. I went on a snowboarding day trip to Flagstaff on Saturday, and Valentine's Day was on Sunday. Ended up getting snowed in and had to leave on Sunday. My girlfriend at the time called me very angry. As we argued, I started speeding, got arrested for criminal speeding, doing 90 miles an hour on the 17. Missed Valentine's Day altogether.
Ooh,
poof is right.
Ooh.
Man, that is brutal. Let's see. And then this one's a classic. James said, first marriage, came home from work, and as I approached the front door was a huge Valentine's Day banner. I literally gasped, and I didn't see my wife in the window watching my, oh no, I said I didn't forget, but I had been busted. The classic. The classic. So
and that's why it's his first marriage, yes.
There we go.
Exactly.
So yeah, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and you can watch us every single day on YouTube at Arizona Sports. What's up, YouTube?
There you go. All right, thank you, Sammy. On the other side, basketball fans, you got the All-Star Weekend ahead. What do you need to be watching for? What should you be interested in? And what are you going to want from your Suns when the All-Star break is over? We'll cover those topics. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. You've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap of Sweet James is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on your opposition if you've ever been injured in an accident. And of course, I am talking about the insurance companies that won't want to pay you a nickel for your injury. Sweet James, a law firm full of award-winning, extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games, they can't nickel and dime, they can't deny. Not when Sweet James is more than willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver the largest settlements in this country. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. And remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. The number, 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa VC Plus. Right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, EVs. If it's on the lot, it's marked down thousands off MSRP. And for 4 days only, Friday through Monday, we've partnered with Landings Credit Union for exclusive special financing rates. We're working with all credit types, and our goal is 100% approval. During the President's Day event at Santan Ford, enjoy simple, transparent pricing for everyone. Hurry in for the best selection during this 4-day President's Day event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Ends Monday. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Luke. What's the most interesting part of NBA All-Star Weekend coming up? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Big shout out to all our listeners in El Mirage. Good morning, El Mirage. Yeah, we've got a weekend of basketball. None of it means much, but it is the NBA All-Star Game, and they're trotting out a brand new format. I'm curious what this is going to look like. If you didn't hear our conversation with Chris Maddox earlier today, go back and check that out on the podcast afterwards. I thought he really laid out the idea of why this All-Star Game could really use Dillon Brooks, and not just because he deserves it for what he's done for the Suns this year, but Dillon Brooks, could you imagine him going at LeBron? And LeBron would be like, come on, man, this is an exhibition. And Dillon Brooks would say, nothing is an exhibition in my world.
And maybe it would light up a fire under everybody that's on the court. Like,
Right.
okay, oh, we're going to play? All right, let's play.
Yeah.
Like the switch has been flipped.
I mean, that might be wishful thinking, but there's no question the NBA All-Star Game could use an infusion of competitive spirit. And who better to bring that?
There is no doubt about that.
I mean, if LeBron James and Kevin Durant aren't going to do it, maybe get somebody in there who will do it, who doesn't bow down at the altar of LeBron and KD.
How about it?
Right? Because,
How about that?
Because the generation of players, oh, these guys aren't going to play hard. Well, then I'm not going to play hard because I don't want them to be mad at me.
Listen,
there's Dillon Brooks who doesn't give a you-know-what if they're mad at him.
Exactly. And that is the one thing about today's NBA is the stars at the top, the old heads, as KD likes to call them, there's a sense of entitlement to all of them that they should just be treated like royalty. Don't expect us to work too hard, right? We've already done that. We've put in 20-plus years, 18, whatever it is. No, that is what the All-Star Game needs. They need somebody to get into that game and get everybody kind of interested.
Engaged.
That's the better word. Engaged.
Can we try a little bit here? Can the final score not be 197 to 192?
How about that?
I mean, come on now.
Don't you remember the Final Four, the hockey version of what they did, and how the Kachuk brothers threw down with the Canadians before the game? And they made it very, very clear. There's smoke here today, folks. This is not. We're not here to play.
Well, and that smoke has carried over to this moment in time right now. The Olympics are going on, and that's all anybody can talk about.
It's a good point.
Maybe USA versus the world would help. I encourage everybody to go to Bill Simmons and Nick Wright's conversation about Nick Wright's idea to how to fix the All-Star game.
Did you hear this, Jarrett?
Oh man,
I didn't hear it, but I saw about it. Yeah.
Nick Wright, who's a very smart guy.
It looks like a cartoon fox. I always thought.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He said the way to save the All-Star game is to have black players play white players.
Black guys versus the
black
white guys.
guys versus the white guys.
I saw that.
You want to see people play hard.
His thoughts were that it's one of the first times where you can make
the case to do it.
Good, teams on both sides.
That is true.
That's the least of the issue, though.
Right.
Going down that road.
Yeah, there would be a very untoward undertow to that whole thing, right? But again,
well, it's just they're trying to find some way to make this interesting and exciting.
It would certainly make it interesting and exciting. Nick Wright said the key is Con Knipple. If he can rise to all-star capabilities.
So I remember a few years ago when things really started to turn, they thought they were going to save this by having captains pick the teams. Remember that?
I do
They
remember
did that for a few years.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's going to create people are going to get upset and they're going to have pick their friends, so it'll become. It didn't do anything. Then they changed the ending of the game to the EFIS, or what is it called?
Elam ending, which I liked, but
that lasted for 1 year. It was good, and then that also wasn't good. I don't know.
Sammy, I don't. You're the NBA's dream because you love it regardless of what they do. You roll out all-stars onto a court, and you are just you're sitting there with your jaw open.
My dad, every single year, I get excited for this weekend because, watching the Zach LaVine, Aaron Gordon dunk contest, that gave me hope for the next 10 years of maybe something will be like that. And then when Book won the 3-point contest, I was like, the Suns weren't very good, so I held on to that. I was like, okay, this is great. And then every year, I love to sit down, I already mentioned it, and just watch the guys. And again, I understand that they're not playing as nearly as hard as they do or should. Mm-hmm. And my dad always asks the question, why are you watching this crap? And I always say,
what's your answer?
And my answer every year is, I can't help it. I love the league. I love the NBA. And so if the best players in the world are on the floor, it's only once a year, and I'm gonna watch it. And
they don't need gimmicks, though.
Yes, I agree.
They need the players to buy in, and it starts with the best players in the league. Mm-hmm. And as Kevin Garnett says, it'll trickle down from there. So maybe when this old guard moves on and a new generation of superstars emerges, if they decide that it's important to play hard, all the other all-stars will follow suit.
Well, because you saw last year, Wemby actually cared. And he's been on record saying, these games do matter to me. And you look at Anthony Edwards as a competitor that I don't think that he could just walk into a game and a game won't care for him. Guys like that who are in this new guard of who's going to be the new face of the league. The guys of LeBron, Steph, Durant, we've mentioned, they haven't cared about this game in 15 years.
And that's the issue. That's the problem. And that's why when these guys move on, you hope that the new guard of superstar player in this league decides that it's important to play, moderately hard for 3 quarters and then go at it in the 4th quarter. We can all accept that, right? We can all accept the way.
Yeah, that's well said.
That the 90s guys did it, where they just kind of moderately competitive for 3 quarters, moderate energy, and then all in the 4th quarter to try to win the game.
Yeah, that's exactly. And that should be baseline.
Yes.
Give us a rock and roll kind of 4th quarter. Yeah. You know what I mean? But again, it devolved to the point where it just there isn't even a pretense of defense being played. It's just full court passes, layup line, and it's like.
Right, and who's impressed by that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know you guys can dunk.
Yes.
Great. Yes. You can catch an alley-oop with nobody around you and dunk it.
We've never seen that before.
Wow.
It devolved to the point where Karl Anthony Towns is having 60 and winning it All-Star MVP.
Right. That's absurd. You're exactly right.
And again, it's like the 4th quarter, it happened in the Elam ending for maybe not the entire 4th quarter, but the last, as it was getting close, the guys started to gear it up, and you saw the best guys on the floor start to actually go at one another. And to Tim's point of, okay, you kind of try the first 3, but those first 3 quarters you get the vibe of who should be on the floor when it matters. And that's great to watch. It just hasn't freaking happen?
I get it. There's so much money on the line now.
Yeah.
Maybe guys don't want to get injured, and it's different than it was when these guys weren't making what they're making now. I get it, but you don't want it to go the way of the Pro Bowl.
But the problem is you're making this a 3-day event, so there's got to be a payoff, and unfortunately the game, which is the end of it all, is very rarely the payoff. And the slam dunk contest, the field, 4 people: Carter Bryant of the Spurs, Jackson Hayes, Keyshawn Johnson, and Jace Richardson, who is the son of Jason Richardson and can throw down, no doubt. But that's your average fan is going to look at that and go,
no, zero interest.
Zero interest.
2X Wildcats even.
Yeah,
and
Carter
I'm not
Bryant's
even.
an ex-Wildcat,
And
right?
Keyshawn.
Okay. All right. The 3-point shooting contest should be interesting, and man, let's hope Devin Booker can turn around a season of woeful 3-point shooting in one night.
Just don't come in last, please.
It's just interesting that he ended up in the
Con Knipple, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Maxey, Donovan Mitchell, Jamal Murray, Bobby Portis Jr., and Norman Powell. That's his competition.
Okay. Beat Bobby Portis, don't finish last, and I'm interested to see what Damian Lillard looks like after he hasn't played a single game.
He's just Book is having a terrible year shooting threes.
I know. Isn't it wild
that
he's been invited to this?
He beat me in a 3-point shooting contest once, Sammy.
He did?
Yes,
What?
he did. Yes.
When did you do that? And why was I not in?
No, because I think you were probably like 13 years old when it happened.
Might have been my best.
Right. I actually thought I could beat him for a second, and then I realized
Just like I thought I could compete with Diana Taurasi and horse, and I got absolutely annihilated. Like you did, I take it?
It was the speed. Like I shoot it, and I'm looking at it to see if it goes in. These guys shoot it, and they're already reaching back
to
the
rack.
Yep.
You're like, I'm exhausted, man.
Right.
I'm tired.
I was exhausted.
All right, that is the highlights of your weekend of hoops ahead. Let's hope we talk kindly about this on Tuesday. Coming up on the other side, if you've ever said to yourself, I cannot get enough of Jared Carlin, this is your segment. The Sports Kebab on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cardinals reportedly expected to retain Nick Rallis as defensive coordinator. Cardinals reportedly hiring former Giants coach Michael Gobriel as special teams coordinator. And Dan Bickley writes Diamondbacks rolling the dice once more with Paul Sewald edition. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Bay.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal worth $1.5 million as the Snakes continue to add arms to their bullpen. The Arizona Cardinals are retaining Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for the 2026-27 season. Rallis, who had been the DC for the last 3 years under Gannon, will now head the defense under new head coach Mike LaFleur. The Cardinals are also keeping O-line coach Justin Fry and have added former quarterback Matt Shaw as their quarterbacks coach. And this morning, they've hired Michael Gobriel as their new special teams coordinator. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is right now, who would you say will be the Diamondbacks closer to start the 2026 season? Is it Kevin the Gink Ginkel, Paul Sewald, Ryan Thompson, or other?
I'd love for it to be Kevin Ginkel, but he's got to get his mojo back.
Yep.
I'll vote for Gink.
The Gink, Tim?
Yeah, give me the Gink.
The Gink. 38% of the vote towards Kevin Ginkel. 25% other. 20 Paul Sewald. 17% Ryan Thompson. But good thing we have spring training to figure it out. There you go.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Good thing.
It's a good thing.
Let's no one else get hurt, please. That's all I ask.
Opening day, 41 days away, boys and girls. Spring training, a week from today.
Uh-huh.
Trade deadline, I can't give you yet, so.
It's all right.
There you go.
It's beyond art. It's a magic trick, you know. Real magic.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, it is that time of week, it is that time of day. The Sports Kebab Sports News Skewered. And this is a different one, of course. One of those weeks where Vince Marotta is not here to give me those laughs to get my references.
The very generous laugh.
Yeah, very generous, very hearty. But I say good for him. He's taking some time off on a long weekend. Although I'm a little worried about his vacation plans, guys. This weekend is Valentine's Day, of course, which is never Vince's favorite holiday. Let's face it. And look, I'm not saying he's desperate, but Vince is currently on a plane to Norway because he heard there's a recently single woman there. Yeah, the big Olympic story this week was when a biathlon bronze medal winner, Sturla Holm Lagrade, used his post-race interview to beg his ex-girlfriend to get back with him after he cheated on her. Look, even in Norwegian, this was cringeworthy and pathetic. I don't get his motivation. I mean, forget the old girlfriend. You are in the Olympic Village with tons of single people. And the guy's a biathlete, which I believe means his options on the open market are doubled, right? Isn't it? Wow. But the guy is heartbroken, saying this was the worst week of his life. Look, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's maybe not the best for the extremely depressed guy to be in the one sport with a gun. And I guess this guy thought he would come across as romantic, right? But I think it came across as pathetic. I mean, he seemed completely emasculated in that moment. My God, the guy puts the limp in Olympic. I mean, that guy is more white and whipped than the foam on a latte.
White and whipped.
Now, the most surprising thing to me is that the guy is a skier. Because to me, he sounds like a real loser.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Loser.
Loser. He said loser.
And it would have been something. It would have been fine if he just mentioned trying to get her back in his interview, but I thought it was a bit much when he spent the last mile of his race skiing while holding up a boombox that played Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. Now, the craziest thing is that this guy admitting that he cheated on his girlfriend isn't even the biggest Olympic scandal this year involving a Nordic athlete's groin. No.
What?
That honor goes to the Finnish ski jumper who was busted for injecting his genitals with engorging chemicals to make them bigger when getting his suit fitted.
There's no way.
This is a truth. Did you guys see this thing?
I'm aware of the story, yes.
And while I'm not exactly sure how this helps an Olympic athlete, it does explain that pole vaulter from the last Summer
it
Olympics.
does. Yes, it does.
Seriously, this scandal of injecting something to make your crotch bigger has raised a lot of questions. Like, is it ethical? Is it unfair? Where do I get it? Lots of questions.
Is it expensive?
Yeah, lots of questions came up with it. Now, of course, the other big event this week is, of course, the Super Bowl, and everyone is still talking about the halftime show. Man, awesome vibes, great entertainment, beautiful, scantily clad men and women shaking their butts on the grass. I'm sorry, that's the crowd at the Phoenix Open, I'm thinking. Yeah, but back to the Super Bowl, because the game itself was a total bore as the Seahawks dominated the Patriots and quarterback Drake May. My God, usually the only one who can make a Drake look that bad during the Super Bowl is Kendrick Lamar. What was up with Drake May? He came in with all this hype. The next Tom Brady, this was going to be his moment. And he was terrible in the Super Bowl. I mean, when the spotlight was on, he receded faster than LeBron's hairline. Speaking of the king, congrats to LeBron James, who set another record this week, becoming the oldest person to ever get a triple-double. Well, if you don't count Andy Reid when he orders in and out. Elsewhere in the NBA, it's an all-star break, which means this weekend is the all-star game. And Sammy, I know that you like it. I know you find it.
Yes.
I just find it brutal. In the all-star game, no one gives effort. No one tries to win. The stars don't even play late in the game. I mean, fans want teams to play like it's a good regular season game, and instead they get a Jazz regular season game.
Yes.
And finally, around the Super Bowl, they finally officially announced this year's Hall of Fame class. And Patriots owner Robert Kraft was not on the short list. Now, to be fair, Kraft was mentioned on another famous list released last week that also had a lot of billionaires on it, but that one was less prestigious.
Did Robert Kraft show up on that list?
Yes, Google his name and that name.
Wow, I was not aware of that. I knew that there was the Orchid Day Spa thing.
Yes, also.
Okay, that's interesting.
Orchid of the Asias? Or is it Asias of the
Right.
Orchid?
It was mentioned in files that were released.
For people who don't understand the ski jump joke or why that is even a thing, it's because the ski jump costumes, if you're more well endowed in certain areas, you can have more fabric, and if you have more fabric in your suit, you have more aerodynamic properties. So people go to that length to cheat.
You get more wind, apparently. Wind, like...
Yeah, aerodynamic, right.
I don't know.
I think it's about getting more women than getting more wind.
That is the Sports Kebab. Thank you, Jared. We appreciate it.
It is crazy.
What is your Twitter handle again if people want to follow
Jarrett GC, JarrettGC.
There you go. All right, coming up on the other side, we will wrap up today's show with a little off the grid. It's Tim Ring, it's Dan Bickley, it's Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I should have closed with the loser joke.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and I say it all the time, Parker & Sons, absolutely fantastic in your time of need. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days, and that is not just a slogan. That is true. That is real life, and I lived it myself. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I had a toilet downstairs that was leaking. It was flooding my bathroom. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. Later learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, and that's a good deal because when you've got an issue, you don't want to have to wait. You do not want to have to leave messages and wait for somebody to call you back. Parker & Sons got to my house by 8 a.m. the same day. By the time I got done with radio, my issue had already been resolved. I was tremendously impressed by that. Parker & Sons, also great for preventative measures in and around your home, and this is the time of the year I highly recommend their Captura Air Scrubber, which cleans the air in your home 24/7, makes a huge difference because most people do not realize what they're breathing in until they notice the difference. Parker & Sons can make that happen for you. You will not be disappointed. Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They've been serving the Valley for 50-plus years. They are the most awarded firm in Arizona. They are the company you can trust working on your number one asset. All you have to do is call 602 to repair, 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Hey, did you happen to see the most beautiful girl in the world? And if you did, was she crying?
Tim Ring picked today's Song of the Day.
In honor of the biathlete.
In honor of the biathlete. Who sings this? Jarrett?
Charlie Rich.
Okay.
And
I'm surprised you're not familiar with this song.
Do you know this one, Sammy?
It was in a Seinfeld episode. George kept singing it after a
That's
breakup.
where it sounds familiar.
That does now.
He's like, hey, George, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Now I remember.
All right. Whatever this is, that is your Song of the Day. Charlie Rich.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, a couple things before we get out of here today. I think we can anoint the biggest loser, not loser, but the biggest loser in the NFL this year, Jarrett. I think the winner of this prestigious award, Geno Smith of your Las Vegas Raiders. Geno Smith was traded from the team that won the Super Bowl and ended up on the team with the #1 pick in the NFL draft, thereby meaning his job is going to get taken by somebody else. Could anybody else have had a worse year?
That is pretty bad.
Awful.
And how about the media that when it how can the Seahawks get rid of Geno Smith? They're not going to do any better than Geno Smith.
How about that? How about all the people who thought, oh, that's terrible. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
One of the good things about the Major League Baseball stadium that is up and coming, folks, the being able to challenge balls and strikes calls are coming to Major League Baseball this year. I, for one, can't wait.
I totally agree. I can't wait till the home plate umpire is only back there for plays at the plate.
You and me both.
I mean, use technology and it's become.
Yeah.
Also, the gambling now implications with some of that kind of stuff. We were talking about that earlier in basketball.
No doubt about it. So I'm curious. There have actually been a few players who've been against this, and I, for the life of me, can't imagine why anybody would be against this technology.
Yeah, the only reasoning for that is just to keep the human element of the game and the tradition of it. But at the end of the day, these umpires are costing teams, pitchers, fans, if it's a strike, it's a strike. You know what I mean?
But how many terrible missed strikes or miscalled balls or whatever have happened at endgame situations?
Or led to something. Yes.
Or have led to something. You can't have that. There's no way about it. So that is going to be a good thing in this upcoming baseball season. I know we've talked a lot about the dread with the labor impasse and all that kind of stuff. So that's cool. All right, finally, because you brought up the loser, I'm going to bring up my favorite Olympic story. So, In 1993, I went up to Lillehammer to preview the Olympics, the 1994 Norway Games. And as part of the media, what we were able to do, they selected some people who got to ride the two-man bobsled.
No way.
Yeah, and so I volunteered. And so we walked onto this course, and we saw this huge blood stain at the bottom of the course. And I asked one of the Olympic organizers, what is all that blood? Do you mind me asking before I get on this thing? He's like, oh, don't worry about that. We had a moose that accidentally walked on this track a couple of weeks ago, slid all the way to the bottom, cracked its head open.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right. So I get in this bobsled, and it's me and this dude, this columnist from USA Today. His name was Michael Heistand. And for whatever reason, dude was 6'3". They put him in the front. They put me in the back. All I experienced the whole way down the track, which was exhilarating, by the way, was this dude's helmet crashing into my face. Boom, boom, boom. So by the time I walked off the two-man bobsled, I think I was concussed.
Wow.
Michael Heistand's helmet, the only thing worse than Bert Sugar's breath.
Thank you.
When it comes to hanging out with media people.
So did they like guide you down, or did they just?
No, I think the track guides you down.
The track guides you down.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That was your time. You know, Dan Braun's medal that year. That's being very modest. The bobsled is, at least you have a giant sled around you.
Yeah.
The luge is crazy.
You're just basically
on
a.
your back.
As Seinfeld said, there's no sled. It's just Bob. But
there's just Bob.
But the skeleton. The skeleton
Yes.
is even crazier. It's the luge, but you're going down face first on your stomach. It's insane.
There literally was a pool of blood at the bottom of the track, and they were just expecting the media to not even notice that. Oh, don't worry about that. That was a moose.
Yeah, the moose
was a moose.
came through.
That was a moose.
Oh my gosh.
Did you guys see the video? Super 70s Sports posted it. The 72 Olympic Games in I don't know where the Winter Olympics were in 72, but they were doing curling, and the guy was doing it with a big cigarette hanging out of his mouth. And it's like that is nothing says Olympic athlete like performing your sport while smoking.
Curling, like for the month, 2 months after these Olympics end, all these curling places are going to open. People are going to sign up with their friends. And this happens every 4 years where people say, I could do that. That looks fun.
They don't really open curling places, do they?
Yeah. A lot of these, I used to know someone that was in a curling league. It looks fun, right?
I lived in Green Bay. Believe me, I've been to curling leagues.
Is that a thing in Green Bay?
I can't believe
Yes,
those
it
exist.
is.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Wow. It really is amazing how that sport has captivated the imaginations of people. Why is that? Just because
anybody, it looks like anybody can do it.
But it's also hypnotic. It's like the way they like guide it. Anybody could do it, but believe me, to be that good at it does take skill.
Yeah.
And cigarettes. And beers.
Yeah, beers. All right, on behalf of Chris Maddox, who joined us, on behalf of Jeremy Fowler, who joined us, big round of applause for Tim Ring, everybody. Did a great job.
Thank you, Tim.
Oh, anytime, guys. Always fun.
On behalf of Ferret, on behalf of Sammy, I am Dan Bickley. Stick around, Wolf and Luke next. We'll see you on Tuesday, folks. We got a lot of weird stuff going on in the world today.
Oh, my goodness.
And a lot of it happens right here between these walls from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day.
We're proud to contribute to the weirdness of society and everyday life.
The stone.
Squeegee. Fun word, fun tool to use. I use a squeegee every day, and I love it.
I hear those armpit fart noises constantly running throughout my brain.
More cowbell. That's all Kyler Murray needs is more cowbell.
Sam Darnold came back from being labeled a best, a bust.
What a hump! Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret!
Tony Sorrentino!
Oh! Woohoo, Barney! Come on, Buddha, let's do shots!
Bleary-eyed and winning. Thanks for nothing! Oh, my hamate! It's broken!
Ussie mates. Good eye, mate. Making it to the NFL, mate.
Luke, come to the dark side.
Worst Super Bowl ever!
What?
No more of that. We can't have that. What if you throw a football and you poke somebody's eye out? You're going to be paying damages the rest of your life. No more of that.
A pebble up his beach. They see me trolling. They hate it. When you're alone and life is getting you lonely, you can always go
downtown.
Are they going to win 76 games this year? No.
Bick, show some leg.
If that offense was just going to poop their pants.
I can't even pick my nose anymore.
Who is that big dude giving me the finger?
Mavis Fungelberg.
Tyrannical Tory.
D.H. Goldblum.
Arrested team that sucks still sucks.
A big freaking emu.
I love cryptic Tory.
We're not googly-eyed in 2026. I'm sure it's Jarrett's fault on some level. Don't you think it's got to be his fault, right?
I mean, most things are.
Start the show, Jarrett.
No.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Life is short, so why would you spend decades enslaved to a mortgage company when there's a smarter way? With a Life Changer loan, every dollar you earn works for you, not your lender. Pay off your home in just a few years without changing a single spending habit and keep 24/7 access to your equity. Your money should serve you, not the bank. It's not magic. It's just math. So mortgage prison ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are retaining Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Under new head coach Mike LaFleur, they'll also be bringing back offensive line coach Justin Fry and hiring former quarterback Matt Schaub as their quarterbacks coach. And as of this morning, they've hired Michael Gobriel as their new special teams coordinator. For more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks have added a familiar arm to the bullpen. The team and reliever Paul Sewald have agreed to a one-year deal. Sewald pitched for the Snakes from 2023 to 24 and was a part of the team that went to the World Series. And it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA. The celebrity game tonight featuring Suns owner Matt Ishbia, the three-point contest tomorrow night with Devin Booker, and the actual All-Star game itself on Sunday, again, will include Suns own Devin Booker. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm jacked, man. I am jacked up, ready to go. Are you kidding me? Let's broadcast.
You do love All-Star weekends.
I do
all
love
you talk
All-Star.
about all year.
Yeah, well, not all year,
okay.
for the most part, but I do. I enjoy this. Let's go, shall we?
All right. We are going to talk to our own Tyler Drake in a little bit, about an hour. Alex Weiner is going to join us as well.
Also known as TD.
That's
in
right.
The Wolfley compound.
And Alex Weiner's ours, too. We're keeping it in-house today with a couple of our guys coming in here throughout the show. But we are going to start with the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, and the reports out there that they are bringing back Nick Rallis and Justin Fry. There's other reports that, adding Matt Schaub and a couple other guys. But let's just start with two names that Cardinals fans are very well aware of right now.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Nick Rallis, where you start based on. He's the defensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals. I thought it was really interesting going into 2025 last season. Nick Rallis was one of the hot names. You remember that? Mm-hmm. One of the hot names to possibly be on the head coach carousel after the season. And oh my goodness, this is why we play games. This is why we play the games, and this is why we play the seasons, because we know it did not go that way for Nick Rallis. So I love this. I think Nick Rallis is still that young guy that is making his way. He's still that young guy that is developing as a defensive coordinator, and I think Mike LaFleur could be really, really good for Nick Rallis. Mike LaFleur and his offensive mind talking to Nick Rallis specifically about some of the schemes that he's using. I think it's going to be a marriage, to use a bad analogy, but a marriage, I think, that is actually going to work. I love Nick Rallis and think he's capable of this. I'm pretty excited about this. Justin Fry, honestly, I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I don't know. You know how high I was on Nick Rallis coming into the season, and that has been sort of the name where I don't know what to do with it in my mind, even before this news of like, this defense was overachieving under him a year ago. It wasn't just local people being like, hey, Nick Rallis is great. Like, he was getting buzz around the NFL because of the job he was doing. This year, I thought the defense was good the first few weeks. We've looked at it, when they lost, they lose Mac Wilson, and at that point they were 2-5.
Yes.
And they had all 5 losses were one score, like close game. They were 3-5. They were 3-5, and all 5 losses have been by like a total of 9 points. They lose Mac Wilson, they lose their last 9 games, and a lot of them are blowouts. I'm not saying that's all because they were missing Mac Wilson, but it highlights what they were missing on defense.
Yes.
So there is certainly a world where this works. At some point, the Cardinals are going to need to talk. You know what I mean? And address some of this, because it looks like you're trying to make these big changes and then bring in a lot of the same guys back, or doing a lot of the same things. Hey, we're going to make big changes. What are you going to do? We're going to go out and hire an unproven coordinator. Oh, okay. Didn't you already do that? Well, okay, but then we're going to go out and get amazing, established defensive coordinators, right? Well, we're going to bring back the same guys that were here.
Yeah, honestly, once again, it is unorthodox based on earnings, but I love it. I really do. I love the fact they're doing it because of Nick Rallis, specifically because of him. Football knows you can't just do one thing. You can't just do based on earnings. You have to be. You have to be capable of becoming whatever you need to be to beat your opponent. Okay, Nick Rallis, he knew this, Luke. He knew he wasn't capable of becoming whatever he needed to beat his opponent last year, especially because of all the injuries that he was suffering. So what did he do? He tried to do stuff that wasn't very sound, frankly.
Yeah.
And this is something that I have come to learn as well, based on earnings, talking to some of my friends, let's put it that way. Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese warrior philosopher, he wrote The Art of War. Have you ever heard of it, Luke? The Art of War.
You've mentioned it.
Okay, great. He said, when you are superior to your opponent, use the chung to defeat your opponent. Use the base. Use the norm. Use what is accepted, of course. When you are inferior to your opponent, use the chi. Use the extraordinary. I've talked about this before in the past, and I love it. It is definitely applicable to the game of football. When you think of what the Arizona Cardinals had to do with all of their injuries, think of the chi. Think of this. This is exactly what Nick Rallis was trying to do. The extraordinary. And I'll give you Exhibit A, Basonians. You know what it was? The first Rams game, where the Rams beat them 45-17. They lined up. It was December 7th. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that interesting that it was on December 7th, Basonians? Still, okay, good. Look through history on December 7th. Some bad things happened that day. The Rams ran the ball 36 times for 249 yards and 3 touchdowns. Remember, they were jumping in 12 and 13 personnel. They were in 12 and 13 personnel, and Nick Rallis was staying in nickel defense. Nickel with 5 DBs. Against 12 and 13 personnel. They lined up, they ran right over them.
That was the Michael Fleur game.
That was the game as well. That was the game. That's right. That was the game after where JG said what? I didn't like the game plan. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That was the game he said it. And I think Nick Rallis was trying to use the chi so much of the time last year, the extraordinary, because he knew he was limited.
When this season ended and they fired Gannon, one of my first thoughts was specifically about Rallis, because guys will have a bad year, or your defensive coordinator, defense will have a bad year, your offensive coordinator, offense will have a bad year, or whatever. Teams don't always just move on from them, and there were extraordinary circumstances last year. Nick Rallis is still a bit of an unknown. He's only been a DC in this league for a few years, and it's weird with the Cardinals last few years, because it's like, well, you can't count 2023. Okay. I thought he did a really good job in 2024, but if I can't count 2023, this is a very limited sample size if I then can't really count 2025 because everybody was hurt. But my first thought when they fired Gannon was like, I think Rallis is going to end up somewhere, and we're probably going to regret that we let him go. But I assumed you let the head coach go, your new head coach is going to want, his guy.
Yeah.
So that's why I just think some communication may help in just kind of explaining what the thought process is, because
Nick Rallis specifically, I absolutely think this could work. I really do. And he knows this defense, and this is a statement of, our entire defense was hurt last year, and we feel like under Nick Rallis they can thrive. But I also understand when people look at it and you're like, okay, so what? You couldn't get any defensive coordinators, and now you're forcing Mike LaFleur to take your old guy. I mean, that's what it looks like to people. So just say what I just said. We like our defense. We had a bunch of guys that were hurt.
Yeah.
These guys respond well to Nick. Give me something. Say something publicly. Hey, Mike LaFleur was on board with this. Rallis was one of his guys. He wanted to try Jim Schwartz or whatever, anybody else they talk to. Because when you don't say anything and you're secretive about everything and everything that comes out is just reports.
It's a great point, Luke.
It looks like you're just cutting corners.
Yeah, it's a great point. It really is. It doesn't change the fact that, again, I like this hire. I really do. I love the fact Nick Rallis is going to get a crack under Mike LaFleur. I love that. Yet at the same time, I agree with what you're saying. Justin Fry, once again, I just quickly want to come back here. This guy might be the best offensive line coach in the National Football League. He might be. I kid you not, when it's all said and done. Right now, I am surprised, and I don't know Justin Fry at all, but I am willing to admit I am surprised based on the offensive line and what happened to the offensive line last year, that Justin Fry is, in fact, getting another crack at being the offensive line coach here. And it was right from the very beginning.
Yep.
Remember, it was when they had all five of their guys, their starting offensive line, and it was ready to go. And it was the offensive line struggled from week one. And it was something we were talking about immediately. Hey, this is not going well. And so I was a little surprised at that. Listen, you know me, Basinonians. It's not coaching. It isn't. So Justin Fry may have been the best coach last year, and dudes didn't go out and execute and do their job. And if that is the case, then, Justin Fry can come back and do a great job, of course. But to me, I'm a little surprised just because of the optics of it all.
Yeah, Rallis only surprises me because you switched head coaches. But if you set all that aside, and even if you had said in November of last year, hey, Nick Rallis can be back next year as a DC, I'd be like, it makes sense. I mean, he doesn't have any players right now. Like, Fry surprises me more based on the actual name because his only body of work with the Cardinals, whether it was his fault or not, wasn't good. It was the weakness of the team. So that's we'll see. All right, when we come back over to baseball, what exactly is the Diamondbacks' plan now that they've added Paul Sewald, Nolan Arenado, and Carlos Santana, three guys that have been in this league for a long time? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, brothers and sisters. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Go to sciatica.com for more information right now. Can I tell you, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. That's right, I was a professional football player. I did an awful lot of damage to my back and to my neck. And the good doctors over there, well, they've helped me, Basinonians, and they will help you. One of the reasons why I enjoy recommending them to you is because of my experience at DISC. DISC treats all patients, from professional athletes, of course, and weekend sports enthusiasts, to those just trying to get back to living their life, man. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. Athletes from all over the world, Basinonians, they come here because of DISC. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
It's Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned orange tag sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys tagged with liquidation pricing. Save $2,000, $4,000, even $6,000 at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned orange tag sale. Good credit, bad credit, no problem. Desert Wind Harley is accepting 100% of all credit applications. Repos trucked in, and the owner says 50 used bikes must go this week. Better get getting gear, Jack. The time's a-ticking. You don't need perfect credit. Don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson's pre-owned orange tag sale ends this Sunday.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Bro.
Shout out to Maricopa. What's going on, Maricopa?
Yeah, Maricopa, Arizona. Love Maricopa.
It's a little cold-ish outside today.
Yeah.
Not cold.
It's a little chilly in Maricopa, I'll guarantee you that. One way in, one way out, based on it.
It's under 75 degrees. What's going on? Is this winter?
Yeah, man.
Is today winter?
A little chilly.
This is ridiculous.
Got the vest on,
Look at Jamal.
broadcasting with a vest.
Jamal's dressed to go like skiing right now. Look at him.
He always is, though, because he's like cold-blooded or something.
He's like butter. He's butter in the microwave, set on high, 45 seconds.
That is a perfect description of what I am.
That's what I say to Better James all the time. You're butter. You're butter in the microwave, set to high for 45 seconds, bro.
Not sure if that's a compliment. It doesn't feel like a compliment. It would imply not.
It's what you say to dudes you love, all right? You rip them, okay?
Right,
it's like Jamal. I love the guy. I'm going to rip him, all right? You think I'm going to let him get away with the fact that he's cold?
No, and to be fair, Jamal does often dress warm, but you are cold today, aren't you?
More than usual.
Yeah.
It's really not necessary. Why is it so cold outside?
It's so cold.
I told them, I was like, I walked outside after our pre-show meeting. I was usually just like do a lap around the building, get ready for the show.
Yeah.
And I was like, I might actually need like sleeves.
Yeah, you know what's so
What's
amazing
going on out
too?
here?
You know how people say that when you live out here, it thins out your blood. Okay, now base it on I have no idea. Doctors will sit here and they might be just laughing hysterically that I just said that. That's an old wives' tale, isn't it? That you live, when it thins out your blood. I guarantee I go back to Buffalo, New York in the winter, and I'm like, I used to walk around in a T-shirt, and we all did. Like, what? This isn't cold. Are you kidding me? It's 10 degrees. It's not below zero.
All right. I'd be like, if somebody says that to you when you're back there, just be like, it's clearly gotten colder over the years.
So, I'm from Virginia. It would get pretty cold in the winter, and I went back like last month to visit my mom, and she lives in a relatively walkable community, and it was at times in the 40s, and I walked most places and I felt fine. And I've lived here for almost 9 years now. It's not thinning out my blood. Everybody just needs to toughen up and suck it up
Rick's
and walk through it.
Tells everybody how much tougher than all
Walk
of them
through
he
it,
is.
Rick. That's right. Don't wave your arms and kick and scream. Just walk through it, bro.
All right. Well, spring training has started. So anybody that's here for spring training that's driving around, be like, I thought it was nice here. I mean, just wait an hour. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, just give it till noon. It'll be sunny, and it'll be like 78 degrees.
Right.
And you'll be totally fine.
And by the way, thank you for coming here. We appreciate it. We love you.
Just stay off the
Don't
freeways.
let it go
in the
to your
mornings.
head, though.
It's off the freeways in the mornings
Okay,
if you're going
right,
to visit.
yeah.
And I think that, I mean, anytime I visit somewhere, I'm not going to get on the freeway at 7 in the morning. Why would I go out, drive on the freeway and add to rush hour traffic
Because
if I don't
it's
need
Arizona and it's beautiful.
Yeah, well,
it's
okay.
beautiful and you want to see it. You know what? This is great. Look at the cacti.
Walk around, take a side street. It's wonderful out here. Here's Torey Lovello yesterday because, Wolf, since the last time we talked to you, which really wasn't that long ago, Diamondbacks went out and got Paul Sewald. Here's Torey Lovello.
I know Paul's out there and available. I'm not sure. Nothing has come across my plate at this point, so I don't know that answer. But I know that Mike and company are always constantly looking to advance our team and make it better. So whatever that looks like, anything's possible.
I'm so happy to hear him say what he said to follow it up because I thought exactly when I was like, what? They asked him, hey, how do you feel about Paul Sewald actually being acquired? And he went with the, I was like,
because he hasn't officially been acquired yet.
Exactly. That wasn't a ringing endorsement, Torey. And then all of a sudden to see that he didn't know if, in fact, they actually had acquired him. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's true. If you just play that without the context of he hasn't officially been signed, it's like he sounded like, am I playing him at third?
Look,
like,
it's a Friday, okay? So let's go ahead and do this right now. We're gonna replay this base earnings. Let me set this up for you right now, though. Imagine if somebody said to Torey on this, Torey, what are your thoughts of acquiring Paul Sewald?
I know Paul's out there and
long pause.
I mean, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that, man. That's great.
So, do you guys remember when Corbin Carroll got his big extension a few years ago?
Yes.
So I happened to be out at it wasn't Salt River Fields. I was out at Tempe Diablo that day covering the game that they were playing, and it wasn't confirmed until like much well after the game. But I had to do the thing where I was like, "Hey, Torey, this Corbin Carroll extension, what do you think?" And he was like, "Well, I can't really comment on anything." So yeah, I've been in that spot. It's an awkward experience.
It is a weird spot for the manager because you're talking to a bunch of reporters that you talk to every day.
Yeah.
It's not like not that it would be that much easier if it was a bunch of strangers, but at least if it's a bunch of strangers, you could be like, yeah, I just had to pretend I don't know what's going on to a bunch of people I don't know, but I'll never see them again. But he's going to talk to them all again today when the Paul Sewald signing is official, But he can't really act like a player's on his team, even if he's going to be on his team, until he's officially on his team.
Yes.
So, but you're right. Just the first 3 seconds of that.
That was great.
If Paul was signed, he was signed back in November, and he's been on the team, and here we go. And hey, Paul, we're going to see his first spring training action today.
Yes.
Paul, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this is incredible right here. To me, interesting. They signed Nolan Arenado. Nolan Arenado is 34 years old, Basinonians. They also signed Carlos Santana. Okay, Carlos is 39 years old, as a matter of fact. And now Paul Sewald, who is 35 years old. Is this by accident, Basinonians? No. There's no accident here. I find it very intriguing as to why this leadership council has been brought into the clubhouse.
They have gone out and signed 3 of their oldest players this offseason.
Yeah.
It's not typically something you see a team do. So there's got to be a reason.
Luke, remember how many guys pointed to Paul Sewald when he first came out here and said, Paul Sewald, he did a lot more than actually close for the Diamondbacks. He was a guy that brought a lot of leadership to that clubhouse.
That was my first thought yesterday, actually, when this news came down. I wish we had audio of Rick reading the breaking news because he sounded like Torey. He was like, Paul Sewald But that was my first thought, and I actually even said it yesterday. I was all the way down to Alec Thomas. I remember we were asking players out there who are some of the leaders, and they were saying like, "Oh yeah, Christian Walker and Merrill Kelly," and different positions have different guys. Universally, they all said Paul Sewald.
Yes,
hitters were saying Paul Sewald.
Yes,
so. I don't hate the move. It is very low risk. You clearly wanted more leadership in your clubhouse. That was very clear before this move.
Oh, man.
But it is interesting because the Diamondbacks are in such a unique spot where it's like, if they might not make it out of the first month of the season because some of their main players are hurt and their schedule's brutal. But if they do, they are going to get better as the season goes probably, and then they could be dangerous. So with that wide of a range on the season, it's interesting to me they've brought in 3 of their oldest players intentionally.
Okay, so first of all, what does this tell you, Baysonians? Okay, what should this tell us? Number one, there was a leadership void in that clubhouse. They needed more leadership in that clubhouse. So what did they do? They went ahead and they addressed that issue. Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, I might add, address that situation. That's number
Freaky
one.
Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
They had an issue in that clubhouse, and they went out and they brought some dudes in where they're not going to have that issue going forward. Ron Wolfley's speculating, but you know what? I honestly think
this is all alleged.
No, it is alleged. Yet at the same, they're not going to have that issue. Can I also say this? It speaks to the importance of the intangible. I talk about this all the time. You know that I love this, Luke. This is the stuff that I love. It's not the physical. It's not the outside as much as it's what lies within. What lies within a player and what lies within a team collectively. This tells me, once again, they acknowledge the fact there was a leadership void, and there is not going to be a leadership void this year. There will not.
That's the part of this I like. Okay, so let me say the caveat for the person out there screaming at their radio, Paul Sewald's no good, or Carlos Santana's 39. Look, I don't know what production they're going to get from Sewald. I really don't. Who knows? I don't know what sort of production they're even going to get from Santana. I do feel like they're going to get production from Arenado, not like prime
I do expect
Arenado.
that. I'm right there with you on everything you just said. You're doing well, Luke. Keep doing it.
Well, we got 3.5 hours. But the part of this I do like is what you just said. We had leadership void. So we're not going to spend the offseason talking about how we had a leadership void and we're going to cross our fingers and hope that goes away. We're going to go out and we're going to go over the top with how many of these guys we bring in.
What are you going to do about it?
You know who did this recently? The Phoenix Suns.
Oh.
We're getting pushed around. We're going to bring in Dylan Brooks. This is not a thing anymore. We're not going to talk about how we're going to fix things. We are going to, if anything, overcorrect.
By the way, there's this dude out there who's waiting to break his nose so he can wear the mask. His name is Jordan Good. We're going to bring him in too, because you ever see this guy? He's going to go out there and give you everything he's got. Yes. They went out and they identified dudes and brought him in here.
The best thing about Jordan Goodwin is all these other teams could have had him. And we're just like, we're just going to let him go.
Right.
Like, the Lakers had him and let him go.
Thank you.
You tell me the Lakers could use Jordan Goodwin right now? All right, when we come back. Speaking of basketball, what are you looking forward to most when the Suns come out of the All-Star break? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If on a day-to-day basis, I'm saying, who are you watching every single day? Jordan Lawler's number one. It's not going to be Pavin. It's not going to be any of your studs. It's not going to be Perdomo or Cattell or Corbin Carroll.
He wasn't even playing last year. They like the backup catcher more. It's time. Be a great catcher.
I'll agree with you.
They made a big trade. Be a great catcher.
And he becomes even more important this year with the automated balls and strikes.
Right.
It's official this year.
It is.
And during spring training, Gabby Moreno was really good at that last year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at Waltz.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's Celebrity Game, and Suns star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest in Sunday's All-Star Game. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Shazam! Suns three-pointer with Wolf and Luke.
All right, today's Suns three-pointer as we head into the All-Star break, Wolf. 3 things you're most looking forward to or looking for or whatever in this final stretch run of the season. There's 1/3 of the season left, plus the postseason.
Okay, cool, man.
Ready?
Shall we?
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, let's go ahead. You first.
All right.
Whammo! Devin Booker in one.
All right, I'm going to start with something Dylan Brooks alluded to actually the other day after the loss to Oklahoma City. They've got this break here. It's been a grind. I know the Suns have had guys in and out of the lineup with injuries and whatnot, but they're not really a load management team. So they've been grinding, and they play a sort of a tougher brand of basketball because they have to. I want to see how they respond coming out of this break. You played Wednesday night. You're off until next Thursday, and you've lost 4 of your last 6. Like, this is a stretch now that's not really characteristic of this team this season. They still haven't dropped more than 2 in a row since all the way back pre-Halloween. But, they're winning 1, losing 2, winning 1, losing 2. So I want to see how they respond now in the stretch run.
Okay, that's good, Luke. Okay, Basinonians, my son's three-pointer has got to start with Jalen Green being healthy. That's what I am going to do. 3 things that I'm looking forward to most after the All-Star break is Jalen Green being healthy. You know what? This All-Star break is going to be kind of like a reset button for Jalen Green, isn't it? This is going to be, okay, we all understand what happened with the hamstring and everything else, and then it was the hip, and you've had all sorts of issues, and you really haven't been able to get out there and play many games or actually finish games. So we're just going to hit the reset button on this going into the second half of the season, even though we're well into the 50s in terms of games played. This is still a reset button for Jalen Green. I'm going to be looking at him getting healthy. And that's my first point of Suns three-pointer.
Fade back 14-footer is 2 points. Dynamite.
All right, my second point is Suns three-pointer. Let's see how this team looks when they're making a legitimate push for a top 6 seed. They're a game and a half back right now of Minnesota and the Lakers. If they get back to playing the way they were a few weeks ago, they'll pass one of those 2 teams, I think. But I want to see what this team looks like now in this stretch run in a league where, man, I don't know 4 or 5 teams are just blatantly tanking. In a league where you have another 4 or 5, maybe 6 teams that are really good to great, but they haven't totally turned it on yet every night. The Suns are going all out every night. So I want to see what this now looks like. 27 games to go as they try to make a push for number 6 when the Lakers and the Rockets and the Nuggets are presumably playing their best basketball. How do the Suns match up?
That's a good one, Luke. As you know about me, Basinonians, I like themes, especially for my Suns three-pointers. My second point of Suns three-pointers got to be Jalen Green playing with Devin Booker.
Yeah.
My first point was Jalen Green being healthy. My second point is Jalen Green playing with Devin Booker. We've got a star in the making in Jalen Green, of course, and a superstar in Devin Booker. That's what I'm calling him, one of the best basketball players in the basketball universe. Because of that, we still haven't seen a chemistry established between Jalen Green, a star, and Devin Booker, a superstar. That, to me, is something that is very, very important, something that has got to develop the rest of the way going into the postseason. They have to find a groove, and that's my second point of Suns three-pointer.
Three-pointer, Shazam!
That's just showing off right there.
Right.
Well, that's essentially my third point. Let's see what this team looks like healthy. I can talk about, how are they going to respond coming out of the break? I can talk about what Wolf just did that you only saw if you were on YouTube.
Hey, what up, YouTube?
Although, whatever sort of dance move that was, I think you could actually hear it on the radio.
It was really bad, and there's bad dancing that goes on when a man loves a woman. But what were you saying, Luke?
I have no idea.
Yes.
After that.
It was bad.
I can talk about how the Suns might respond coming out of the break, or, how they're going to play against the best teams and when these teams are also desperate. But the biggest thing, because we really haven't seen it this season, what do the Phoenix Suns look like Devin Booker and Jalen Green out there together every night.
There it is right there. Okay, that's a good point right there.
Might not have Dylan Brooks every night because he might be getting suspended every couple games, but you at least have those two.
Forgive me, Basinonians, but it is Friday before a 3-day weekend, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's why you dance.
Okay, my third point of Suns three-pointer has got to be the Suns being a better team with Jalen Green being healthy and playing with Devin Booker. Do you understand where I'm going on this?
You put three steps
Jalen Green
to this.
being healthy, Jalen Green playing with Devin Booker, and then the Suns being a better team with Jalen Green being healthy and playing with Devin Booker. This is very, very important. As a matter of fact, to me, it's going to determine whether or not, in a gross simplification of the truth, it is going to determine whether or not the Phoenix Suns actually get into the playoffs. Not the play-in, okay, Rick, to be clear. If they actually crack the top six in the Western Conference, it's going to be because Jalen Green and Devin Booker are healthy and playing well together. Ron Wolfley speculating on a 3-day weekend.
See the shots that I took,
wet like I'm booked.
While we were doing that, I'm pretty sure I solved the whole tanking issue in the NBA.
How did you solve it?
Whoever loses the most has to do the skeleton in the Olympics.
Well, we could just combine. We could do that right there. If you're going to have an apron and you're going to punish teams for trying to win, why don't you have one for punishing teams to try to lose?
Yeah.
Hey, you
try to lose.
If you win less than 20 games, you're paying an additional tax, and you're paying more for each game under 20 games that you don't win. There's a better way to explain that.
That's
so I guess
soft, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
It is soft.
You're looking at a league where it's like, Utah's actively tanking and admitting it. Maybe we'll find them a little bit and tell them to stop. I mean, you've been telling them and other teams to stop for 5-6 years. It's not working. But you punish teams that are trying to spend money.
Yeah, maybe we should just make them wear an apron.
While they play?
Legitimately. Wear it.
There was a year this came up in the NHL when Connor McDavid was about to get drafted.
Here, butter. Here's an apron.
Here's an apron with just
Can
a
they do
stick
the
of butter
chef's
on the
hat
front.
too?
Right. Just go ahead, butter.
Well, I had
Put it on.
There was a Shane Doan solution in hockey that they could use in basketball.
Okay.
But instead, what they're going to do is just pretend that 5 teams aren't actively tanking.
Okay, great.
That's a great product, NBA. Way to go, guys. Way to go. There's like
nice.
20 teams I like to watch. There's 5 teams that are just throwing games, and then another 5 or 6 teams that they're going to turn it on now. But you could. I think you honestly could fix it. You actually have to punish teams, though, for doing this.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just maybe an apron with some butter on the front.
Just saying.
Something. Something humiliating.
Make it part of the jersey.
All right, when we come back, maybe get a sponsorship, too, so Adam Silver's happy. When we come back, Corbin Carroll has a history of being a pretty quick healer when he's injured. Will that get him back in time for opening day? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Soft.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, man. If you're in the market for a brand new Ford, whether it's a Ford F-150, maybe a Ford Expedition or a Mustang, you got to go to Santan Fords, man. I've been telling you about their big President's Day sales event that is going on at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. But this weekend, man, there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. That's right, Basinonians. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval for everybody that walks in. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's happening Friday. That is today, Basinonians. February 13th through Monday, February 16th. It's all at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Now is the time to do it. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com. A few restrictions apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. Chris, tell us more about the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids.
Well, you're right. It's the greatest way I think we can kick off a 75th anniversary milestone, 1951 to 2026. And this one's all about the kids, all about Boys and Girls Club of the Valley. Athletics and getting kids involved with sports can be a costly venture. And we want to supply equipment to these kids and these families at the Boys and Girls Club so families don't have to worry about that. We're looking for people to donate gently used or even new equipment at any one of our 17 locations valley-wide. I mean, whether you're in the East Valley, West Valley, North or South, you're never more than 5-10 minutes away from an Earnhardt Auto Center. We want this to be convenient and take in things that we'll turn around and give to the Boys and Girls Club and help them out with their projects.
It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. Like Chris said, you can donate at any of the 17 Earnhardt Auto Centers locations or text GEAR to 620-620 to donate online.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
You know, we just came up with a good topic. Wolf's like, we should talk about that after the 3-day week.
That's right, Mason. Did you know that? Monday is President's Day. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Isn't that the day that, like, all the, like, furniture stores are like, hey,
My
celebrate George Washington
sources.
by buying a couch?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sales that go on in President's
Yeah,
Day.
at my second job, there's a sale.
Oh, there you go. See, that's what I'm talking
it's
about.
retail.
Rick, that was the thinnest level of context I've ever heard added to anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sale.
I mean, I'm not going to reveal where I work.
Okay. Well, that would be payola, would it not?
It would
Probably,
be
yeah.
It would be
kinda
Rick.
that would
It would be some sort of Ola.
Rick, as a guy that loves you, I am going to ask you to make sure you never say that on the air because I'm just telling you, it is payola.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's talk some D-backs.
All right, here we go.
Corbin Carroll spoke yesterday, Wolf. You didn't get to hear this, or maybe you heard it, but you didn't get to react to it. So I'm going to play some of these for you and the listening audience right now because we don't have to speculate about what happened to Corbin Carroll. We can just hear Corbin Carroll tell us. He talked about the swing that he got injured on.
Took a swing, didn't feel good, and then, just kind of moved my hand around, felt something wiggling around in there, and figured probably should get it checked out.
Did you know right away that something was broken?
I'd say, pretty quickly after the initial assessment.
No. Oh. You know, to me, I thought he hit the ground, fouled it off, hit the ground, and the ball came back and hit him in the back of the hand. That was not the case, correct? He was just swinging.
Why? Somebody said it was off a foul ball, though.
Yeah,
it's
but
very.
Right,
yeah,
I
so
know, but it's just I thought he was just swinging, and that is really something that blew my mind right there. Ron Wolfley reporting, but can I just say right now, Corbin Carroll, to me, is a guy that is growing and developing. And I think he's moving very slowly in regard to actually being a leader inside that clubhouse and accepting that responsibility. He's always been a guy about doing. At some point in time, Corbin has also got to lead, not just by example, but lead inside that clubhouse and to be able to say, this guy is one of the best baseball players in the universe. Him developing is going to help him get to his ceiling, in my opinion.
Well, it puts in the work more than anybody, and we've been hearing that, and we've seen it. We were out there last year earlier than this in spring training, remember? We were out there the first day pitchers and catchers reported. We were doing the show, and it's like, oh, here comes all the pitchers and catchers, and they're kind of unpacking, and they're getting ready, and then you see the dude running cones literally around us while we were doing the show, and it's Corbin Carroll, and they're like, oh, yeah, Corbin's been here for a long time. He's just nonstop.
Sometimes you have to say, though, as well, sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to square up a brother, right? Isn't that right, my friends? Sometimes you got to square up a dude that you know, that you love, and say, what are you doing? Sometimes you got to be that guy. This is where Corbin Carroll can grow the most.
Well, it sounds like Cattell was there early this year. Perdomo, I mean, that's not a shock. And maybe it's not a shock for Cattell either, but the way the narrative has been around him, I think that's probably a good thing that he got there early.
You know, we were talking about it. Nolan Arenado, of course, and Carlos Santana. I can't even say it. You know, every time I say it, I think, here we go. We're going to play it.
We need like a variety of opening Santana
Paul
riffs.
Sewald, bringing in these older guys. I'm just wondering if this also is going to have a solid impact, a good impact on Corbin Carroll. I would imagine it would.
Well, we're going to talk about another vet that's available later in the show in baseball.
Yeah.
And I would assume, based on what Mike Hazen has told you and I in the past, you want to make sure you bring in the right vets around your young players.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So I don't think he's just randomly, hey, that guy's he's been in the league for a while, just bring him in. Like
That's right.
He didn't have to vet Paul Sewald. Sewald was already here. But, you know, I'm sure he did his very due diligence on Nolan Arenado and Carlos Santana. Probably didn't have to look too far for good information on those guys. But still, if you're putting them around your young core, because this team does still have a young core led by Corbin Carroll. All right, more from Corbin Carroll. He was asked about pain management and being able to throw.
Yeah, I mean, there's, very minimal pain. Just going to try and do what I can to stay in shape and I think the biggest thing will be getting back swinging.
This is the one guy. If there was one guy that you know, oh my goodness, okay. It's good to hear that he broke his hand and it wasn't his throwing hand. Would you agree with that? It was good to actually hear it wasn't his throwing hand because you would expect him to recover and be able to recover quicker, sooner, of course. And yet at the same time, if there's ever one guy you know who's going to do everything that he possibly can to stay in shape and to go about his business and to heal his hand.
I feel like he's like on the treadmill during these interviews.
Exactly. I feel like it would be Corbin Carroll. Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about it at all.
I'm not. The only thing I'm concerned about, we had Tim Kirkjian on yesterday, and maybe concerned isn't the right word, but just like I'm not going to ignore this part of it. He was like, okay, you don't want to mess with a hitter's hands. That's the one thing. You know, do I think Corbin Carroll will be back faster than Jackson Holliday and Francisco Lindor? I mean, I don't know how well those guys heal, but I think Corbin Carroll's going to be probably back on the faster side of this timeline. It's supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks. I know you can't sit here on February 13th and be like, he'll definitely be back on opening day. But to your point, the dude puts in the work. He is a fast healer. He's been injured before. He comes back.
Yes.
I don't necessarily think that it's going to like drain his power. I know there was that the post from Jeff Passan the other day of sometimes these guys, the timeline for coming back from a hamate injury is pretty quick. It's 4 to 6 weeks. It's pretty, I shouldn't say quick, but it's pretty consistent. But the power doesn't always come back quickly. I do think Corbin Carroll's different, but I don't want my best hitters' hands getting messed with before the season.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I'm not going to put that in the positive category.
No.
That, Corbin Carroll broke his hand. That's good. No, I'm not going to do that. But at the same time.
Even on a Friday before a 3-day weekend?
At the same time, base earnings, I'm not going to run either. I'm not going to do that. Run! Don't. Everyone remain calm, please. He's going to be okay.
Here is more from Corbin Carroll on what he's able to do with the injury.
I mean, anything, using this hand, just got to stay away from that for a little while. But try and find some workarounds, some modifications, and do what we can in the weight room, in the training room, and yeah.
Look, you don't want anybody to get hurt, and you don't want your best player to get hurt, obviously. But just based on the person that I've sort of gathered that Corbin Carroll is, the trainers must have been like, that's who's hurt. He's going to be in here every day asking if he's good to go. If there's he just said right there, maybe a modification or something like.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure you're the same way, Wolf. Anytime I've ever been hurt, I'm like, it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, been 10 minutes. Are we good now? Corbin Carroll feels like he's that to the extreme.
Yeah.
And those trainers must have been like, oh no, who got hurt? It's Corbin. Corbin Carroll?
Yes.
He's going to be in here every 10 minutes asking us to speed things up.
He's that guy, isn't he?
Yes.
Or at least it feels like he's that guy. It's kind of like you, Luke, walking around with your back.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, and I'm sure HIPAA doesn't want me to say this live on the air. And at the same time, Luke is walking around. He's got some back issue or something like that. He can't walk.
That's great.
It's kind of painful. Is it not painful? Would you say it's painful?
Of all the injuries I've ever had from playing hockey and other things, I would say it's not my favorite.
Okay,
Let's put it that
so
way.
YouTube right now, I want you to know Luke is just walking through it and has been walking through it for like weeks. So right now, you know what? Honestly, a round of applause, Command and Control, for Luke, who's actually walking through it. We talk about that all the time. You don't want to base it on adversity comes your way. Don't throw your hands up and scream and make all this. No, dude, walk through it. And that's what Luke is doing, YouTube. Just so you know, okay? So when you look at him, he looks really calm on the outside, yet there's a little bead of sweat going down his forehead. And the reason why is because he's hurting
I would
badly.
say this hasn't been my favorite cup. You can probably see it on YouTube, honestly, if you're watching on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying. He's got a frown on his face.
Well, I'll tell you what, Corbin Carroll is hopeful to be back by opening day, so that seems like a good goal for everybody, huh? Everybody just be good by opening day.
Yeah, just walk through it, Luke.
When we come back, we're going to make Tyler Drake walk through it when he walks through that studio door. What does he make of the Cardinals keeping Nick Rallis and Justin Fry on the coaching staff? Our own Arizona Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
TD.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
If you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5555 5231. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Suns star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more all in stock at the Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Friday for 3-day weekends, which is why Wolf is looking at the YouTube camera so happily.
It's amazing right now, too, man. Just sort of these guys on these snowboards.
This is it. This is Snowboard Cross. This is the best.
It is, yeah.
This is the
Very
best.
cool.
Like,
What channel?
I don't know.
Because what I'm watching is a pre-game show of some sort in here.
Well, you're watching the wrong channel then. Snowboard Cross is the best. Of all the, like, the smaller Olympic events, like not hockey or whatever, like the ones that are, This is the best one because it's a 4 of them just racing down the hill at the same time. It's fantastic. What's going on, Tyler?
What's up, guys?
We brought you in here, Tyler Drake, Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter, to talk about snowboard cross.
Well, here's the other thing too. There was what's the race where they're on the skis and then they have to shoot stuff. That's another one that's up there. Let's see more of that.
Is that biathlon?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Well, did you see Skeleton? They were the head first luge.
Oh,
They
yeah.
had that on earlier. Those people are interesting.
Nothing beats curling though.
This is the opposite end of the excitement. Like if you're a thrill seeker and you're like, I don't know, should I do curling or skeleton? I don't know. It feels like maybe one's better for you than the other. All right, Tyler, how about the news today? I know the Cardinals haven't officially said this yet, but the news sounds like Nick Rallis, and I'm going to separate him. I know Justin Fry is supposed to add Matt Schaub, all these guys. Rallis in particular coming back. Surprised by this?
I'm a little bit, but honestly, I think with the little amount that we heard about him through this coaching cycle, it was always in the cards that, hey, they might look at him again, whoever comes in and gets this head coaching job. They might look at him in-house and maybe consider bringing him back. It's a lot of people wanted experience, and here's the thing. He does have experience now.
He does.
He's got 3 years. It's just what did you do in those 3 years? I mean, last year was rough. It's not completely all on him, but when you look at what that unit did, I think they were 4th or 5th most points allowed, 6th or 7th most yards allowed. You have got to remedy that. And I think the one thing I like about it is that there's continuity there with a guy like Josh Sweat, who I think came over because of Jonathan Gannon, because of Nick Rallis, because of that familiarity. So you keep him happy, you keep him aboard, but I do have a lot of questions. And how do you take the next step forward after this 3-year run that really didn't show much?
Yeah, for me, once again, one of the big things that is happening in the National Football League, it's simulated pressures. Simulated pressure is something that you're trying to obviously confuse the protection schemes and the blocking schemes of the offense. And I think that he's really, really good in that regard. To me, he was trying to do too much last year. I think he knew he was up against it. Yeah. He was losing all these players, especially Mack Wilson Sr. Yep. That, to me, is a huge loss that we don't talk about enough, starting with me. But
0-9 after he got hurt.
Exactly.
I mean, and then you throw in Garrett Williams, you throw in some of these other mainstay guys for this defense.
He was trying to do a little too much, I think, and I knew he was trying to actually do something that was going to confuse protection schemes, and I think it confused them.
Tyler, we're talking to Tyler Drake. My only holdup with this move is it's not really about Nick Rallis. If you told me they went out and just signed Nick Rallis, I'd be like, yeah, I like this guy. I was all in before this season. Now, as you just detailed, this past season wasn't good, but there were different layers to it. And if you're using that as an excuse, nobody wants to hear it. But you're past excuse time now. It's the offseason. You actually have to evaluate, and you have to look and say the defense was decent the first few weeks. Then guys got hurt, and it got much worse. That doesn't let him off the hook. But I guess my only holdup now is, do we know how Mike LaFleur feels about this? Because the part of the optics I don't like is it feels like, okay, Mike, you're the new head coach, but you're a new guy. And since you're a new guy, we'll put together your staff for you. We already have Nick Rallis, and he's just going to stay. Because we saw that with Cliff, and that it just doesn't work. And it actually didn't even work that badly with Cliff. Vance Joseph was okay, but it's just that's not typically how these things are built.
Yeah, and same thing with a guy like Jeff Rogers when he was with Cliff early on. I thought he was a good kind of experienced guy to help him kind of rein some things in. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting because then you look at the reports of saying that they were going after a couple other guys, and then they came back around and got to Rallis. So, I mean, what side are you thinking there? Is it people turning down the job? Is it you didn't like what you heard? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could spin that. It's going to be very interesting, though. Like I said, how is he going to take that next step as a DC? That's going to be the biggest thing because we've got a 3-year sample size, and it wasn't good enough. Obviously, his head coach got fired. Interesting enough, I thought maybe he would go with JG to Green Bay in some capacity. It is interesting to see that he's going to stick around. It's just very much as who else are you bringing in, because you also have to think Calais Campbell might not be on this team next year.
Yeah.
There's a huge loss there on the defensive side that you've got to replenish. Walter Nolan III might not be ready to go at the start of the year. Huge loss there. Garrett Williams, another guy. It's going to take a lot. And yes, the injury excuse you can't continue to have, but I think it's still going to be there a little bit when we start the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also got a little bit to do when Mike LaFleur was actually hired as well. A lot of these stabs are being put together and have been being put together, and it's one of the reasons why you want to hire a coach as soon as you possibly can. Once you know, you've got to know though. That's the issue. You've got to know what you're doing, and yes.
I think the division has a part of that too. I think when you look at the heavy hitters you have in the NFC West. I hate to say it, but do you want to hitch your wagon to a team that's probably going to be 3rd, 4th place again this next year? And maybe further down the line. Like, that's the other thing you have to consider. And especially when you're going up against these offensive gurus really across the board. I mean, I know Seattle's got to find a new guy, but you look at what McVay's done. You look at what Shanahan's done. Like, that is a piece to this that I think other guys have to take in consideration if you want to go get this job.
I think, though, to remain as defensive coordinator in Nick Rallis' situation, I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that he's aware of these teams and knows these teams intimately.
Continuity,
and not only that, too, Mike LaFleur being the offensive guy, they're going to have a lot of different conversations.
Yeah.
They're going to have a lot of different conversations that JG and Nick Rallis typically would not have.
Yeah. What do you think this says about, and I think you maybe already actually kind of alluded to it, Tyler, what it says about how they feel about the talent on defense? Because to me, this move looks like we have most of, let's say, the pieces on defense. They were just hurt, but Nick already knows how to work with them.
Yeah, and I like the continuity side of it. Is obviously, yes, there's a lot of people that, I've sent out a little message on Twitter today, and a lot of people are not giving me a very glowing response back, but you look at the continuity of it, and like I mentioned with Josh Sweat and some of these other guys, Mac Wilson, he was quickly tweeted something out about running it back and getting after it, unfinished business. So you love to see that part of it. Guys already know what he's bringing to the table. You just have to take that next step as a coach. You got to make sure you're really getting after it with Mike LaFleur. I really hope that he is going to really test him on the practice field. I know talking to Zayvon Collins during the Pro-Am for WM Phoenix Open, he talked about how much that could help the defense of just having an offensive guru really getting after them in practice and how much better they could be game time because of that. So I am very interested to see not only how they go about it, but how they structure practices moving forward, because I think that is a little piece that might go under the curtain for a little bit.
It's just amazing to me that fans will turn on coaches as quickly as they do because, all of a sudden, because things fall apart.
Yeah.
When it's players. It's stunning to me, even now, even after all these years, how quickly they will turn. Think of Nick Rallis going into last season.
Yeah. Head coach candidate.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Nick Rallis.
They're going to lose him.
And it wasn't being reported here locally. It was being reported nationally. Yeah. Nick Rallis. And now, all of a sudden, because, hey, you know what? Players make plays. Well, players couldn't make plays and couldn't actually execute his defense for the most part because he was trying to run schemes out there, just doing anything, throwing anything against the wall, trying to find something that was going to stick with all the different pieces he had. It's incredible to me the way that fans will just blatantly turn on a guy in a year and say he can't coach. He's an awful coach. Oh, my goodness. What are you doing?
But you got to answer it. I mean, that's sort of what you're saying, Tyler. Like, if he goes out there and the defense is good. I had very high hopes for this defense before this past season. I didn't necessarily have high hopes for the Cardinals making the playoffs, but I had very high hopes for the defense, and I was definitely let down. But if he goes out there and the defense is good next year, and it really was 2 years ago, all things considered, people will forget. They're not going to.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. Appreciate this. I did not think we'd be talking about Nick Rallis today.
No,
here we are.
I didn't either. But I kept saying, every week that passed, I kept saying, Nick Rallis is still out there.
Yeah,
Nobody's talking about him.
Yeah, it was
good thing we didn't bring up Drew Petzing. Oh, my goodness. He stinks. He's an awful. He doesn't know what he's doing. Dan Campbell and the Lions. Hire him.
And he raved about him already.
Unbelievable.
Dan Campbell does like to rave. That's a good way to describe how he talks.
Raver.
He never just casually mentions something. All right, Tyler, thank you.
No problem, guys.
See what you've done? As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball games February 17th against Texas Tech, February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. When we come back, how much can the Phoenix Suns count on Dylan Brooks down the stretch? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Sononians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see, brothers? I bet all of us, we got a different goal, right? Of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that is going to meet your goals, Basinonians. The simple truth is that there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle throughout the next stage of life. Of course, Trajan Wealth can build strategy based on realistic options that are going to align your goals and circumstances. One of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the three-point contest help Devin Booker become more efficient from 3 in the second half of the season? We'll discuss it at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to New River. What's up, New River?
Yeah, New River.
One of Wolf's favorites.
Yeah, that's right. New River.
All right, Wolf. You weren't in here yesterday, so we didn't get to talk to you about this. This is a story that was inevitable. We could have talked about this on Wednesday because you knew it was coming at some point.
Yep.
Dylan Brooks, 16 technical fouls. They are not rescinding this one. He is being suspended for the game next Thursday. First game out of the All-Star break. Okay, here we go. Suns looking to make a run. They won't have Dylan Brooks because he has 16 technical fouls. Technically has 18 or 19 rather, but 3 of them have been rescinded. We can debate how many of these are legit or not, but the bigger issue is every other technical foul now he gets suspended again for the rest of the season.
Man, you know what? We knew we were going to be here. We knew at some point in time we were going to get here. There's no doubt about that, and here we are right now, and it sucks buttermilk, does it not, Basinonians? It does. Listen, players have got to monitor themselves. Coaches can't do it. General managers can't do it. Owners can't do it. Alignment means nothing. You can't. Players have got to monitor and manipulate their venues. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was being intense. It got me jacked up, and all of a sudden, da 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 da. Okay, only players can monitor and manipulate their behavior.
Yeah,
play hard. Stop talking. Honestly, I think you can go out and play hard and be Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is going to go out there and mad dog, and I'm going to play and I'm going to fight you every way, up and down the court, offensively, defense. I'm going to fight you the whole way, and then stop talking. You can control that, and Dylan Brooks needs to control that and think about his team.
Yeah, I mean, when we were having this conversation a month and a half ago, and people were like, you don't want to change Dylan Brooks. What are you, crazy? Well, no, I don't want to change Dylan Brooks.
No.
I don't want him to change how he plays basketball at all, and I understand that means he's going to get some technical fouls, and he's going to get some flagrant fouls, and that's the cost of him being Dylan Brooks, and I am 100% on board because what he brings to the table has changed the Suns for the better this year.
Amen.
I do not want him to change how he plays. But if you look at, he's got 4 flagrants this year. That's the most of any year in his career. He's got 16 techs that have stuck this year. That's 2 off his career high of 18. He's getting a lot of them this year.
Yeah.
Now, do I think some of this is on the officials? I do, but it doesn't matter. Because, and you and I were talking about this before the show, Wolf, you can trim some of these down by not arguing. You can get rid of some of these technical fouls.
Stop talking.
Yes. You can get rid of some of them by not talking to the officials. Now, if Dylan Brooks were here, he'd be like, dude, they are painting me into it. They're baiting me.
Hey.
Doesn't matter. I actually I would agree with him, but it doesn't matter because they're not suffering any consequences. Only he is, and now the Suns.
Okay, Basinonians, when you have 3 or 4 fouls starting the second half, you better be cognizant of that when you're playing, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, the coach is going to expect that out of his play. Hey, you got 4, remember now.
Or they won't play you as much.
I'm just saying, you have got to be cognizant of what it is you're doing. The fact that you do have 3 or 4 fouls, you better be aware of that. And you're going to adjust how you play. Well, if you're in danger of missing games, stop talking to the referees in a disrespectful way. Stop doing it.
Even if you're right. Even if you, I mean, I know he feels he's right. I think a lot of us watching in some of these are like, man, it does feel like they're just trying to egg him on because he's Dylan Brooks. But even if you're right in what you're feeling, you got to dial it back now because it's only hurting you and the Suns. It's not hurting the officials. I'm not even sure these NBA officials ever even get reviewed.
I love Dylan Brooks. You know that I have totally turned about on Dylan Brooks. I was wrong, Basinonians, about Dylan Brooks. How many times have I said this? I like saying it. It's kind of, it feels cleansing to actually say I was wrong. I enjoy it. But Dylan Brooks has got to control his behavior. You know, there are so many things you cannot control, Basinonians. So many things in life you can't control. Controlling your behavior is not one of those things. You can control yourself. I know you can do this. You know why, Luke? You know why I know this? Lord God, thank you for allowing me to play in the NFL for 10 years because I know it was all from you. But having said that, can I tell you right now, my superpower when I played was desperation. I could generate a desperation level where I was literally fighting for my life, and that's what I felt. Every time I stepped in between the white lines, it was fighting for my family. It was fighting for the right to be there. It was fighting constantly. My intensity level was through the roof. And yet at the same time, I got one 15-yard penalty in my entire career.
That's crazy.
One, okay?
That's
where
crazy,
I lost my mind on the football field. And would you say football's a very physical, in-your-face kind of game? Even more so, dare I say, than the NBA. Yes. I know that you can control your behavior. I know that you can do it. Because I had to do it. And I know Dylan Brooks can do it. He's got to think about his team and the fact that he's literally hurting his team.
The other part of this with Dylan Brooks, I mean, you look at some of these guys that will rack up technicals or they'll get thrown out of games. Like Patrick Beverly. I just think Patrick Beverly is just kind of out of control all the time. I don't really look at Dylan Brooks as out of control. I feel like he knows what's like. Not that it's premeditated, but I don't even know what the right. He's very conscious of everything that's going on. You know what I mean? I don't feel like he just starts seeing red and he's just losing his mind out there. And I didn't realize I got a couple technicals. Like he is very calculated. He's very intentional about what he does.
Agreed.
Which leads me to believe he's somebody that can toe the line better than almost anybody.
Come on. He's got to be capable of doing it. Knowing that, hey, Dylan, you know what? You get tossed from a game, that's really hurting.
Well,
that's really hurting your team.
Yeah.
You get suspended from a game, that's really hurting your team.
And look, we all knew he was probably going to get 16 at some point this year and get suspended for one game, okay? I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but when the season started, and even when things were going great with Dylan Brooks, they've been going great pretty much all year, but even within the first week or two, it's like, okay, we're going to lose this guy to a suspension for a game at some point this year. But the problem is it's happened so quickly that they have 27 games left, Wolf, and the rate he's been going lately, he's been getting like a technical every game or every other game or 2 every 3 games, which if he keeps that pace up, he's going to get suspended like 7 or 8 more times this season.
You know what would be so cool is for Dylan Brooks, a guy that competes at an incredible level, a guy that I love watching play because of his intensity. If he will now learn to discipline himself, self-control is something that you need as a professional athlete. Help your team and acquire some discipline and self-control. He can do it. I know he can.
And as we've seen from the NBA, they're much more likely to punish a guy for playing too hard than just for blatantly tanking. So, unfortunately for Dylan Brooks, he's in the plays too hard category instead of just sitting his best players in the fourth quarter of a game. When we come back, the 2027 quarterback class just got even stronger. So what does that mean for the Cardinals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Outfielder Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone during a live batting practice session and will miss significant time this spring.
Oh, no. So he took a pitch off the back of his hand is what he did.
Super. If it wasn't for bad news on the injury front for the Diamondbacks, we'd
We
have no
haven't
news
even
at all.
officially started spring training yet.
Yeah, he's an outfielder. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday.
Yeah. Darn it, Corbin, why is your work ethic so great? You shouldn't even be here today.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, now is the time to start building your defense against the sun. That's right, your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts. Smart homeowners are getting free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio because of other areas as well, their back patio, the front patio, whatever it might be. Because if you wait too long, you know what? You're only going to suffer more and more every day with the sun. Their shades are custom fit, so the earlier that they can actually come over and measure, the sooner your home is going to be protected. Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Sun star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
In 40 days, He'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Now the Kyler talk out there is that he wants to go to Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah.
I miss that, man.
It's just kind of been floating around. I think Dolph Kleiman had something on that earlier today, too. That's been out there. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Kyler's not a free agent, but it makes sense. I mean, if I was a quarterback and I was switching teams, I wouldn't mind going to the team where I was throwing to Justin Jefferson. That seems like a pretty good place to land. But this conversation is not really about Kyler. I mean, I guess everything is peripherally about Kyler. But, Wolf, did you see that Trinidad Chambliss got granted the right to return to college football for another year?
I did, as a matter of fact. Your thoughts on that, Luke?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know that he would have been the right fit for the Cardinals just because it feels like the Cardinals are going to want a very tall quarterback after the last few. But I mean, I told you this during the season. I don't know why I ended up seeing so much Ole Miss football. To me, he was the best quarterback in college football last year other than Mendoza.
Yeah.
I mean, just from when he took over for Simmons at Ole Miss, who was, by the way, really good, and Chambliss just came in because of injury, and he was so good they could never bench him. But I don't know how that translates to the NFL. You know what I mean? But as far as like a quarterback that was on the field doing amazing things and clearly has the clutch gene, that would have been an interesting player to have in this year's draft class instead of just throwing it in 2027 when all the quarterbacks are going to be available.
Well, for me, Luke, I really, really like Trinidad Chambliss. I do. I like him and think he could be a Jackson Dart, if you will, that type of quarterback going forward. And I know that Jackson Dart is still a question mark, and he's got a lot to do. But, boy, he's flashed a little bit. There's no doubt about that. I think Chambliss could be the same type of player. Having said that, I marvel at the decision. I marvel at the fact we've got a guy who wants to come back for a 6th year, correct?
Yeah.
In college football.
I mean, a lot of them were at Ferris State, but yeah.
Yeah, well, still, of course. It doesn't matter. I mean, we're talking about 6 years of playing college football.
Yeah.
And, you know, it speaks to the NIL. It does. The fact that these guys are making money right now for the most part. And, you know, it's not something that you're going to be set for life, maybe I say, because some guys are getting paid some serious money that they could go ahead and put it away and invest it wisely. Isn't that right, Mama? Invest it wisely, and then they could be set up. But, you know, it's a situation right now where I think they're comfortable with college and making some money. And, hey, by the way, I'm going to take one more year and try to get better and then maybe improve my draft standing with the NFL.
I all the respect in the world for guys that do this, especially because, I mean, the other part that you do have to factor in is the injury risk. You're playing football, you might get hurt, you know, and then your draft stock might go down. But I have all the respect in the world for guys who aren't just like, oh, I'm going to go to the NFL and get all the money right now. I have to. I'm a little surprised in this case because him and Dante Moore, right? So Dante Moore was the clear-cut number 2. Like, he was going to be the second quarterback off the board. I don't know if Chambliss would have been, but if you told me the Cardinals were going to pick in the second round, let's say, and they had the option between Chambliss and Ty Simpson, based on what I saw, I'd rather have Trinidad Chambliss. And I'm guessing a lot of people, even if it's not everybody, even if it's just 50-50, enough people out there would have thought that where he probably could have been a first-round pick. But he opts to go back. And Moore, especially, like, he knew he was going to be a top 3 pick for sure.
Yeah, you know, Rick, you had a lot of good thoughts on this, I thought, before in the prehab, as a matter of fact. Rick actually was speaking up and was passionate about this. Your thoughts on this, Rick?
Yeah, you know, I think the decision by the judge was controversial, but what I like about this is that Trinidad Chambliss has recognized that he needs more college football experience. He has admitted that publicly, and he is going back to school instead of doing what Ty Simpson's doing, or a lot of players that we've seen in the past, Anthony Richardson, who probably should have come back to school. He's staying in school and is going to play more college football, going to develop more, because you look at the guys having success right away in the NFL, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix. They played a ton of college football, and he only has that 1 year of not even a full season of Division I college football experience. So it's nice to see somebody just be humble and say, I've got to get better, so I'm going to go back to school.
So much of the
Especially
time,
in this class, because he would get paid right away in this class.
Yes, and not only that, but you already brought it up, the injury question. You've got to be worried about that, and the fact that you might go out there and you might get injured. And if you get injured, man, now all of a sudden that second or third round you might have been drafted in. No.
Well,
you might have to, be a 6th round pick or a 7th round pick. So there is risk that is involved. There's no denying that. But I think it is kind of refreshing, and also I think it speaks to the NIL and the fact that you can still make money right now in college. But it is something that I think is different, and I like that.
I have, like I said, all the respect in the world for it. The injury thing is something you gotta be aware of. It's also just look at the class he's going into next year. And I say this is one of those things that you need to take with a grain of salt in 2026, because the college football landscape changes so much around these quarterbacks, and they switch teams in some cases. And just so it's tough to see guys just consistently get better each year. Look at all the quarterbacks that were supposed to be good in this draft class that's coming up in April before this past college football season, and now it's like, yeah, maybe I take him in the 3rd round. But with all that said, Chambliss is pushing this back to 2027 and joining presumably a class where there's Arch Manning, where there's Dante Moore, Brendan Sorsby at Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just starting Sam Levitt if Lane Kiffin doesn't talk him into doing something else. So yeah, it's just there's going to be other guys that emerge. Like that's the other part of this. Like Dante Moore wasn't a huge name a year ago, but if he was available in the draft right now, he'd probably be going 2nd to the Jets. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe Chambliss is like, I don't want to play for the Jets either. I'll just go back into this draft.
Yeah, that would be brutal. Can you imagine? But once again, I think you're right on this. I don't think Cardinal fans would be so jacked up on Chambliss, and I think it's because he is 6'1".
Yeah.
And they don't want 6'1".
But I think he's going to be good if he ends up in the right spot.
I think he is as well. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. Again, I liken him to Jackson Dart, and look at him and think there's a real comparison right there physically, I think, for the most part, the skill set.
I don't think 6'1" is the same as 5. I mean, it's obviously not the same as 5'10". I think 6'1" you can do more in the NFL. Like Caleb Williams, 6'1" and 1/8 at the combine.
Yeah, but Caleb Williams is definitely taller than Trinidad Chambliss.
Yes.
I mean, it's I don't know. We'll see. We joke about this. How much of this really is these guys are just like, I don't want to go to the Jets right now. I can get paid in college, and I can come back a year from now and probably risk getting drafted by the Jets again, but at least there'll be more quarterbacks in the class. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. All right, we come back to baseball. We're 1 week away from the start of spring training.
Yeah.
Can anybody beat the Dodgers? I asked somebody who knows these things this question yesterday, and his answer didn't fill me with a lot of confidence, but I'm going to let you hear it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Jewelry Graham.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. First spring training game for the Diamondbacks 1 week from today.
Wow, how about that, man? Here we go.
Finally.
Jack you up!
I say finally, like football season. I mean, football season just ended, 4 or 5 days ago? So it's not like we've been waiting that long. But
yeah,
the second football, like that gap where football season ends and then the NBA does their All-Star break and baseball's not here yet. That's asking a lot of all of us, although at least we have the Winter Olympics right now. We had Tim Kirkjian on yesterday, Wolf, and one of the questions, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. One of the questions I asked him is if there are any teams out there, despite all the money the Dodgers have spent, that he sees that could maybe beat the Dodgers this year. Because if you think back to last year, as great as Shohei's season was, as great as the Dodgers were, they probably should have lost the World Series 4 different times. I mean, once you get into the playoffs and the postseason, it's about execution, and Toronto had them beat a few times. Anyway, his answer didn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, this is baseball. Anything is possible. This is not, this is not Jordan's Bulls. This is not, the Kings. I mean, this is not the Warriors with Steph and Katie and Clay who touching the ball in every possession. Anything is possible, but the warning is that the Dodgers won the World Series 2 years ago without a starting rotation. And then they won the World Series last year really without a bullpen. And now they have fortified their bullpen with Edwin Diaz. Their rotation is absolutely loaded. They signed the best free agent all-round player out there in Kyle Tucker. So their offense should be great. I mean, to me, they are the team to beat for sure in the National League. But as we saw last year, Toronto, with the way they play the game, great defense, put the ball in play, all that, push the action, anyone's beatable in baseball. But this might be the best Dodger team that we've seen during this 6-year run that has been stunningly good.
What's your point, Timmy?
Awesome.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean,
it is so
right.
brutal listening to him.
But I thought he was going to really where I thought he was going to take it. It's like, well, you can never count out Philadelphia. Look what they're doing. Maybe Toronto will be back there. Seattle's done some good things. Instead, he was like, well, actually, they're better now than they used to be. And not just they went out and threw $250 million at Kyle Tucker. He's right about the other parts, which are the scary part. They didn't really have a great rotation a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Now they have a 6-man rotation if they want it. They didn't really have much of a bullpen last year.
Yeah.
They've got like 8 closers now.
They've only gotten better. It's awful. It really is. First of all, can I just say this too? There were 4 teams that had a better record than the Dodgers last year. Better regular season record.
Yeah.
4 teams. So it's not like there aren't teams that are competitive out there with the Dodgers. The difference is, of course, once they get into the postseason and you get into a series, how are you going to beat them? Where's their weakness?
I mean, Toronto did about everything they could.
They did everything they possibly could. There's no denying that. What an incredible series that was. We were all so grateful, were we not? And yet the Dodgers, in the end, they won. They're the better team 2 in a row now. Can they actually go for the trifecta? That is the question. And it looks like they're going to have every opportunity to do that. At some point in time, I want Major League Baseball to acknowledge the deficiency that is happening in the league right now.
Yeah. If you want to combine this with the tanking talk in the NBA, I've always hated this in baseball. You and I have talked about it. I mean, I hated this when I was a kid. I hated this. It wasn't the Dodgers so much. It was probably more so the Yankees. But it wasn't even the team. It was just more so this team doesn't have to play by the other team's rules. They can just do whatever they want. I tell you, the tanking in basketball actually bothers me more than this now, but it's a problem. And I at least think Adam Silver is going to try to fix tanking in basketball. I don't know that he's going to be able to. I'm not sure Manfred really cares, or we're just not going to have baseball in 2027. It's one of the two.
Yeah, I just, again, I'm sorry. And I know that there are so many people who are really good at their jobs in terms of scouting, Basinonians and general managers and baseball scouts that are out there and coaches that develop the talent as well. I'm just saying this right now. It is inherently wrong when somebody's margins are so much bigger, margins of error, so much bigger than yours, so much bigger than everybody. It ruins the entire competitive spirit of what professional sports are supposed to be. Let's go compete. The best against, if we can just buy all the best and acquire all the best, what is going? I can't stand it. It makes me want it. It physically makes me ill to think about what is going on in Major League Baseball. And I wonder, I sit and wonder, how long, and I've said this many, many times, how long before fans just rise up and say, well, we're just not going to support this anymore?
Well, I mean, that's the problem. It's the other half of what I was just saying. If Rob Manfred really does care and really tries to push back, then we're going to have some sort of labor disagreement here.
Oh, it's coming to a stop.
Because,
but Luke, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah, no, I know, and because it's gotten so extreme now. It's not, hey, this team can spend $150 million, and this team over here is being cheap, and they're only spending $40 million, and but this team's spending $200. Like that's what it used to be. It's now the Dodgers are just spending $3 billion.
Yes,
and they're deferring it all for 8 years too.
It's just gotten to a point where it's ridiculous what is going on, and at some point in time. Listen, I know this is going to come off really, really poorly,
Okay, I'm listening.
And I'm hesitating as I'm getting ready to say this, Basinonians.
Okay.
It's almost like I hope the Dodgers win a third, because if they win 3 in a row, it's gonna bring change.
You think it will?
I do. I think it's gonna be knock it off. This is a joke, Major League Baseball. You need a salary cap. You have to have it so that all these teams, these small market teams, can be competitive.
I would say this too, because I know the pushback from the teams that make a lot of money are like, okay, wait a minute, you're gonna cap our. That's not gonna fix the whole problem. This is one thing hockey got right. There's a salary floor too. Like, you can't have the cheap teams being like, don't let the Dodgers spend. Well, why don't you spend? Don't look at us. Like, no, you're gonna spend. If the Dodgers can't spend, stop being cheap. You have to spend and move up too. Like, if we're gonna put a salary cap on.
But there's revenue sharing. Mm-hmm. That's what allows you to do it.
Yeah.
It's the same with the NFL. Revenue sharing.
Yeah.
And you can understand why the Dodgers don't want to do that. Are you kidding me? Yeah. We don't want to share our revenue with you.
It's not them. It's the system. But this, I laugh at the people who are like, hey, man, that's sports. That's not competing. That would be like if you were playing, like, remember playing pickup football as a kid?
Yeah.
You would just, like, show up at the park.
Yeah.
That would be like if you divided up teams, okay, we're going to play 8 on 8. And the other team's like, well, we get to have 14 players because our parents are rich. Like, oh, this is really competitive. So you get to cheat because somebody gave you money. You know, like the Dodgers, I'm fine with them getting to spend the most, but they don't need to spend 10 times everybody else.
Oh, my goodness. It's just, it is so unfair. It's inherently unfair the way that it is set up. Where, again, we've made this analogy, but you truly need to understand that there are probably 4 teams, 5 teams, maybe in Major League Baseball, that could win the World Series, and everyone else is there so that we can actually determine who those 4 or 5 teams are. Period.
Yeah,
you're all going to play just to figure that out.
Yeah, that's been a problem in baseball forever.
It's been a problem forever because they haven't had a salary cap.
Yeah, well, they've never addressed it, and now you have a real problem because what they kept doing for a while, where they're like, well, yeah, other teams can spend more, but is it really helping the Mets? Like, okay, stop using the Mets as an example because the Dodgers are spending,
I know,
and they're spending the right way.
Yes.
So, like, for the longest time, you could be like, well, but what if this team they just light money on fire? They don't know what they're doing. Well, the Dodgers know what they're doing.
Look, every time you stuck the mouth guard in and you put the helmet on, you walked out in between the white lines, you had a chance. You had a chance. You could go do. You had a chance to pull the upset. You had a chance to beat somebody. You had a chance to do that. But when the other team right now can spend, as you said, just 10 times as much as you've spent, man, you're going to lose in the end. You will. And at some point in time, man, this is going to create everything we don't want, and that is going to be a work stoppage.
It's going to create a work
stoppage. The players
stoppage.
are going to say no way.
The owners are going to be like, this is getting ridiculous. The players are going to be like, well, if Kyle Tucker gets $240 million, why are you suddenly going to stop paying me? I don't even know how you put a cap in now because the Dodgers have deferred all this money years down the line. So do those guys not get paid years down? Like, it is such a mess that it's going to take a long time for them to unravel it, because I have always been of the belief, even though it's frustrating, all you can really do is buy your way into the playoffs. Like, the Dodgers are in the playoffs. There's a 0% chance they miss the playoffs and because they've spent all this money. I've always believed that doesn't guarantee you anything once the playoffs hit, but they are so good now. Like, I was watching Olympic hockey yesterday, and these are all-star teams. That's basically what the Dodgers are.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are an all-star team, and then the other teams fill out around them. That's basically what it is. All right.
Joke.
When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman.
You got some good players, but who stands out? Who's great? That's why I keep saying about this 3rd pick in the draft. I don't want to trade down and get more picks. I'm tired of looking at lists, and the Cardinals don't have what's considered a great player outside of, like, Trey McBride. I'm tired of it. They need great players.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no pressure, no nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Suns star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
No. Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
We're about to wolf down lunch in like 10 minutes.
Now
we
we're all
will
distracted.
start with the Phoenix Suns, though. Chris Paul has announced his retirement. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and he helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 Finals, where, of course, they lost to the Bucks. Should CP3 be in the Suns' Ring of Honor?
Wow, man. Great player, no doubt about it. Great player. Of so much regard and respect for Chris Paul, yet at the same time, because he played 3 seasons with the Phoenix Suns, that's just too small sample size for me.
Is there anybody else in the Suns' Ring of Honor that,
I know.
that
I don't know.
play that
but
much here?
Barkley only played 4 seasons here.
Well, that's more. That's one more year.
One more
than
year, but
Chris Paul. And
they both went to the finals.
Yeah, right.
Barkley's the argument for it, right there. That's the
Barkley
argument.
is, no doubt. But I'm going to stick to that. I'm going to say no. I don't think he belongs in the Ring of Honor. I think Barkley does.
Always going to think of Chris Paul as one of the most important figures in Suns history, though. And I'm not saying like top 2 or 3 or whatever, but I'm in recent memory. So set aside everything 7 seconds or less era or earlier for a second, okay? So I'm going, what is that, like 2010 on? What, from 2010 to 2019, 2020, they couldn't even make the playoffs? And you look at the guys who changed that. It wasn't like, hey, we missed the playoffs for 2 years. We missed the playoffs for a decade. Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and I would say to a certain extent Monty Williams. Not that like Mikal Bridges and all these other guys didn't have anything to do with it, but those 3 in particular were like agents of change when you had to change something. So whether he's in the Ring of Honor or not, specifically with the Suns, I'm always going to view him as one of the most important Suns.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yet at the same time, too, Charles Barkley was one of the best players in the basketball universe at that point in time as well.
Hey, I remember us talking about should Chris Paul be the MVP while he was here. So I think that he deserves to go in. I know it was only 3 years, but I think he completely turned around the direction of this franchise. We'll stick with the Suns, though. It is NBA All-Star Weekend. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game. And Suns star Devin Booker will be in tomorrow's three-point contest and, of course, Sunday's All-Star game. Which of these Suns-related All-Star Weekend events are you most excited for? I know my answer.
Okay, in order. Booker in the three-point shootout, because I like the three-point shootout, whether he was in it or not. But with Book in it, it takes it to another level. Ishbia in the celebrity game. We're to the point where the NBA All-Star game just does not move the meter anymore because they don't care.
Man, do I have to answer this question honestly?
Yes.
I have to say the game. The fact that Book is going to be playing in the game. And the reason being is because he's playing in the game. All right. He was selected as an all-star. And I love that. And I respect that greatly, especially because Book was selected by coaches. I think that matters and means more.
I'm very much it's the celebrity game for me. The celebrity game is always super funny, and I want to see if Ishbia hits like 3 threes in a row if he's talking smack to some other celebrity.
I think he's going to be a facilitator. I think he's going to be out there. I mean, you can only get assists if the other guys on your team can score, and I don't know how good some of these guys are, but I feel like Ishbia is he's going to pile up some assists.
Yeah, and then maybe he takes
on Taco Fall.
Maybe he takes a shot at Bill Simmons or something funny like that. Like, that's the one I'm most excited for. The Arizona Cardinals have reportedly decided to keep Nick Rallis as defensive coordinator and Justin Fry as offensive line coach. What do you guys make of these decisions?
To me, I'm separating them in the sense of you can only go by what they've done for the Cardinals, or what their track record is, what they've actually done, not hypothetical, hey, this guy could be good. So I don't fully understand bringing Justin Fry back if you're already making all these changes. Nick Rallis, though, I will separate out just because I do think he's going to be a good defensive coordinator in this league at some point. And I understand the mentality of let's keep some continuity with these young players. Let's run it back with the defense and have these guys healthy. But I think there's risk. My 2 biggest questions are, or I guess 3. How did you get to this point? Was it just simply you couldn't get anybody else and this is a cheaper option?
Yeah.
Is Mike LaFleur did they go to Mike LaFleur and like, hey, give us 3 names, and Rallis was one of his 3 names? Because if that's the case, I'm a lot more on board with this. And I guess my 3rd question is just how short is the leash on Rallis? Because if you're going into this being like, hey, if the defense isn't amazing, we're just going to fire him next year. I don't want to keep doing this every year. Like I want the staff in place. Like, let's go. I like Nick Rallis. I think he's going to be a good defensive coordinator in this league. I don't know if it'll be next year for the Cardinals, though.
Yeah, I like the fact that they are keeping Nick Rallis. The first thing I would point to is the fact that the NFC West is known to Nick Rallis. And I do like that, once again, where he understands what he's up against in terms of coaches, in terms of quarterbacks, in terms of teams in the NFC West. It's not going to surprise him at all. I think that Mike LaFleur is really going to be able to talk him through a lot of different scenarios and situations. I think that's going to have a positive effect on Nick Rallis. And once again, going into last season, Nick Rallis was being spoken of in terms of a head coach and becoming the next head coach. The Arizona Cardinals were going to produce another head coach. And I also know that you need players. You need players to go out and execute your scheme. I don't look at Nick Rallis and think last year's performance by the Arizona Cardinals defense was on Nick Rallis. I don't. So I'm glad they're bringing him back because I think he's good.
The defense is the one part of this team. And don't take this as me saying, oh, this is going to be a brilliant move. But I'm just saying the defense is the one part of this team last year. Now that we're removed from it, you can look and say, when this guy got injured, the defense got worse. When this guy got injured, and then when all of these guys were injured, the defense fell off a cliff. The first 8 games of the season, they weren't bad defensively. They weren't. There were times where I was like, man, I thought they were going to have a much better pass rush last year. They had a better pass rush the year before with lesser players. So I definitely thought the defense was going to take a step forward last year, and it clearly took a step back. But now that we're in the offseason and excuses don't even matter and you're trying to evaluate, you can look and say, there are tangible reasons why the defense got worse with these injuries. Again, my question is, did they just pick Nick Rallis because there was nobody else left? Or was this a guy Mike LaFleur wants? That one question right there really means a lot to me, actually.
You're right.
All right, real quick before we go to break. Over to the D-backs, they reportedly brought back Paul Sewald on a 1-year deal yesterday. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which you can vote on now at arizonasports.com. It asks, who will be the Diamondbacks closer to start the 2026 season? Paul Sewald, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, or other?
Oh, man.
I think Gink is going to get the shot at doing that. I do.
I gotta think. Gink. Think Gink.
How about that?
Yes.
Think Gink.
This is. We might need to just use that as a rejoiner, just in general.
Yeah, it's good.
Pretty good.
I will vote Kevin Ginkel, and he's leading 38%. Other 23%. Paul Sewald is in third, 20%, and then Thompson at 18%.
Okay. Yeah,
there we go.
I mean, just based on what we've seen in the past, Thompson and Ginkel need to be themselves this year.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That'd be nice.
Just, if Thompson is what he has been in the past, you got your setup man right there. And I think Gink can close for a while until you get Puck back.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Man, it's a lot of ifs right now, isn't it? all this is a lot of ifs.
Although there is a small part of me that would love to see Sewald take the ball again and go out and totally redeem himself. Just saying.
Is that a Dumb and Dumber reference right there?
Something.
That's the second Dumb and Dumber reference.
I know.
Not from you. I got one from somebody else earlier, too.
I see.
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, well, Rick just mentioned the Cardinals coaching staff. It is starting to fill out now, so how do you feel about that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, brothers and sisters. That's right. Spring is here, and that means it's go time for you in your yard because we all know what's next. The Arizona summer that turns grass to dust. Boy, taste it, literally. Hey, it's Wolf, and that's why my friends at Legacy Green Solutions want you to get ahead of it now before the heat hits. They're the local team that upgrades your outdoor space the right way. Drought-friendly turf, rock installs, full landscape design, everything you need to keep your yard looking sharp year-round. Our backyard of the Wolfley compound, it's a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed the artificial grass. It looks incredible and built to last, Basinonians. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off your project. Right now is the perfect time to finally take care of those upgrades you've been putting off. So beat the heat and lock it in. 15% off this spring special. 15% off. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Whitman. What's going on, Whitman? How we doing out there, Whitman?
What up, Whitman?
All right, so we are starting to get some clarity on what the Cardinals coaching staff is going to look like if you believe that Nick Rallis is going to be the defensive coordinator, and it sounds like that's the case. Jeremy Fowler was on with Bickley and Murata this morning, and so they asked him, why is Nick Rallis back?
I think part of it is play calling experience. Mike LaFleur was looking for that, especially with him as a young offensive coach. That's why Wink Martindale's name was out there a little bit. But he interviewed a lot of other people that were more up and coming and didn't have the experience. I think that's why he's going with Rallis for the continuity purpose. Now, yes, the defense looked lifeless end of the year for sure, but I think the whole team was devastated by the injuries. And I really don't think Michael Bidwell wanted to fire Jonathan Gannon at some point in the season, but it just got so bad that they just were losing all momentum and had to move on. But Rallis was kind of caught in that crossfire a little bit. He's considered a good young coach. The results weren't great last year, to be sure. So he's got some things to prove, but it looks like it's trending that way.
Yeah, it does, and it's going to continue to trend that way. And I'm really happy, too, that Nick Rallis is going to get the opportunity to hopefully have a healthy Walter Nolan III. Seriously, Basinonians.
Yeah.
I mean that, to have a healthy Walter Nolan III and Will Johnson as well. I think those two guys, I kid you not, the ESPN did this redraft of, who had a good draft in the National Football League. The Arizona Cardinals came in at number 18, as a matter of fact, their 2025 draft class.
Okay.
And what's so interesting about that is they note all the games that were missed by Walter Nolan III, of course, and all the games that were missed by Will Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, because Will Johnson, I think, played in 12 games as
12.
well. Okay, 12 games. How about that?
I just looked that up, actually, the other day.
Boy, the way this stuff will stick in my head, my friends. But, you think of those two guys specifically. They are game changers. They can change a defense, those two guys. And if those two guys were healthy and played at the level they played in the amount of games they played in, ESPN said that you would rank this draft class in the single digits, much higher.
It's funny that you bring up ESPN because I'm looking at an ESPN story where they go through the 18 teams that missed the playoffs, okay? And they put them in tiers. They didn't rank them 1 through 18. They just put them in tiers. And so, the top tier is no need to panic. And that's who you would expect. Baltimore missed the playoffs. The Chiefs missed the playoffs. The Lions missed the playoffs. Probably all going to be good, right? You got to go down to the bottom tier before you find the Cardinals, obviously. Yeah. I mean, there's no hiding from that. They're in the toughest division in football, and they won 3 games. And they're in the full-blown overhaul section. But what they say, they break it into a couple different areas that they talk about. And one of them is the hope for a quick turnaround. And it says the law of averages says Arizona will have better luck on the injury front. The team was playing 3rd and 4th stringers at several spots last season. Better health will allow Arizona to run the ball more efficiently. The defense is not devoid of talent. Setting aside the offense for a second, they were playing 3rd and 4th stringers at several spots last year, and the defense is not devoid of talent. That's your path back, I think. I mean, you have to make significant changes this offseason. You have to. And I know you've changed your coach, and you're probably going to change your quarterback, and those are significant changes. You got to nail these draft picks. You're picking at the top of the 1st and the 2nd and the 3rd round. Those all got to hit. We can't be talking ourselves into whoever they take in the first round 3 years from now. Like, well, going into year 4, like you got to hit it. This is the third pick in the draft. But if they do that, I do believe there's talent on this defense. So I understand the logic. If the logic is this defense plays well for Nick Rallis when they're healthy and there's some continuity. If the logic was just there's nobody left and, hey, Nick hasn't cleaned out his desk yet, then that's different. But if the logic is A, I can get on board with that.
Yeah, once again, I don't think Nick Rallis was the problem defensively for the Arizona Cardinals last year. I do not believe that, based on it's the reason why I'm really excited Mike LaFleur is going to be able to bring him back as the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals. And I also think, too, Mike LaFleur in the conversation with Mike LaFleur is going to be really, really good for Nick Rallis in his personal development as a young defensive coordinator as well. I think that's going to be good. I could be dead wrong on that. We'll have to wait and see. But having said that, I don't think it was Nick Rallis' fault that the Arizona Cardinals defense was as dismal as it was. Injuries happen to every team. I get that. Yet at the same time, you're running guys out there who are third team, guys out there that are Ron Wolfley, basically, guys out there that are backups. It's not going to help you. It's not. There are no schemes you can run that suddenly are going to change the tide of how well you play or how poorly you play. Players have to go and execute the game plan, and that was the problem for Nick Rallis last year. Again, so should you flush him? No. I love the fact that the Cardinals are bringing Nick Rallis back. But Mike LaFleur talking him through it as well, I think is a big part of that.
The one thing, though, I would say, and again, I don't think this is all on Rallis, but their last 5 games of the season, they gave up 45, 40, 26, 37, and 37. And there were a couple games in there where you're like, guys are tackling with their forearm. Like, I mean, guys, that guy's running by, I'll just wave my arm at him. Like, that was one of the few times, it's Cincinnati game in particular, it was just like, these guys just want to go home. Like, and you don't usually see that watching an NFL game.
I've seen that.
Well, you
walking around the locker room.
Yeah. Well,
just want to go home.
It's not usually that obvious on TV or at the games, watching from the crowd. Some stuff's got to change. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, yeah, we're running everybody back. We switched coaches, and maybe we'll bring Kyler back. Like, you got to change some stuff. And guys getting healthy is something that should change that's out of your control. I get that. But you got to change some other stuff, too. If you're going to bring Nick Rallis back, then put him in a better position to succeed, whatever that looks like. I don't know what that looks like. I'm not an owner or a GM of a team. But
yeah, and Walter Nolan, stay healthy.
That would help. But, I mean, they completely fell off a cliff in the second half of the season.
But once again, Luke, you got players that are executing schemes that aren't as good as the other players.
But still keep it closer.
Once again, I'll tell you this. Walter Nolan III, stay healthy. You going to tell me he's going to stay healthy? Stay healthy, Walter Nolan III. There may be some people out there yelling already, Wolf, he's never going to stay healthy. They're going to draft guys and see they can't stay healthy.
It's not really ever been injury issues in the past.
I know that, and that's why I would agree with that. But having said that, once again, Walter Nolan, if in fact he plays like what we saw in 6 games, was it 6 games he played?
Parts of 6 games,
yeah. Oh, my goodness. He flashed, did he not, in a big way?
I would feel worse about Walter Nolan if it was I'm not sure this guy can play. I mean, there's guys they've drafted the last couple of years where I'm like, you know what? I'm not sure this guy can.
Hey, Darius Robinson has got to prove that he can play. And Darius, this is it. This year is going to be huge for him. He's got to try harder. And I think Darius Robinson be the first one to admit that. This is a big year for him. Having said that, Walter Nolan III, the most destructive force in the football universe, is a 3 technique. He can change a game. Isn't that right, Leonard Williams? Leonard Williams dictates offensive game plans. Walter Nolan III can do that as well if he develops.
Real quick before the break,
healthy.
How experienced do you consider Nick Rallis now? Because it's easy to look at him and be like, he's still younger than a lot of these players. But he has been a DC now for 3 years.
Yeah.
And one of those years was good, I feel like, defensively. Like, good. I thought in 2024, what he had to work with, that defense. There was a reason a lot of people thought the defense was going to be really good last year.
Let me say this. Walter Nolan III stays healthy. Watch how much better Nick Rallis looks as a defensive coordinator.
But 3 years, that is, like Tyler said that earlier when he was in here, and I hadn't really thought of it. He is more experienced than people look at him as.
Sure.
He has now been a DC for 3 years.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Again, Walter Nolan III stay healthy, and look how much better he's going to look.
When we come back, how much has Matt Ishbia changing his mindset on the fly helped the Suns this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Suns star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Is there a team out there that would be willing to make a trade for Kyler Murray? And if there is, who could it be? We'll talk about it at 2. The Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This is it. Isn't this the Gink music?
Yeah.
Okay, I was distracted by this story. Yes, this was Gink's walkout music when he was closing last year.
That's right.
I mean, it is rage. To get the lights going on and off. Yeah, so, I mean, I can get on board with that.
I'm still waiting for the Predator sound to drop whenever Corbin Carroll comes to the dish.
Well, you might be waiting a couple days past opening
Just
day
saying.
now. All right, this is a good day. Probably this is why they wrote the story. Sam Amick of The Athletic wrote a story on Matt Ishbia. The title, boy, this really does sum it up. Matt Ishbia sank the Suns by chasing superstars. Then he turned Phoenix into winners. Like, think about that title for a second. That encapsulates the last few years. Matt Ishbia came in here, best intentions, and he won an owner that wants to win, that's willing to spend, that has enthusiasm, not for this being some way that he's going to make money. Like, he's got his other ways he's going to make money. He wants to win. And, man, did he almost run them completely into the ground by doing that. But then he had the wherewithal to look around and be like, I'm going to do it the other way. And the other way's working, Wolf. Like, we need to revel in this or marvel at this in a second.
Yes.
Because there's been so much negativity over, sports around here the last year. It's kind of crazy. It's crazy on so many levels. The obvious levels of, hey, the Suns weren't supposed to be this good this year and look at what they're doing. But it's also kind of crazy to get a billionaire owner who will look around and say, what I'm doing isn't working.
Yeah.
Because usually these guys are like, everything I do always works. That's why I'm a billionaire. He looked around and was like, no, I'm messing up. I'm going to change something. And it's actually paying off.
It's one of the reasons why I love Matt Ishbia, base earnings, because he had the opportunity to be coached by a legend, and at Michigan State, of course, to be able to be part of a team. And he understands the concept of that and understands about trying hard and how important trying hard is. Guess what? He took over as an owner, and he tried hard. Would you say that Matt Ishbia tried hard? Oh, my
see who
goodness.
just popped up on TV when you said that? Kevin Durant just popped up on the TV in the studio when Wolf was talking.
He tried hard. He went out and he got Kevin Durant and he got Bradley Beal and we got the big three, and here we go. And he didn't care about luxury tax. He didn't care about anything. Apron. We don't care about no stinking apron.
He got punished a lot more than the teams that are tanking now by the league.
He literally tried hard to win immediately as an owner. There's no denying that. And at his own expense, literally at his own expense.
Yeah, and I know, just real quick, I know people always, they look at when an owner comes in and makes a big move, they're like, oh, they're just trying to make a name for themselves. getting Kevin Durant in the moment, that's not like, hey, let's get a splashy name. It is a splashy name, but you're talking about one of the greatest players of all time. It just didn't work. And it didn't work when you went out and added Bradley Beal, especially. And it especially didn't work when you went out and got Mike Budenholzer. But at the time, you're talking about a guy who just won a championship a couple years ago.
Yeah.
To be able to turn on a dime when, again, you get in that position, people are always just telling you everything you do is right.
Yes.
But the results don't lie. And the games don't lie. And he looked around and was like, hey, we're missing the playoffs with Hall of Famers on this team.
But here's the one thing about this. He tried really, really hard as an owner to win here. And then you know what he did? He used his own experience as an athlete on a team to look and say, it's not working. Yes, I tried really, really hard, but it's not working. So now what I'd like to do is use my experience to say, let's do it the right way. Let's go ahead and try to rebuild everything that we do. Instead of going out and just getting talent, let's go out and get toughness and bring it in. And that's what he did. Toughness and talent. And now all of a sudden, that basketball team concept has come together for Matt Ishbia. And I will point to his past and his experience with Tom Izzo at Michigan State as to why he knows what a team concept is and how it can actually help you win games.
Here is Matt Ishbia on the Zach Lowe show. It's about 2 weeks ago. Zach asked him what he's looking for in the second half after you get in the All-Star break and come out of it.
So I'm really watching some of the big moves from the trade perspective. I think the last couple of years, the Western Conference has gotten top picks and a lot of things have gone. And so it's interesting to see, will Giannis go west? Will, if Ja gets moved, is he going west? Is he going east? And how it moves. Because I think back to my 1 through 16 idea, I think there's there's obviously, it's obvious it's not equal right now. And so it's interesting to watch that. So I watch it very closely. But, let's not be foolish. There's a lot of great teams in the East. There's a lot of great teams in the West. But I watch the Western Conference very closely because that's who we're competing with to one day get to the NBA Finals and one day compete for a championship.
So that cut was a couple days before the trade deadline. But Giannis didn't go west. Really, anybody in the West make that big of a move? I mean, Houston made their move.
The Jazz did.
Yeah.
And then he's out. He's out for the season now.
Well, because the Jazz are trying so hard to win that they, their players are getting hurt.
Which is awful.
It's
again, seriously.
I'll say this: the Suns got punished. Matt Ishbia got punished for spending too much money going into the apron. Now that's fine. I'm fine if you can't just buy a championship, but if you're going to punish teams for trying to win, you should definitely punish teams for trying to lose, like Utah is, and they're not the only ones.
Yeah, honestly, I know that players, Basinonians that run out there for the Jazz, they're not trying to lose. They're not. Those guys are going out there and they're competing.
Oh, because they're going to get replaced if they lose.
They're competing. They're giving everything that they have. Yet at the same time, you can control who's out on the floor, can you not? You can actually control that. It's interesting. I think it's just a blight on the NBA, and it's something that has got to be fixed, Adam Silver. It's got to be fixed. It's a blight.
The rule, I started to say this before, but I didn't finish it. So when in the NHL, it doesn't happen as much. They have a lottery as well. But the year Connor McDavid was coming out, he was going to be in the draft. Everybody knew he was going to be the first pick for like 4 years. Like, that's how good. People knew he was going to be the first pick when he was like 13 years old. So that's when it became hey, this is starting to look like teams are trying to lose, right? Your goalie makes there was one team that will remain unnamed. They're in the Eastern Conference, actually playing very well right now. But anytime their goalie won a game, he got sent down, and they would bring in another one. So the idea that was floated, and I really think Shane Doan had some input on this idea, or at least creating it, is once you were eliminated from playoff contention, your record started to count separately. It was like, who has the best record once they've been eliminated from playoff contention? So if you got eliminated from playoff contention with a month left in the season, you better be winning games after that. Otherwise, you're not getting the pick.
I love that.
There was no lottery. It was whoever had the most points after they got eliminated. So in theory, if you got eliminated a month and a half left in the season, you were the worst team. You had plenty of time to go out there and still win some games and accrue some points in hockey. It would just be wins in basketball. You got to try something if you're the NBA, because this is quickly heading towards embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. And, when I think of embarrassment, too, I think of the players that are part of that. I think of if you are in a locker room where you know your coach, your management, you're playing dudes that shouldn't be playing, or they're asking you to sit out. Hey, go ahead. You know what? That ankle, you rolled that ankle last night. We all kind of saw that ankle roll there. Are you sure you want to play? No, you need to sit down. Can I tell you right now the damage that does inside a locker room? You're taught from the time you're old enough to compete, you are taught you give all that you have in an attempt to try to win. And now all of a sudden you get to the highest level our species can generate, and you know your team is tanking. How do you psychologically actually go about that? How do you process that? How does it affect you as a man? Forget about as a player, just as a man. You're trying to lose. It's awful.
Well,
it's awful.
It's awful, and it also throws off like the playoff race. Like whoever Utah plays next, and I'm just using Utah as an example because they are the ones blatantly doing it, but they're not the only ones doing it. But whoever Utah plays next is getting a free win. So hopefully, if you need wins, you haven't played Utah yet this season because now they're going to be free wins, basically. And that's,
hey, Coach, you want
it.
me to play hard? You want me to play hard? We're tanking. You want me to go out there and play hard? On the defensive end of the floor? Are you kidding me? We're tanking.
Talk about mixed messages.
It's awful.
Because you need everybody in the entire organization pulling in the same direction. And when you go into an environment like that where, okay, but this part of ownership or maybe the GM or whatever doesn't want you to win, and then the coach is at odds with the GM because he does want you to win, and then some of the players are like, why am I putting my body on the line if we don't want to win anyway? You're just trying to replace me with a rookie that hasn't even been drafted yet. Yeah, it's a mess. All right, we come back over to baseball. There is a veteran hitter out there. It's a pretty good hitter. It's an interesting circumstances as to why he's available, but should the Diamondbacks go after him? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Afternoons. You know what Jordan Lawler's got to do? He's got to make sure that Lourdes Gurriel doesn't come back and play left field. That's what he's got to do. Go play well enough to when Gurriel comes back, it's like you don't get your job back. Lourdes Gurriel is a good baseball player. Sure. Not a star. No. Not a great player. He's a good baseball player. Can you be better than that? One of the top prospects in this organization the last 4 years. You got to beat out Lourdes Gurriel. That's it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to beat out Corbin Carroll. Now, if Jordan Lawler's batting .240 and he's striking out a bunch, when Gurriel comes back, he plays. So if I'm Torey Lovell, I'm like, make sure that this guy doesn't get his job back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, Wolf. The name for it, okay? So Corbin Carroll's hurt.
Yeah.
I don't really see that as an injury that they need to address with an addition. I know some people do, but it seems like he's going to be back. 4 to 6 weeks is still right around potentially before the season even starts, or you're missing a few games at the start of the season. Okay, but you don't have Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Your offense, especially in the outfield, has taken a hit. Right now in spring training, it's taken a major hit because you don't have Corbin Carroll, but doesn't matter if you win these games. But there are a lot of people that feel like the Diamondbacks could use another outfielder. Okay.
Yeah.
Nick Castellanos is available.
Okay.
He is somebody who has put up some numbers in the past. He's been a 30 home run guy before. With 2021 Cincinnati, 34 home runs, a 309 average, 100 RBIs. He's got a 29 home run season with the Phillies a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
His numbers are going down a little bit, but he's not in Philly anymore because pick your reason.
Okay,
there's a few.
The beer?
The beer, yeah. Apparently they frown on bringing a beer into the dugout in a live game.
Yeah, there had to be some other things there. There had to be some other issues. I think the beer was the tip of the spear.
Well, apparently.
Or in this case, the tip of the beer.
Oh, look at that. Hey.
I'm just saying, Baselonians, that had to be.
On a Friday.
There had to be so much more that was behind this.
Yeah, he disrespected his manager and his hitting coach openly and publicly to the point where his teammates were like, "You can't do this, dude."
Yeah, but you're talking about the beer in the dugout, isn't it?
Him
okay.
Flat out saying he doesn't trust them because they didn't play Major League Baseball, so he doesn't have to listen to them.
Well, okay, yeah, sorry, that would be an issue. There was a lot of dislike behind this. You know what? My initial reaction on this, Baselonians, is, I wish Nick the best. I just won't mind if he doesn't come here.
No way. There's no way the Diamondbacks sign him.
No way. Why do you say that?
Because I go back to what Mike Hazen has said on this show before. Yeah, you got to bring in vets around your young players. They got to be the right vets. Now, he didn't flat out say it, but I'm assuming that meant not guys bringing beer into the dugout in the middle of the game.
Yes. A guy who's 33 as well.
Yeah, and that's
it's
the other
not like
thing.
He's 23.
Yeah, he's a good player. I don't know the guy, so I'm not going to sit here and comment on his personality, but he has conveyed in the past a guy who's pretty full of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it.
No.
Especially
because it is so critical for the Arizona Diamondbacks going forward, Luke.
I don't need on this team.
It is unbelievable. I know that we're all waiting. Is it possible Zach Allen is still out there? Is it possible that is a doable thing for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Oh, my goodness. I really am going to be jacked up if they're able to sign him.
Why isn't he
kid you.
signed
I
anywhere?
know. It's amazing. And what's interesting, I just saw an article, of course, written by somebody from Chicago who follows the Chicago Cubs, and he says the longer this free agency goes on, the less likely it is for the Cubs that they're actually going to be able to land Zach Allen.
Well,
okay, I'm going to put that in the positive category.
I will too, but I also don't want Zach Allen to sign with the Diamondbacks like 2 days before the season starts.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like I want him to have a spring training here.
Yeah, I want that to be the case. But other than going out and landing Zach Allen, I honestly believe these moves that Mike Hazen has made with Nolan Arenado, of course, and Carlos Santana, and now Paul Sewald, bringing in this kind of experience, this kind of age, if you will, and this kind of maturity inside that clubhouse. This is a concerted effort by Mike Hazen. This is a concerted effort by the Arizona Diamondbacks to say we need to grow as a team, and we need leadership inside that clubhouse. This is no accident. Yeah, going out and getting Nick Castellanos, no, I don't think so.
It just doesn't match with anything they've done. And the Diamondbacks have been pretty consistent with being consistent, if that makes sense. Like, they've picked a direction. They've chosen a direction. Is there some risk where, a lot of your main moves in the offseason, you bring in Paul Sewald and you bring in Carlos Santana, who's going to be 40 soon, and you bring in even Nolan Arenado. I don't think he's as much of a risk, but some people do. But you're bringing in these vets who there's no guarantee that they're going to be able to contribute that much on the field. But you did it because they're good clubhouse guys, and there is still a possibility they can contribute. Now, Castellanos is going to contribute wherever he goes. He's a good hitter. Like I said, I don't think he's like a bad guy, but he's also always, I shouldn't say always, but the last few years, maybe it was a Philadelphia thing, he has come off as a guy with a bit of an attitude, and maybe he just hated it there. I don't know, but when you're calling out your manager, and I think it was the hitting coach, and you're just like, I don't trust them because they never played Major League Baseball. I mean, you got teammates that do trust those guys.
Yeah.
And if you whatever, Philly was still having success. Put him on the Diamondbacks, and you're calling up these players, and hey, we're going to call up Ryan Waldschmidt, and he's over there sitting next to Nick, and Nick's saying, I don't trust Torrey. He's not a Hall of Famer. Cool. Why did we bring you in?
Yeah.
Get out.
I'm just trying to figure
Leave
out
the
why
beer, but get out.
Castellanos, I'm trying to figure out why he feels like if you didn't play, I'm not going to trust you. Because it really isn't about your experience as a player based on earnings. It's about you as a man, is it not?
And the Phillies have been pretty good.
Okay.
So apparently their manager
in other
does
words,
know what he's doing.
I guarantee you, Nick, you probably have players inside your clubhouse that you don't trust either, correct? Probably. So, once again, it's about the person, not the fact, they never played. What a dumb reason to not trust somebody.
Yeah, there's quite a few successful managers in baseball or coaches in other sports.
Coaches, yes.
Yeah, that you never know. Maybe there was other behind the scenes stuff in Philadelphia that makes it worse. And Philly is a pressure cooker, obviously, if you're not winning. But
he yelled at me.
Yeah, here are my feelings, and he never even hit off Major League pitching.
I can't tell you how many players get butthurt because of that, because they get yelled at. Especially in this day and age, basically. It's totally different. It is totally different. If you took a player, I always say this, and I love this. If you took a player today, in today's NFL, and you took him back, I'm going to say it, to 1985. You took him back to 1985, and you dropped him in a training camp, he would not know what was going on. He would whiz his pants. He would not know what is going on. I kid you not.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. But to flip this, give me like two
Buddha
players.
Would be okay.
Okay, there's one.
James Conner
right, there's
would
two.
be okay.
I was going to say, give me like 2 or 3 players that if you dropped them in 1985, they'd be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
This is where I should be.
This is football. This is the way that's where, boom.
1985.
Taste it.
The Wolf remix of Bowling for Soup.
It's amazing the way things have changed over the decades. And yeah, I'm never going to apologize for being old school, as I've said many times in the past. But man, you got to be kidding me. Bone up.
So this is a pass on Castellanos.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll go out there and have some amazing season next year, or he'll be the Dodgers' 7th outfielder. But it's just, A, I don't think the Diamondbacks are like one bat away from winning the World Series. And B, you're in this like weird crossroads where you're hoping you can hang around and get these guys back and try to make a run this year, but you're also trying to develop young players. I want good veteran influences around Jordan Lawler and some of these guys.
Counterintuitive to go out and get Castellanos now and bring him into that clubhouse. Counterintuitive.
All right, we come back. If the Cardinals move on from Kyler Murray, which quarterbacks that are actually available could you be interested in for next season? See, now, Wolf, you missed this yesterday.
Yeah.
It's the wheel of quarterbacks.
Oh, no.
I would say it was...
That sounds dangerous.
It went horribly when you get to the actual quarterbacks, but Rick wants to play it again, and you haven't gotten to, so get ready for this next. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be a big wheel. It'll all sound really official.
The wheel of quarterbacks.
The wheel of quarterbacks.
Okay.
That's next. Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Kyler Murray will be blanked by the Arizona Cardinals this offseason.
So waived or traded?
Well, that's what we were kind of looking for. And
I'm going to go trade.
You think they'll find a trade partner?
Yeah, you know why? Because there's a lot of bad quarterback play in the NFL, and he's not a terrible quarterback. I think that there's a good chance that Kyler's better than any quarterback they have next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you were able to find your dream home and then you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. That would be ideal, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now. You already found it. That's really the hard part. So buy it now. Don't lose it while you're trying to sell the old one. Then sell the old one later. That way you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, which is a really helpful thing because, again, if you're switching homes, you already got everything up in the air at that point. So having Orchard help you out with that and the repairs on the old homes is huge. That way you can attract the right kinds of buyers. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract those buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. It's their flagship program. Buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals' special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Suns star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest, Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired. In 3 seasons with Phoenix, Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Final hour of the show on a Friday. Before, Wolf, did you know it was a 3-day weekend coming up?
Oh, was it? Oh. We got a 3-day weekend coming up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's.
Oh.
We worked it out. Command and Control and I, we all worked it out with management that you are able to come in on Monday and do an extra show. If you'd like.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because you seem pretty upset.
No, honestly, yeah. Here we go. It's a Friday. We've already had some barbecue based on onions, and enjoy President's Day. 3 days. I know that I will.
Rick has a wheel. It's the wheel of quarterbacks.
The magical wheel of quarterbacks.
Okay. And the whole point of this, and he did this yesterday, but he claims he has new names on the wheel, which is good because yesterday was not very.
Yeah, the wheel got bigger. It's weird. It just grew bigger overnight.
Because the wheel was not real encouraging. These are quarterbacks that the Cardinals could potentially, would at least be available, maybe.
Okay.
For them to go out and get as QB1 next year. Okay.
Yes. So pass or fail the QB1 test for both of you guys.
Okay.
For the Cardinals specifically.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, spin it.
No.
All right. I can't spin it. Look at that wheel, Wolf. Isn't that amazing?
The wheel landed on a local product, Spencer Rattler.
Wow.
Here's the thing about the wheel of quarterbacks. It's a letdown every time.
Okay.
After that magical sound, you get no.
I don't know if that really is moving the meter right now.
Not as a starter.
Again, I nothing against Spencer.
Take Tyler Shuck. That's where I thought you were going, except he's got a job.
Yeah, nothing against that. But
That's the whole reason why Spencer Rattler would be available.
So is this just kind of a yes/no thing? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and then you give your reason.
Yeah, it's
pass fail.
Your reasons, yeah, but
well, you know what? He's a local kid. I love you. You know, buddy. Yeah, but I'll pass.
But not to start next year for the Cardinals.
Right.
Like, he would have to work his way up. And, it's okay. Also, like, half the NFL quarterbacks are local kids now.
All right. From your West Virginia Mountaineers, Wolf.
No.
Geno Smith.
Oh, Geno, I love you, no.
No.
Yeah.
Put the no in Geno.
I just think Geno right now, listen, I've got a lot of respect for him. I love him, of course, West by God, Virginia, based on Indians. Yet at the same time, this is a guy that I think he's pretty much done. Ron Wolfley reported.
Caught lightning in a
Time to
bottle
move on.
with the Seahawks. Maybe he figures it out somewhere else, but not here.
Jamal?
Absolutely not. No.
Well,
no.
Jamal comes in.
That was said with conviction.
Also, what was your Spencer Rattler opinion?
No, that's another. It might be a bigger no.
Wow.
All right, the magic wheel has decided to spin again.
Rick, is there any chance of us being happy with one of these names, or is that the point?
We've talked about this guy a lot. Not him yet. Malik Willis.
Malik Willis.
Backup quarterback for the Packers, played under Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur's brother.
Based on the, I think, 9 spins of the wheel that I've experienced so far, Malik Willis is the best name out there.
Really?
So Kyler was the other one. It's Kyler and Malik Willis are the 2 best ones I've heard yesterday and today. Interested. Not going to, throw a party if he's their starter, but interested. I would rather just draft a guy.
Yes, I agree with Luke. I'm not on board.
Jamal?
Nothing long term. If you were to come in for this year, I'd be okay.
Yeah.
But just nothing long term.
I don't know what it.
I don't know why I feel so glum when I talk about the quarterback position for the Arizona Cardinals, because I know that there are possibilities that could happen, and anything could happen. Even if I'm not aware of some deals that Monty Ossenford could actually pull off, whatever it might be, I'm down on the quarterback position for the Cardinals at the present time, and I don't think there's any way you can bring Kyler Murray back, and I wonder if that's even being considered. That's the one thing we haven't heard definitively one way or the other, if they're even considering bringing him back. And the fact that we haven't heard definitively one way or the other makes me think it's a possibility.
But you are hearing a lot of, Adam Schefter saying the Cardinals would like a trade partner. You're starting to hear, and this might all just be rumors, but not the Schefter stuff, but the other stuff of Kyler wouldn't mind playing for Minnesota. I think Kyler's done here. It's funny. There's a small portion of the Cardinals fan population that gets mad if you suggest the Cardinals trade Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I think Kyler is in the group of people suggesting the Cardinals trade Kyler Murray. So you have to look at this from both sides. I don't think he wants to come back. I think he would if they were like, hey, you're under contract. And Mike LaFleur is like, hey, you know what, Kyler, I don't think Kyler would pout and not come back. But I think his first choice is somewhere else at this point.
And once again, you always want to make it appear as though, hey, you think we're getting rid of Kyler Murray? What do you think? We're nuts? We could run him out there in a heartbeat. We're not getting rid of. I mean, that's the way you want to posture yourself if you're Monty Ossenfort and the Arizona Cardinals in terms of a trade.
All right. Yeah. Well, the wheel is chomping at the bit.
The wheel.
I have a feeling Rick's going to spin the wheel every day on the show from now to the end of time.
This is the last day for a while, and then we'll go back to it though.
Okay. Is this a good one?
I don't know. We've gone from one former Tennessee Titans quarterback to a current Tennessee Titans quarterback.
Oh, Cam Ward? Yeah, I'll take him.
This guy had a lot of hype going into the draft. Hasn't really worked out.
No.
Will Levis.
No, I'll take everybody else on the wheel. Everywhere.
Mayonnaise guy.
Anthony Richardson, you said yesterday? Sure, take him. I'll take anybody else on that wheel.
Will
Not
Levis.
the mayonnaise guy.
Why? Just because of the mayonnaise guy?
And because I've watched him play.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, thank you for that reason.
We played a game. This must have been 2 years ago because a buddy of mine was like, "This guy's going to be good," and so we would play from when we set the moment in the game to when he would throw an interception, and then you get more points for a pick six, and it happened every time we played.
Wow.
No Will Levis.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, Will Levis.
Not rooting against the guy. Go out and have a great career.
Can I just tell you right now, he is intriguing when it comes to his physical skill set. I think Will Levis he checks a lot of the boxes for a young quarterback that you would like to actually see. Physically, he checks a lot of those boxes, I would say. At the same time, I'm moving on.
It's time to put the wheel away if the wheel's telling us to sign Will Levis.
Yeah, the wheel didn't get to any draft prospects this time, but we'll see the next time we play.
I'll take
this.
all of them over him, too. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text gear to 620-620. Rick, don't throw that wheel away because we're going to need it for other decisions in the future, too. When we come back, which Suns-related All-Star Weekend event are you looking forward to the most and why? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what? Moving Team 6, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix and Arizona. That's because they're here, Basinonians. Yes, indeed. You know what? Faster moves, of course, and less stress. That stress, it's a stressful situation to try to move yourself. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let Moving Team 6 remove that stress from the equation for you. They got a brand new Mesa facility that is now open, proudly serving the East Valley, Basinonians. That's right, a full-service solution for you and your move. Local and long-distance moves, of course. Check that box. Residential and commercial moves. Check that. Professional packing services as well. And they've got secure climate-controlled storage in Phoenix and in Mesa. What you need to do, brothers, is go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man. You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School or momoneypawn.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody enjoy the prolonged President's Day weekend. When we get back on Tuesday, we'll recap all the basketball and look forward to the second half of your Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Waddell. What's up, Waddell?
What's up, Waddell?
How we doing, Waddell? Waddell on a Friday.
This is the stuff I say to the Warrior Queen, by the way. Cuddling with me.
Alex Weiner is going to join us at 1:30. I think in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
But let's get into the All-Star weekend that's here for the NBA. We've got some...
Do we have to? I mean, honestly, not a huge fan of the All-Star game, as you all know, based on Orleans. I really am not.
What about the Pro Bowl?
The Pro Bowl, I was the one. I believe I was years ahead of everyone else. It needs to go away. I was the guy saying that. They need to stop playing the Pro Bowl. So, once again, it's just a situation where it's hard to watch so much of the time because the competitiveness is not there, and understandably so.
I think it's funny. Maybe this is a sign of where some of these All-Star games or Pro Bowls are. Every time one pops up, you get the, okay, which sport has it figured out? Which one is just a mess? You know what I mean? Like, to me, I would go
baseball.
Baseball's got it the best, hockey the second, and then, man, I don't know. I guess basketball just because I do like the three-point contest.
And because football's done.
It feels like football doesn't even exist. It's on like a Wednesday night, and it's just Shadur playing flag football with his buddies. Like,
just ridiculous. It really is. It needs to go away. Fix it, Roger Goodell. Fix it, please.
Matt Ishbia is going to be in the celebrity game. The celebrity game's soon, isn't it? It's in like just a couple hours. So the celebrity game is coming up tonight. So you can. It's rare to be able to watch your team's owner compete in an actual game, but he will be out there in the celebrity.
I wonder
All-Star
what Maddie's been doing. I wonder if his schedule has changed at all. He's been working out
extra workout,
little bit more work in the gym, maybe on the treadmill, maybe just trying to build up his cardio a little bit. I would love to know if he's changed anything, or maybe he's just a workout machine every day. I do not know, brothers, but it's going to be interesting to watch that.
Well, it'll be interesting to get Devin Booker's thoughts on Matt Ishbia in the celebrity game. Here they are.
Pretty sure he is a trainer. He obviously has a court at his house. So I think he's going to be well prepared. I just have to make sure he's in some books.
What are his strengths on the floor from what you've seen?
Floor general. Yeah. So
that tracks.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to being there. I got to be there to support him.
Yeah, the point guard in him. Yeah, Matt Ishbia, the point guard.
This is going to be
kind of come
cool.
out for Matt Ishbia? Is that going to come out? Are we going to see the point guard in him? Interesting.
Most of the other times, like when you look at the celebrity roster, you watch some of these games, for the most part, there's not a lot of ties to a team this closely. This is the owner of an NBA team.
I know. It is incredible. It's something that I think is really, really cool and unique to Matt Ishbia. The fact that he played the game at a high level. Would you say Michigan State was a high level, Tom Izzo?
Yeah, look, I mean, I know that he didn't play much there, but he made Michigan State's team when they were competing for national championships. So I have no doubt he could have played on other teams. You know what I mean? He chose to play or to be on that team, but I'm sure he could have played college basketball and played. And it's not like he's that old. I mean, he could potentially be good at this, especially as Book just said. He's probably got his own trainer and he's got his own court at his house. So if you leave Matt Ishbia open tonight, and that often happens in the celebrity game and the actual All-Star game.
What if they did that for, the Pro Bowl? What if they brought back dudes? They could do it. You could do it.
Didn't they used to do like a flag football game with legends?
They used to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they should bring that back. You could do it.
I never got. No, I was never invited. Of course.
You're not going to play flag football.
You have to be able to catch the ball, and flag football. It is a little counterintuitive, isn't it?
When we had Skeleton on one of the TVs in here, which is luge head first down a hill at 76 miles per hour. Is that the closest Olympic event to wedge busting? What about the one where they just jump straight up in the air and do a bunch of flips?
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything that comes close to it. Although somebody actually sent me this where they have 350-pounders holding a football who run at each other. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but
it's professional Oklahoma drill.
That's what it is. That's right, Rick. That's exactly what it is, Basinonians. You got to see this stuff.
Today is the first day of real hitting. Full pads, full contact. The day's highlight is the Oklahoma drill.
Yeah, that's right.
Football at its most fundamental.
Oh, it's most fierce. Well, they're doing this. They're literally taking, I'm talking about big dudes, and they run right at each other. They have no helmet on.
And
they have no shoulder pads on. Are you looking at it? We got to do this, Rick. We got to do this for our listeners, right? We got to X this thing out, man. We got to go ahead and don't say tweet it out. You've got to X that thing out. It is fierce, and it's just the fact they run at each other. And I mean, I don't know how you don't break collarbones when you're doing what these guys are doing.
The Oklahoma Drill Championships. Now, I'm a little concerned. I like the website when you flip it open, it quickly says 1v1 football is officially here.
Yeah.
Okay. But then when you look for events, they don't have anything listed yet. So I think we could get in on the ground floor.
I don't know. I'm just saying what I saw is incredible that you would do that. Now, again, weight matters at this point in time. Just imagine, Basinonians, that you've got two guys who are 350 pounds. And what would you say? Maybe a 15-yard run at each other?
Yeah.
15 yards? They literally run at each other. Boom! Massive collision. They're not wearing anything.
I'm not sure I support this
Well,
sport.
I mean, they're wearing clothes, but
I'm not sure I support this sport now that I'm watching it on my phone.
You're not sure you're going to support that.
No, I'll tweet it out.
How
But
much are these guys actually getting paid?
That's my thing, too. This is just like, I
it's
feel
hard to watch because
it's really
you're thinking these guys are taking $250 home at night. You know,
better be taking no more than that. I love the first page that I pulled it
You
up on
gotta see
YouTube.
this, brothers.
It said this sport got banned across the world. That's the first thing.
I mean, at the end, like we can just say it like it is. It's professional CTE.
Man, yeah, but once again, they keep their head out of it.
Yeah,
so
but
much of that
I
is.
still see them.
It just feels like
Rick,
it's professional, like broken bones. I don't think it's CTE.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these guys look like they're getting knocked out
Yeah,
cold.
but ultimate fighting's a thing. I mean, it's a very successful thing. Like you're getting knocked out cold.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable.
Yeah,
Sorry
I watch
to
UFC all the time.
distract us.
I don't know why I don't support this.
Well, what a great thing to actually have a conversation when it's almost 1:30 and a 3-day weekend awaits.
So
Not that I'm thinking about that at all as I'm broadcasting, Basinonians, but still.
we went from Matt Ishbia in tonight's celebrity game to professional Oklahoma Drill League.
Yeah.
Which is apparently out there. Here's Jordan Ott on another element of All-Star Weekend that pertains specifically to the Suns. Devin Booker going to the All-Star game. He's actually going to be in his fifth three-point shootout. He's won this one. It was 2018, I think he won it. But here's Ott on Book.
I'm also excited that Book is going to the All-Star game, and he gets to be there, and he gets to enjoy it. Like, he deserves to be there. He gets to, like, take it in a little bit. That's what only so many guys get to go. And what he does for us on a night-to-night basis, he can be proud of where we're headed, and he's the straw that stirs it all. So that piece is good, and we're going to see him on that stage and be there to support him.
That is well said by Jordan Ott. It really is. You know, I'm so happy for Devin Booker, not because he's in the three-point contest, Basinonians, not because Matt Ishbia is actually in the celebrity. No, I'm so happy for him. He's in the All-Star game, recognized once again by coaches, picked by coaches as a reserve. To me, this is it's just verification, and he continues to get that encouragement going forward. And not only that, I love what Jordan Ott also said in regard to the fact that he can actually be there and know that they're doing something. They are really doing something and getting better as a team.
Yeah, there were plenty of years where Devin Booker probably deserved to go and didn't get to go because the team's record wasn't very good. Or I also believe this, there's also just that, like, you can't get in until you've been in. You know, it's like you're trying to get a job out of college. We don't have any experience. Okay, well, how am I supposed to get experience if I can't get a job out of college? It feels that way sometimes with the NBA All-Star game, but now that he's in, it's great to see him there this year. It's the actual game is still the part I'm looking forward to the least. It's the biggest honor, obviously, the book. It's not the honor that he's going to be in the three-point shootout. The honor is that he's in the actual game. But as far as watching, the three-point shootout, I think it's going to be more competitive.
Yeah.
All right, we come back. Who is the Diamondbacks closer? We get to ask somebody that before Wolf inevitably asks Mike Hazen that. We're going to ask our own D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports. Alex Weiner joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If on a day-to-day basis, I'm saying, who are you watching every single day? Jordan Lawler's number one. It's not going to be Pavin. It's not going to be any of your studs. It's not going to be Perdomo or Cattell or Corbin Carroll.
He wasn't even playing last year. They'd like the backup catcher more.
Yeah.
It's like it's time. Be a great catcher.
I'll agree with you.
They made a big trade. Be a great catcher.
And he becomes even more important this year with the automated balls and strikes.
Right.
It's official this year.
It is.
And during spring training, Gabby Moreno was really good at that last year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there, Basinonians. I mean, after all, this is your health. This is important. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and they're proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Maybe, Basinonians, you're just tired of not being able to bite into that apple or bite into that steak or smile real nice for the camera. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Rappaport also reports that former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals' special teams coordinator. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will compete in tonight's celebrity game, and Sun star Devin Booker will participate in tomorrow's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. And Suns legend Chris Paul has officially retired in 3 seasons with Phoenix. Paul was named to 2 All-Star games, 2 All-NBA teams, and helped lead the Suns to an appearance in the 2021 NBA Finals. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at The Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, we're going to talk to Alex Weiner here shortly. I believe he's actually out at Salt River Fields right now.
What's up, Alex?
So he's going to join us here in just a second. I feel like a lot has changed with the Diamondbacks, even just since the last time we talked to Alex, which was not that long ago. But you know, you've now added Paul Sewald, and Corbin Carroll's hurt. Hopefully nobody else is hurt.
Yeah.
Kind of at the limit of players in the Diamondbacks being hurt. But this is a lot of movement before we even get to the first spring training game, which, by the way, is 1 week from today.
Man, do you believe it's here? It finally, you know, honestly, it's very difficult. But when the game starts, that means Salt River Fields beckons. Does it not? That means at some point in time, Luke, we're going to be out there. It's one of my favorite places to go. You know this because I tell you this every year that we go there. I base it on things. I don't like doing road shows. I don't. I'll be honest with you, 100%. Really don't like it. I love the muse that is Studio Shangri-La right here. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Look at
right
that.
Here.
Look at that.
I love being here. But having said that, if we're going to go out somewhere, man, Salt River Fields.
Yeah.
That's ball.
It feels like spring training feels like a cheat code if you live here,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Like if you're visiting, that's great and it's amazing. It's vacation, but if you live here, you're like, I'm living in vacation. This is amazing. You just look around.
Very cool, man.
I will throw this out there real quick. Torey Lavella mentioned this yesterday. We really haven't talked about it a whole lot, but Adrian Del Castillo figures to have a decent role this year, hopefully. And Torey had this update on him.
Yeah, Del Castillo is dealing with a left calf issue, so he is going to be slow played here a little bit. He's here getting treatment, watching drills, entering into certain drills that he can do, but for right now he's going to be slow played. What the time frame is, I probably need to get that back to you.
All right.
Yeah, this is slow play time of year.
Yeah.
This is the way that it happens. You get hurt, we're going to make sure you're okay. We're going to get you healthy. We're going to do that because we got a long season coming up.
There's more from Torey. He was asked if he's optimistic about Corbin returning in time for opening day.
It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, he had the procedure yesterday. I know the timelines. I don't know when Lindor or Holiday procedure happened. There's a timeline now. The three of them, it's going to be a race, and you might see A ahead of B. I don't know. We do what we do here, and we're going to stick with our plan. I don't know what that looks like yet.
Opening day is March 26th.
Okay.
So that is that's about 5.5 weeks.
Okay.
So we'll see. That's right there in the timeline.
There we go.
Alex Weiner is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about the Diamondbacks and where this is all headed. Alex, thanks for the time, man. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. It was, some things got pushed back a bit today. So, but thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, for sure. Some baseball things. I mean, you're doing baseball things, so it's a good reason. All right, let's just jump into the Corbin Carroll conversation. Anything can happen. I get that, but it doesn't seem like even if he has to miss opening day that he's going to miss a whole lot from the regular season. But at the same time, you're talking about a hitter who just had to have something done to his hands. Where's your concern level with this, or do you think this is something that they get past pretty quickly?
Yeah, in terms of the timing of it, right? If it was to happen, now's the time. Because as you mentioned, if he misses, regular season games, it's only going to be, the first, week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll see exactly if it's like along the 6 to 8 week time frame. But as a hitter in spring training, like in 23 and 24, he got 60 plate appearances. Last year, he got about 50 plate appearances. Plus, you have dozens of more plate appearances on the backfields and live batting practice. So, yeah, so you are losing a lot of those reps that he's going to have to build back up. I'm curious how they're going to do that, whether or not he has a rehab assignment or they opt for something else. But yeah, it's certainly going to be a concern, and I'm not entirely sure how much is going to impact his power. I know it's happened to people in the past, but it also, some guys have come back from it totally fine. So it's one of those where if he struggles out of the gate, then we can kind of look at it and be like, how much has this impacted you? But, Corbin fought through, a fractured wrist last year, came back before anybody thought he would, and looks pretty darn good the second half of the year.
Alex, do you hear Corbin Carroll talking about leadership or wanting to improve his leadership?
Yeah, I haven't had too many chances to chat with him, and most of our conversations have been about the injury at this point. So I feel like, as we get through into spring training, that's something we'll learn more and more. It's hard to imagine he's still in his mid-20s, but he's a veteran now, kind of. He's been in the league for 3 full seasons, and this is a team that has brought in some veteran leadership, but it's going to need some of that internal and some of those internal voices. Perdomo, we know, is a vocal leader. Corbin is more a lead by example kind of a guy, more soft-spoken, but at the same time, that's an important part of being a leader, is being able to kind of, bring the guys up with you by, teaching them what to do, not only by what you do, but what you say too.
Talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, the addition of Paul Sewald, what do you foresee his role being on this team? I mean, is the hope that he can close games, or is it just let's see what he has left and maybe he's just a reliever and a good clubhouse guy?
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine he's closing very many games. I don't want to be too definitive yet, just because we haven't had a chance to talk to, a lot of guys on record about what his role is going to be yet. It's not official, although he does have a locker in the clubhouse, so that part of it I can say. But it seems hard to believe that he would be a closer. I mean, he lost that job when he was here in the summer of 2024. Last year, he wasn't really a closer for Cleveland or for Detroit. Sorry if you can hear that behind me. There's people with fixing up the field. Yeah, so I wouldn't imagine so. The stuff's not maybe where it was. I think he's, you took a flyer. It's not there very much money. It's $1.5 million. And you're just adding some, veteran depth to this bullpen that's increasingly younger and kind of see what sticks. So I wouldn't think so. But, we don't have a clear answer on who is going to be the closer.
Speaking of adding veterans right now, it does not seem like this is an accident in any way, shape, or form. Where you have Nolan Arenado, who is, 34? You have Carlos Santana, who's 39, and you have Paul Sewald as well, who's 35 right now. There is a ton of experience that has been added to this clubhouse. And that, to me, tells me maybe it's a situation where management felt like they had a void of leadership last year in that clubhouse. How do you read that?
Yeah, it could be a few things, right? One, they're guys with a lot of pedigree who have accomplished a lot and can teach some of the younger guys stuff for, not a whole lot of financial investment, right? They were able to get Nolan Arenado in a trade, and they're only paying him about $5 million this year. And Sewell's $1.5 million, and Santana's $2 million. But to your point, that's, 3 guys who have been through a lot in this league. Arenado is a future Hall of Famer. Santana, 16 years in the bigs. Sewald has been in various roles throughout his career and has been a closer before and an effective closer before. I think that's certainly part of it, as their group of internal younger players are growing up and learning to be leaders too. You bring in that fabric. They've had success with bringing in some veteran leaders before, right? I mean, you think of the 23 team, they don't do what they do without Evan Longoria or, when they brought in Tommy Pham, those guys played those roles for sure. So it never hurts, but there's going to have to be some sort of combination of leadership, but also results on the field too for some of those guys who are a little bit older in their careers.
Alex, as far as Jordan Lawler, how much pressure is on him individually this season, and also how much of the Diamondbacks' production offensively maybe hinges on Jordan Lawler becoming an everyday player?
Yeah, at some point you're going to have to prove it, right? And I think there were some good signs at the end of last season offensively, where it had looked like he was a bit lost at the plate. That first cup of coffee last year for sure. Then he comes up and the hitless streak continues. But then, in September, he started to get some things going. He was starting to drive some balls. He's accomplished everything he's needed to at the AAA level to prove that he's ready for the opportunity to play in the big leagues. And you're right, they're definitely going to need him, especially if Corbin misses the first couple of weeks and it takes him a couple of weeks to really get going. Then you're looking at this offensive core of Ketel Marte and Perdomo and Gabby Moreno, and you're going to need some guys in the second half of the lineup to really step up. And Lawler is one of those guys. He's got a golden opportunity ahead of him. He's going to get center field reps. He's going to have the opportunity to play the outfield quite a lot, it looks like, if he can prove himself in spring training. This is a huge year. This is a huge year for him to kind of prove that he is a cornerstone building block piece of this thing. Because if it doesn't happen this year, then I think there's still time for him. He's still a young player. He still has tons of team control left. But perhaps the plans change a little bit in what his trajectory looks like.
Who do you think is going to close, Alex?
If I had to guess, it would be Ginkel. Just based on, I know last year did not go well for him. He started the year with a shoulder injury, came back, didn't quite get into rhythm, and then started to figure some things out. And then he got hurt again and was out for the season. So it was just kind of a mess of a year for him last year. But in terms of just having done it before in spurts, being a trusted guy back there, he's on a contract year for whatever that's worth. I would guess it would be him, but that would be kind of a tentative guess because they have a few guys back there who potentially qualify for that role too.
Alex, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Cool. Thanks.
Take care. That's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line from out there at Salt River Fields. It looks like as we are closing in on the first spring training game 1 week from today. When we come back, we'll close with football. The Cardinals have a lot to change this offseason. Are they changing things enough? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cardinals reportedly expected to retain Nick Rallis as defensive coordinator. Cardinals reportedly hiring former Giants coach Michael Gobriel as special teams coordinator. And Dan Bickley writes, Diamondbacks rolling the dice once more with Paul Sewald edition. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
One more time. Hey, it's Wolf. What will we be watching the most when the Diamondbacks open up Cactus League play on Friday?
Hey, Wolf, we're
Discuss
back.
Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Wolf, are you done over there?
Wolf, we'll have to do that after
Kinda
the
checked
producing
out,
on
Luke.
the air. We'll have to do that after the show.
I don't know what you were recording, but we're back.
I got to tell you, man, I am check plays.
Amazing. I'm like looking at command and control like, can I start talking?
This is what happens when you don't sleep, Arizonians, for
Sleep's overrated.
days on end.
You know what? 3-day weekend
Yeah,
solves that problem.
I need that.
3-day weekend solves pretty much everything. All right, final segment of the show on Friday, and that's probably good for everybody. Cardinals news today that they are reportedly bringing back Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator. Justin Fry, line coach as well, among other things. But those are the ones where they're bringing back familiar names. You know, we had that story earlier we were looking at, Wolf, where ESPN was ranking the 18 teams. They put them in tiers, basically, of you know, how big of a rebuild. The 18 teams that missed the playoffs, how big of a rebuild was in front of them. And they went through, and with the Cardinals, who were obviously in the bottom tier with a few other teams, it was like, you know, your fastest path back maybe is if guys get healthy, which they should be healthier this year, and that maybe the defense really does have some young talent. It just hasn't been able to stay healthy. The Athletic had a story ranking, just flat out ranking the 18 teams that missed the playoffs. They had the Cardinals at 18th. Cardinals are 3-14. I keep thinking of a couple years ago when they drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., and the sentiment was, we got to get this right because we're not going to be picking here again. Well, they're actually picking even higher in the draft now, or even, worse record. They got to change some stuff. And the question is, have they changed enough? Do they feel like they've changed enough? Or, how much more can they do this offseason? Because I think that's the biggest hesitation people have when you say, hey, we're bringing Nick Rallis back. It's not about Nick Rallis. It's that you're saying you're making these big changes, but then you're bringing somebody back from last year.
Yeah, you're still making big changes. You are. And once again, players dictate what it is that you can do defensively or offensively. Ron Wolfley reporting. That's what happens.
My sources.
That's exactly right. You can only do what you can execute, Basinonians. You can have all the ideas in the world. You can be convicted about those ideas. But if you don't have players to go out and execute those schemes, you're done. Nothing is going to work. It's interesting that you bring this up, especially in regard to the possibility of a draft and the draft that could be looming and does loom for the Arizona Cardinals. But, you think about it, Walter Nolan, the third, and you think of that pick with Will Johnson as well. Those two guys specifically, I was talking about this earlier. NFL.com had a story where they rated all the draft picks of last year and then ranked them 1 through 32. The Arizona Cardinals were number 18. Now, you know the way I feel about this, Luke. Oh my goodness. Okay, ranking and grades and everything else. But at the same time, I thought it was interesting what they wrote. And what they wrote about the Cardinals, especially Walter Nolan III and Will Johnson, was this. If both these guys can get right physically, the Cardinals could have a pair of plus starters at premium positions. And with the immediate returns from day 3 picks, Cody Simon and Denzel Burke, this might ultimately prove to be a transformational defense in Arizona. And that, to me, resonates. Why does it resonate so much with me? Because of Walter Nolan III. You've heard me say it over and over and over again. The most destructive force in the football universe is an awesome 3 technique. And what we saw him flash last year when he was healthy, granted, oh my goodness, when he was healthy. But what we saw him flash last year was Leonard Williams-like. Okay? Not saying he's going to be Leonard Williams, just saying it was like that. And if that is the case, watch how much better Nick Rallis gets as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, as we've been talking throughout this show, and I even said this to you during one of the breaks, if you're going to make changes, I want to make them now. I don't want to make changes with the thought of making more changes down the line. This is kind of where I'm going more and more as we get further from the season. It's not even anything against Kyler Murray. I don't want to bring him back knowing a year from now you're going to move him, and now Mike LaFleur has a year where they didn't have success. Mike LaFleur couldn't make it work with Kyler either. Now Kyler's gone and LaFleur. And I don't want to bring in like a guy, like a bridge year quarterback. I don't want to bring in maybe Malik Willis if you think he's like the guy and Matt LaFleur can convince Mike LaFleur he's the guy, but I don't want to bring him in for a year. I don't want to do things halfway. That's why I think Nick Rallis, if you're keeping him, keep
You're
him.
okay with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, at that point, I would just keep Jacoby Brissett. I mean, for better or for worse, Jacoby Brissett made the players around him better, didn't win a lot of games. So you might be picking high in the 2027 draft, to me, the debate is not between, who's better, Kyler or Jacoby? That's not what it's about. It's Kyler or whoever you draft. Like, I want a clean break here, and let's do this. Draft a quarterback. If you're going to keep Nick Rallis as your defensive coordinator, don't do it with the intention of firing him 5 games in the next season if the defense isn't working. Like, keep him. Anybody that you are bringing in now, I want to be here for a while, which is probably the biggest reason why I kind of am ready for them to move on from Kyler, other than I think he's ready to move on.
Yeah. It's interesting because Aubrey Pleasant, he was a guy that you heard a lot of that. The passing game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams, basically. You heard a lot of that going on. That, there was a possibility they were going to bring him in and hire him as their next defensive coordinator. And then all of a sudden that dissipated. I wonder why that is. Maybe the interview process didn't go very well. But having said that, Nick Rallis, once again, and bringing him back, I love the fact that he knows the NFC West. This was a guy that was on many head coaching radars for organizations. Going into last season, Basin Orleans, it is the truth. And it wasn't just here locally, it was nationally. This was being reported. So you got to be ready. But Nick Rallis, he wasn't the problem last year. The Cardinals' defense was.
I know you want to stay extra, Wolf. I know you don't want this 3-day weekend to start.
Oh, my goodness.
But it actually has started for us, so we're going to leave. Thanks to Rick and Jamal.
Strength.
For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gabo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more time. Hey, it's Wolf. What will we be watching the most when the Diamondbacks open up Cactus League play on Friday?
Hey, Wolf, we're
Discuss
back.
Tuesday at 10 a.m.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Control is everything to me. Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ian Rappaport, Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator next season. And Rappaport also reported that the Cardinals are hiring former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with the celebrity game. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the game. And Devin Booker will be participating in the three-point contest tomorrow, as well as the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. What's going on today? Friday before a
three-day
weekend coming up. President's
three-day
Day.
weekend.
Yeah, gotta love that, right?
Yeah, who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yeah, big
so people that don't get them. Yeah,
Sunday, there are people who are like, I have to work Monday. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, you know, what are you gonna do about it?
Perfect weather today. This is my favorite.
Oh, we'll have to get the.
Can we get the Lauren? Hey, how about a little? Yeah. How about a little?
I'm here to do nothing but open windows
let's
for
bring
Gambo.
the clouds in.
That's
Oh my, yeah. Oh yeah.
Here come the clouds.
This is great. This is great. I wish I was outside right now. My favorite weather.
Gambo.
My favorite weather.
For those who have no idea what we're talking about, Lauren just used the remote control thingy there on the other side of the glass to open up the shades here in the studio. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll notice the lighting in here is going to change. We keep the shades closed when it's sunny outside, because it screws up our lighting.
When it's not sunny, it doesn't.
But when it's cloudy, we can open up the windows, and it makes. Trust me, over the next 4 hours, it will make Gambo a different, better, happier talk show host.
Yeah,
don't you agree, Lauren? Like it will.
Love it. Too bad we don't have real windows. So we can get some fresh air in here. That'd be really good.
You know what? Yeah, that's. Next time we move into a new building, we'll make that request for you.
Yeah.
You know, windows that open. So
I'll probably retire, and then I'll be like, hey, let's change the windows so they open.
Just to spite you. Yeah, they might. Yeah. Just or maybe is a temptation to get you to stay around a little bit longer. Who knows? Let's tell you what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
God, it's crazy. I wondered if this was going to happen. I didn't say anything. But, like, with each passing interview for a defensive coordinator, whether it was
Vasso, Pleasant,
Wink, Martindale, the Seattle guy, with each passing one, I thought, Nick is still there, and he's still in the building, and he hasn't taken another job yet. And now the report is out there that the Arizona Cardinals are going to keep Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator, according to multiple reports.
Somebody's got to be the defensive coordinator. Carl Scott was the guy in Seattle.
Yeah, I was blanking on his name.
Stott.
Carl Scott. You had Vaso. You had Martindale. And it was one other. It
was the Giants guy. The Giants guy.
Right. So in the end, they end up going back to Nick Rallis, and a lot of people are scratching their heads right now. Like, because they struggle to get Max Melton going and Birch going and Nolan going and Darius Robinson going. And so by bringing back Rallis, I think, who was under Gannon, I think a lot of people were surprised by that. They thought they would just move on altogether and not bring Nick back. So I think there's a lot of people that are very surprised by that Nick Rallis is being retained as the defensive coordinator.
Charlie Bullen was the name of the Giants linebackers coach, who was their interim DC after they made their coaching change.
Who was interviewing with the Raiders.
Yeah, I thought I mentioned him, but it was Carl Scott, Aubrey Pleasant, Charlie Bullen. Wink Martindale was the other. Here's Jeremy Fowler this morning on the Bickley and Murata show, NFL insider for ESPN.
I think part of it is play calling experience. Mike LaFleur was looking for that, especially with him as a young offensive coach. That's why Wink Martindale's name was out there a little bit. But he interviewed a lot of other people that were more up and coming and didn't have the experience. I think that's why he's going with Rallis for the continuity purpose. Now, yes, the defense looked lifeless end of the year for sure, but I think the whole team was devastated by the injuries. And I really don't think Michael Bidwell wanted to fire Jonathan Gannon at some point in the season, but it just got so bad that they just were losing all momentum and had to move on. But Rallis was kind of caught in that crossfire a little bit. He's considered a good young coach. The results weren't great last year, to be sure. So he's got some things to prove, but it looks like it's trending that way.
The biggest baffling part to me, and I'm not breaking any new ground when I say this here.
Youth?
There's that, but it's Monty Austin-Fort. Part of the impetus you thought for this coaching change was, I feel like I've drafted good players, and I don't feel like those players have been developed very well.
Yes.
And you're running it back with the same defensive coordinator that you could question, did he develop my defensive players as good as I wanted him to? That to me is the core of this issue and why I wonder why they went this direction, because it just feels like it goes opposite against everything that we would have thought with the state of the Cardinals now.
Yeah, my thought process is I just wonder how many options they ran out of. Did Pleasant say no? Did Vaso say no? Did Martindale? And Martindale's a 6-year-old guy with a lot of experience, Instead, Rallis is 32 years old? Like, he's really young. So he's got some experience, but the defense overall wasn't very good. I mean, you thought they were going to be, but they ranked 29th in scoring, 23rd in yards per player allowed over the last 9 games. They were 32nd in scoring defense. They were 28th in yards allowed. The results weren't good. The results were not good.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take the youth of Rallis and you take the results that weren't very good, you're banking on continuity. Okay, maybe the guy's like playing for him, and maybe he'll be given a little bit more of a leeway. But he called the defense. It wasn't Gannon. He called the defense. And again, the last 9 games of the season, you're talking about a defense that was 32nd overall in scoring. They weren't very good. They were getting blown out.
It's just crazy how much things have changed. This time a year ago, I think Cardinal fans in the know kind of thought Nick Rallis was the coach that you were afraid of losing, not Drew Petzing, because the defense, the way they had played to finish last year and the way he had done so much more with so little, we were all excited. We were all really genuinely excited to see what Nick Rallis was going to do when he got a Josh Sweat, right? When he got a Walter Nolan, when he got a Will Johnson. Boy, imagine what he's going to be able to do with that. I hope. See, and that's where I just don't know. I mean, is it a money thing? Was it because the pool of money available to the staff wasn't very good? We had
that story came out yesterday, the day before, kind of hinting that they had money.
Just going to bring that up. The Clint Kubiak story. Jason La Canfora had reported that they were prepared to go, nth degree to pay Kubiak and to pay Kubiak's staff. Well, did they offer the same to Mike LaFleur? Did he have the same pool to work from? And if this isn't a money issue, is it, like you mentioned, a bunch of guys who are kind of looking at this job and going, man, I gotta prove myself as a first-time defensive coordinator in that division against those teams?
Could that be why Gus Bradley didn't have interest?
I'm not setting myself up for success if I take that job. Like if I go become the defensive coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals,
I'm bringing a knife to a gunfight in the NFC West, and I'm trying to think of my bigger picture career here and what my path is to being a head coach, and it's not. I don't know. I mean, there's a million tiny little reasons why we could have ended up where we are today, and it's just trying to figure out which is the one. You know, what is the one reason that has Nick Rallis being here? Is it the money? Was it other guys backing out? Was it the play calling thing, as Fowler says? Either way, it just doesn't.
Couldn't it be all of them?
It could be.
Couldn't it be they didn't have the money to pay the top guys? That could be one.
Of course.
Number two, a lot of the top guys didn't want this job. The division's tough. It's hard. It's a hard job. So guys didn't want it. I mean, Gus Bradley would have been great when he went to Tennessee. Left to 49, went to Tennessee. He would have been great. Wink Martindale's like 60 years old. He's got a lot of experience. I would have been nice to have somebody that you could have leaned on as a young coach.
Oh, boy.
You would want somebody that you could lean on, whether it's a Tom Moore or a Wade Phillips or just somebody you could bounce ideas off of, because LaFleur's young. He's got his brother he could talk to all the time, and his father was a coach. It's a football family. I get it. But you want somebody there game day. You want somebody there as you prep, and your brother's not available 24/7. And I know LaFleur's got experience, but it would be nice to have somebody, an older veteran guy, the calming influence that could help him there. You're not going to get that with Nick. Nick's younger than Mike.
Yeah. And that is, if you remember back to when we were talking about them hiring Mike LaFleur, we were talking about like our dream scenario. Okay, hire Mike, but then hire like a Raheem Morris to be his defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Hire
somebody that's been a head coach before.
Yeah, who's been a head coach before, who at the very least has been a DC before, who's got
another
some
name we were thinking about
experience in
too.
the
It was
league.
Raheem Morris, and there was somebody else we were looking at. We were saying, okay, that would be, can't remember who it was, but there were a couple of those guys that were out there that were, that's a veteran guy. I'm trying
to remember who it was.
That guy would be really good if you can get him.
Yeah, and it's just the whole thing just it doesn't feel like the step forward we wanted them to take. I mean, like, I knew this offseason was going to be rough with this coaching change. This feels like it's been rougher than even we anticipated, just watching how they've kind of stuck the landing on this one, or not stuck the landing, as the case may be. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you about Pat's Run, it's presented by Tech Systems. 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The Cardinals have yet another young coaching staff. How can they turn the tables from last season? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Yeah, I run to friends all the time that ask me about my clients. Two the other day at the gym just asked me about Dr. Jay Schwartz. They both really desperately want LASIK surgery, so I reached out to Dr. Jay Schwartz. I gave him all their information. He had the office reach out. They called. They got their appointments set up, and they just really want to get LASIK. When you start to get to the age of around 40, your eyesight starts to change, and not for the better. Your eyesight changes for the worse. That's why the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is here to help you. Whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is ready to help you with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help you. Now, the first step is to get that free thorough eye exam. Make sure you're a candidate. Dr. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. He's the team eye doctor for the Suns and D-backs. So that eye exam's the first step. Once you know you're a candidate, you can go over all your options, the financing options. You got 2 years interest-free if you want to go that route. And then the procedure's pretty simple. It's very simple. Doesn't take a long time. You go home, you rest, and all of a sudden your vision is back to what you wanted it to be. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-7098.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-7098. That's 800-575-7098.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, this is Jared, and Tuesday begins the most exciting week of the year. No, not half-price chili week at the Soup and Scoop, but Newsmakers Week. And we'll be joined by Jerry Colangelo, Derek Hall, Bobby Hurley, and others on Tuesday. So tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I'm gonna tip jar airplanes in the night sky like a shooting star. Is that what it is? Airplanes.
Okay, there are 2 takeaways from this.
In the night sky, like shooting stars.
That is, in fact, the lyrics.
I could really use a wish right now, wish right now,
Second
wish
one,
right now.
that is not this song.
What?
This is Run This Town. The Jay-Z song.
Is it a sample of the song that he's talking about?
The B.O.B. song?
He always gets a little confused by that. When one song samples another, he always gets a little confused. Is that what this is?
This is like the Doja Cat song all
A little
over
bit, like
again.
a little bit.
So is this sampling from the B.O.B.?
I don't think so. I think this is pre the B.O.B.
Oh. All right. Okay.
But you like it either
But
way,
both good. Both good.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. All right. Gambo's tip charted.
Okay.
Jay-Z, B.O.B.
I thought it was
Whatever.
I could really use a wish right now, wish right now. You guys are all shocked that I know that song.
Yeah, if I'm being honest a little. Yeah, that when I was seeing it out of the corner of my eye when you're doing the tip jar sign, I'm like, well, okay.
Okay.
Huh. This song isn't from the 70s, and he's tip jarring it. Shocker. Hello, Avondale. Thank you for listening to us or watching us on today's Burns and Gambo show, Avondale. We do appreciate that. It wasn't the only coaching news that came down, and it was the timing of it all too was kind of odd. Late night on a Thursday, right? Like I don't know about you, I did not see any of this before I went to bed.
Yeah.
And I woke up this morning, I'm like, God, what the hell happened
It's a
last
guy
night?
from CBS Sports, Matt Zenitz, who said, strong possibility the Cardinals end up retaining Nick Rallis. Social media went nuts, like, get out of here. There's no way. Come on, how stupid would this be? But that's, but that was the word. Like, there's a strong possibility that they're going to end up retaining Nick Rallis. The same guy said they're expected to retain Justin Fry, the offensive line coach, who was hired by Jonathan Gannon last year to replace who? Clayton Adams. What was the biggest problem we had last year? Clayton Adams was gone.
Yeah.
They were struggling without Clayton Adams. They weren't getting anything out of their offensive line. So the guy that replaced Clayton Adams, who went to Dallas, is Justin Fry. And then the word came out, same guy from CBS Sports, saying that he expects that they're going to retain Justin Fry as the offensive line coach. And then he reported that they're going to hire former Pro Bowl quarterback Matt Schaub as the quarterback's coach. So you've got a quarterback's coach, you got an offensive line coach, you just got a defensive coordinator. So you're starting to fill in the holes, right? You got Tony Sorrentino at wide receiver. You got Matt Merritt at running back. You got Nathaniel Hackett as offensive coordinator. You got Michael Gabriel as special teams. Now you start to fill in some of those other areas. You fill in your quarterback coach. You fill in your defensive coordinator. You fill in your offensive line. And suddenly the coaching staff is starting to take shape.
It is, and whether anyone's going to be happy with it, I don't know. I mean, I think much like the Nick Rallis conversation, there is a curiosity about retaining coaches from the previous staff, especially when their success of their units was in question. I don't think anybody felt better about the Cardinals' offensive line last year under Justin Fry's tutelage. Doesn't mean it was his fault, but there was a lot of questions. You mentioned Clayton Adams' name. There were a ton of questions all season long about Clayton Adams and how much his departure was hurting that unit and hurting the run game a lot, right?
Like, yes, Gannon about it.
Now, later in the season, and it's been pointed out, I think rightfully so, Isaiah Adams appeared to have turned a corner a little bit and was playing well. John Gaines gave them some moments. Josh Fryer, the undrafted kid out of Ohio State, seemed to play a little bit. So there were a few guys. I don't make it sound like the offensive line was a complete disaster last year. There are a few guys towards the end who you were looking at going, okay, you might be a piece, you might be a piece, you might be a piece. But Cambo, it's weird to me, and I don't know how else to put it. It's weird to me when you come in and you fire a head coach and you say it's time to win, it's time to change things, it's time to do things differently, but you keep this guy or you keep that guy. And it's funny. We were just talking about the Seattle DB's coach and how unique it was that Pete Carroll hired him, Carl Scott. Pete Carroll hired him, and when Mike McDonald came and took that job, he decided to keep him, which I wonder how they reacted to that in Seattle. Like, really? You're going to keep coaches from the last coaching staff? Yeah. It's a very weird dynamic, I think, when you do that.
Yeah. I asked Brock Hewitt about this Carl Scott guy yesterday.
Oh, okay. What did he say?
He said, he goes, it's complicated. First, McDonald calls the defense. He's a unicorn. And then Julian Love and Kobe Bryant are off the charts football IQ guys, and anyone can coach them. So that's a couple of things that Brock said to me. I just checked on him, like, okay, because you know more about this guy than I do. What can you tell me about Carl Scott? I liked his resume. I liked 3 years with Saban at Alabama, winning a championship. I like being under Pete Carroll and then being retained by McDonald. But he said, look, McDonald is just a unicorn, man. He's going to call the defenses, and he's great at it. And some of those guys are just such high football IQ guys, it doesn't matter. So, he didn't speak negatively about him, but he just kind of said that it's a little bit different of a situation here in Seattle. What I was getting last night, the vibe I was getting more than anything was, why did they fire Gannon? Why didn't they just, I
thought about that too.
There was a lot of people questioning.
I thought about that too.
Why did they just fire Gannon? If you're really going to punt till next year, you don't know who your quarterback is going to be. You were competing with 10 different teams for not only head coach, but then offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coach, filling out your staff. If this was just a bad year to be hiring a coach and a staff, why didn't you just wait? Run it back one more year, take your lumps, then get rid of Gannon.
Yeah.
And then start over again next year with a new coach and just fresh with a new quarterback that you draft. So I was kind of getting that gist last night that people were starting to question, Why didn't they just keep Gannon if it was going to be like this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. There was at some point during the coaching search with how long it took and how obviously painful it was, I kind of had the same thought. Like it was about the time you and I were talking about how the fact that maybe they didn't anticipate that there was going to be 10 openings in the NFL, and it's like, oh my God, there's 10 jobs, and now everyone's kind of seeing how it's perceived, how undesirable our job is, whether that's perception or reality, whatever the case may be. And it was right around then where I thought, man, I wonder if they just would have kept Gannon and just changed offensive coordinators or made him redo his offensive staff for a little bit.
ASU kept Bobby Hurley for one more year, even though they know there's no way in the world he was keeping his job. Like, just one more year, play it out. We won't owe you any money, and then we'll start over, after the next year. Would the Cardinals? Nah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. Hopefully, Mike LaFleur is a hell of a coach, and there's some indication that he could be. He's very well respected. He's very well liked. I thought he won the press conference. You listened to it. You talked to him. I thought he did a good job.
Came off as very personable, very knowledgeable, I mean, he did great. Right. And it's not about winning the press conference, but I understand exactly what you're saying. We all want this to work out in the end, but the process has just been a very uncomfortable, unsatisfying one, and it hasn't changed. Keeping Nick Rallis,
the same offensive line coach, keeping the same defensive coordinator. You're not hiring anybody that veteran with a lot of experience. The closest you got is Hackett, who was terrible in Denver as a head coach.
You got a quarterback coach who's never been a quarterback
coach before.
Right, in Matt Schaub. Here's Steve Weish from NFL.com. He was on, I believe it was Bickley and Murata, talking about this exact topic.
Look, the thing for Mike LaFleur, and I found it interesting when I look at the composition of his coaching staff. Sean McVay, which the first thing he did when he took over as a 32-year head coach, he hired Wade Phillips, a former head coach and a defensive guy. What does Mike McDonald do? He's a very young head coach. He hires Leslie Frazier, a former head coach and one of the most astute people. And I look at how Mike LaFleur has assembled his staff, and it's incredibly young. And I'm kind of waiting for him to add, the Yoda, the Ben Kenobi.
Amen. Hire Yoda.
Add the Yoda.
Right. The wise
mentor.
old sage.
Right.
Yeah,
hey, what do I do here? What would you have done? What would Bill Parcells have done? What would Tom Landry have done? What would
this Mike LaFleur hire more if there was somebody
to lean on me? I totally agree. I totally
agree.
I totally agree. I mean, because you could see the staff starting to be put together. You got Nathaniel Hackett's your offensive coordinator. He's got a little experience as a head coach, not a lot. It failed miserably. He didn't even make it through the first year. I don't know how much you can rely on him. He's not even going to call the plays. Yeah. Your defensive coordinator is the same guy last year. The defense was atrocious at the end of the season. And then you look at the staff, and you've got, it's going to be a young staff again. Yeah. That was the knock on Gannon's staff, is how young it was. This is going to be very young, too.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll talk a little D-backs baseball as spring training is underway. Alex Weiner, our Diamondbacks insider from ArizonaSports.com. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
It's the President's Day sales event at Sanderson Ford. You could get a brand new 2025 Ford Explorer ST line. Check this out. $42,395. It includes $6,000 model line bonus cash, almost $2,000 in Sanderson discounts, and this deal is up right now. A 2025 Ford Explorer ST line, $42,395. How about a 2025 Ford Maverick truck? You could purchase one for $26,495. That's an incredible deal for a brand new Ford Maverick. And I got another one for you, the Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben 2025. They got a demo unit right now for $27,495. $27,495. That's like $7,000, more than $7,000 off MSRP. You might want to jump on that one quick if you wanted. A 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, $27,495 at Sanderson Ford. Check them out on 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ian Rappaport, Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. And Rappaport has also reported that the Cardinals will be hiring former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with the celebrity game, and Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the game. And tomorrow, Devin Booker will be shooting in the three-point contest, and he will also be playing in the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
Talking spring training with our Diamondbacks insider from ArizonaSports.com, the host of the Ain't No Fang podcast, of which I am now a very happy part of as well.
Let's talk about that.
That's right.
Let's talk about the Ain't No Fang.
Yeah, well, you're the host. I'm the coach. It's your podcast. But
so you added him?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a big free agents
acquisition. It's a big acquisition.
Yeah, this is our Corbin Burns.
Yeah, this is a big time signing
Alex
right now.
is deferring my salary 10 years down the road.
It's all deferred. It's all deferred.
To avoid the tax implications and
Give
things
us some
like
more
that.
flexibility in case we want to make any more ads. Yeah.
But we're excited about it. Our first episode of the season dropped a couple days ago.
On YouTube.
We're going to be doing it like once a week or so, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too.
Yeah, I love talking about Diamondbacks baseball.
I mean, before when I came here and I started doing the show, Burnsy was always a fill-in guy for me. It was Gambo and Ash. Burnsy was doing the Diamondbacks talk after every game.
Yeah.
10 years. Yeah, you were just a kid. You were in elementary school or something. And when did you start doing Diamond Talk?
I started doing Diamond Talk in 2002, and I did it all the way through 2011.
What year were you born?
I was born December of 98.
98, so you were 4 years old. You hadn't even started elementary school when he started doing the Diamondback. So that should be fun. You guys talk some baseball.
Does that make you feel young, or does that make me feel old?
Oh, I don't know. I think like that's the question for you.
Makes me feel very old. Makes me feel very old.
He's smart. He's not going to answer that
of course not. Yeah. But I went to a lot of D-backs games over those years. So looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. It seems like today, right now, just based off of the video and just based off of the conversation we had just a moment ago before we went on the air, is Lourdes Gurriel Jr. You posted some video of him shagging fly balls out in left field. He's taking cuts at the plate. You were just telling us a second ago that he spoke to the media. Boy, it does seem like things are moving faster on the Gurriel front than maybe we would have anticipated, given that he suffered a torn ACL not that long ago.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? It does seem like he's pretty well ahead of schedule. Mike Hazen has said that he's looking like he's ahead of schedule. Today we were out there. He was hitting BP on the field. He mentioned afterwards that he has a live batting practice session coming up soon, so that he'd face live pitching, which is seems soon for that kind of thing. But he seems to be making a lot of good progress. All offseason on Instagram and on stories, he was posting videos of him running, of him hitting, of him even sliding into second base at one point. So it seemed like he was making good progress, but he seems rather confident that he's well ahead of schedule and should be ready sooner than later.
The interesting thing is when he comes back, he is not going to play left field 6 days a week. He is not. We were just talking about this. I was saying during the break, he is going to DH quite a bit. So when Gurriel comes back, because he's off of a torn ACL, because he's coming back quicker, they don't want to put the wear and tear on him in left field. So, they're going to have him DH quite a bit. So be prepared for that. And it might be a good spot. Like they don't have a regular DH now. Right. So it could be a good combination using Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel as your designated hitters. Marte getting like 2 days a week to DH, and Gurriel getting more time, 3, 4, 5 days a week to be the designated hitter, because they don't want him just coming back and playing left field every day, because you're only 4 months off of the ACL surgery. So that's a quick recovery for him. So I would expect you'll see him DH a lot.
I would imagine so. I mean, he suffered the torn ACL in September. It's not like this was a middle of the season kind of injury. So there's certainly some steps that need to be taken. And that's an interesting idea, too. And how do you fill out the outfield if he's not going to be starting in left field very often? It puts a lot of more onus on Jordan Lawler to figure it out and become the outfielder that they hope that he can become. Where they put Alec Thomas and how they figure all of that stuff out. There's just a lot of pieces to put together, but it makes sense to have your DH kind of lined up that way.
Lawler does become... One thing about the DH first, before we talk about Lawler. I was kind of excited to see a little more ADC at DH to see what he could do. I hope that doesn't... I mean,
there'll still be some at-bats for him.
I'm sure there will, but I know there's a lot of moving parts here. I was a little intrigued by Adrian Del Castillo's ability to be the DH to see what he could do.
Because he could hit.
Because he can mash. I mean, against a certain type of pitcher, yes, but he can mash. I hope that doesn't get lost in the sauce a little bit with all these moving parts,
Yeah, I have some other bad news for you guys, but he's been kind of slow played this spring. He's dealing with a bit of a calf issue, so he's not catching at the moment, but when he gets healthy, they're going to have him return to catching. He's not going to play first base or anything like that. But yeah, as a DH option against righties, if you have him start, 2-3 games a week, and you have Gurriel as the DH 3-4 days a week, and you mix in Marte, I mean, there's plenty of at-bats to go around. If you mix and match positions a little bit, they'll kind of figure out how to get at-bats for everybody.
Have we heard from Jordan Lawler yet this spring? I mean, in terms of this new role, this new spot, this new position, how prepared he is for it. I know we're only a couple days in.
Right.
Have we heard from him yet on all of this?
I haven't spoken to him in spring training yet. Sunday is the first day of full squad workouts, so there'll be more opportunities with the position players. I talked to him a little bit in December at a charity event for the Diamondbacks, and he seemed, just excited about the opportunity to compete for a spot and help the team out. So he seemed kind of open-minded. That was right after he came back from the Dominican, which he seemed like it was a positive experience. We'll see. He's an athletic guy, and it's one of those things, if he can read the ball off the bat well and make the right routes, he should be fine out there.
All right, let's talk Zach Allen. Bernsey thinks that he's going to sign with somebody by the end of our show today.
Really?
I do.
He thinks he's going to say now.
This is the first time we've mentioned this on the air.
Yes,
but I've been walking around the newsroom.
He's got a gut feeling.
It's my gut is telling me. I know I'm like plus 600 on this on the betting wager odds. I think by the end of our show today, Zach Gallen has a home. I'm not saying it's here. I'm just saying he has a home by the end of our show.
He called his bookie, put the bet in. By the way, if you don't pay your bookie, they usually send somebody like me out to collect the money.
Well, I mean, think of this in today's online betting world. We don't need to
you don't need
that. You don't really need the book. We don't need people like you anymore.
Do it on your phone.
My
Easy.
understanding is that the Diamondbacks are still trying.
Yeah.
But it would have to be one creative type of deal. So say $15 million on a one-year deal with an option year, but 5 or 6 of that is deferred.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now you defer money, you still have to put it in an account, but it would have to be a very creative way. They're at where they want to be for their payroll. They've actually exceeded the budget by a little bit. So they're actually over what they budgeted for this year. Mm-hmm. Adding Gallen at $15 million puts them way over, and that's not what they want to be because this organization lost $50 to $60 million last year. But if there's a creative way to do something with the contract, it would be a lower contract with deferred money. The Diamondbacks are absolutely open to it.
Sure. I mean, if you're Gallen, you're looking back at declining the qualifying offer.
You're going to lose money.
Yeah, it's brutal. We're starting to look around the league, and just fewer and fewer spots you could see him landing. Justin Verlander goes back to the Tigers this week. Chris Bassett lands $18.5 million to go to Baltimore, which was more than I expected for him. There's just fewer and fewer spots, and there's less opportunities for him in other places. It just seems like the likelihood he returns is greater. But as you mentioned, Gambo, it's going to have to be a contract that
can't be a straight $20 million.
To this. Yeah,
it can't be, hey, here's $20 million, or here's what you were going to get in a qualifying offer.
That would be a really expensive rotation.
It's just, and it's, yeah, I mean, you got back there, $60 million on the sideline with Puck, Martinez,
Sure.
Gurriel, Burns. They brought back Merrill Kelly. That's more money. Almost everybody in the team got a raise from last year.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to factor that in as well. But they're open to it. It's just Boris misplayed his hand with Gallen. He just misplayed his hand. I'm sure if Gallen could do it all over again, he would have just taken a qualifying offer.
Yeah,
doesn't seem like it. I only picked today. It just. He's got to get a job. You know what I mean? Like it's you got to right. Like I mean,
spring training's here.
We're there. Okay, teams are reporting. Full squads are this weekend. It's time, and I'm sure he doesn't have great offers to sift through. But I got to imagine for him, how much more comfortable do you think he would be here versus anywhere else in what ultimately is going to be a one-year prove-it deal for him?
I would imagine so. I mean, you're working with the same pitching coach that they seem to get on a pretty good rhythm with in the second half last year. Merrill Kelly's back, so you kind of have your, locker room mate already back there. You have the same catchers that were with you last year with McCann coming back along with Gabby.
And he was good with McCann.
He was very good with McCann.
Right? Wasn't it McCann that he felt most comfortable with?
By the end of the year, yeah. McCann kind of won over a lot of pitchers with how he was game calling, but Gabby's an exceptional catcher as well. With comfort, yeah, it would totally make a lot of sense. I think if there's a roster fit, they have 5 viable starting pitchers, but you can never have too many. You never know who you're going to get through spring training with or without. So I think there's a clear fit in terms of his familiarity here and what the Diamondbacks could use, because Mike Hazen even yesterday said we're still in the market for both relievers and starting pitchers. It's just about making the money work. That's the complicated part of it.
Alex, good stuff as always. We appreciate it. We'll catch up next week for the pod.
Ain't
no Fang. Thanks for coming in, talking D-backs baseball with us, man. We appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Alex Weiner joining us as he just walked in from Salt River Fields a little bit ago, joining us here to talk Diamondbacks baseball. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is it an impossible grade to give out when grading the Phoenix Suns rookie class? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Outfielder Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone during a live batting practice session and will miss significant time this spring.
Oh, no. So he took a pitch off the back of his hand is what he did.
Super. If it wasn't for bad news on the injury front for the Diamondbacks, we'd
We
have no
haven't
news
even
at all.
officially started spring training yet.
Yeah, he's an outfielder. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday.
Yeah. Darn it, Corbin, why is your work ethic so great? You shouldn't even be here today.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Love is in the air this week for Valentine's Day at Shady Rays Sunglasses. Give the gift that your loved one will cherish this week and save big. Stop by the Shady Rays store at Curlin Commons in Scottsdale and get 40% off when you buy 2 pairs of Shady Rays sunglasses February 12th through the 15th. All their popular styles. Shady Rays Golf, Aviators, even their cutting-edge snow goggles. Shady Rays, incredible UV protection and lens technology backed by 100% customer satisfaction guarantee.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband. It's my sons. It's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question time. Here comes Lauren on this Friday, going into a 3-day weekend. Hello, Lauren. Good to see you.
Hello, guys. Good to see you.
We almost had a pizza day today, and Burnsy canceled it.
Mitch is sick. It felt wrong. The hell
Speak for yourself.
I know. Me and Lauren were like, we had it all set.
It's a 5-day weekend.
Exactly.
Well,
like, whatever. I'm sure he's eating pizza right now.
So wouldn't you guys rather split lunch 3 ways than 2 ways?
I'm buying it anyway. They weren't going to have to buy.
Oh, really?
We'd worked out a side deal.
We worked out a deal.
God, I was going to make them chip in if you won.
There was a side deal behind the scenes.
Listen, you get me a Dr. Pepper, and I'll buy the pizza and the chocolate chip brownie.
Well, if I had known that, then we would have had lunch today.
I wasn't going to make them pay. I was going to pay for all of them.
I was going to, so lunch next week. Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the plans.
I mean, it's so funny because I'm talking with Lauren. I'm like, all right, order whatever pizza you want, and they got this chocolate chip brownie. Why don't you get that too? Literally 30 seconds later, Burns is like, Mitch isn't here. Let's call off the pizza. I'm like,
Wow.
We don't have to.
That's also not an exaggeration. It was legit like 30 seconds after
we had
Kim
already
Moore got off the
agreed to
phone.
order the pizza and add the chocolate chip brownie.
Sorry, I ruined everybody's pizza dreams. I don't know what sounds better, pizza or brownie right now. They both
could
sound
have
pretty
had
good.
With the
I would've
pizza, we'd
known.
probably be getting ready to have a piece of brownie on a
absolutely.
Friday.
And then slip into a food coma for the last 3 hours of the show.
True.
Poll question. Again, apologies for ruining everybody's pizza day. We'll try it again next week when Mitch is back. What are we asking the folks today, Lauren?
Well, this comes from a discussion that you guys had yesterday regarding Paul Sewald. Who will be the Diamondbacks' closer to start the 2026 season?
Oh, I'm going with the gink.
All right.
The gink. Give me the gink.
Okay. I'm not.
Is he in there? I hope he's an option.
Yeah, no, he is an option. I'm not doing.
You're not
that
doing the Jared
production.
Carlin
I'm not doing
thing?
that
Not
either.
doing that
No.
either. Okay,
Your options are Paul Sewald, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, or other.
It's Ginkel. Yeah, it's Ginkel. Kevin Ginkel.
You look like you were trying to talk yourself out of it.
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to, in my mind, come up with a reason why I should zig when everyone else is zagging. Because I know Kevin Ginkel is going to be probably the runaway winner of this poll question. And I was just trying to think of a reason why I would go a different way.
Sometimes
Couldn't come up
you
with
just
one.
gotta zig.
Because sometimes you just got to zig when everybody else is zigging. So I'm zig.
All right. Well, zigging is what our audience is
Okay.
doing. 50% of them going with Kevin Ginkel, 25% going with Paul Sewald, 16% going with other, and 10% going with Ryan Thompson.
Okay.
Okay, that is interesting to me.
Thompson?
That Thompson is last before other, and that Sewald is second. I would have just assumed that Sewald would not be winning, would be last on that list. I don't know why. I would have thought he would have been fourth.
Nobody has more saves in that group than he does.
I know, but that velocity drop off was noticeable last year, and even before he left. That's all. That's what I was.
Yeah, fastball's around 90 to 91 right now.
Yeah. All right, that's poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at on social media. The Phoenix Suns are in the midst of their All-Star break. Got the celebrity basketball game tonight. Go get him, Matty Ish.
Let's go.
3-point contest with Book tomorrow.
I'm looking for a technical foul, Matt.
You got to dive on the floor at least 3 times.
At least
otherwise
3 times you got to dive for a loose ball.
You're banned from the Burns and Gambo show.
Don't
if you
be preaching it to your team and you're not willing to do it yourself. You got to be willing to do it yourself.
So the BleacherReport.com article in which they gave out report card grades for every team's rookie class gave the Suns an F.
They gave an F.
And they wrote, the good news is that the Suns are winning basketball games. The bad news is it's in spite of their rookies, not because of them. 10th overall pick, Kamad Malawach, has only been getting late game scraps. Rasheer Fleming, selected just one spot outside the first round, is shooting 34.7 percent overall,
Yeah.
and 22% from threes. What do you think about them getting an F?
I think they should get an incomplete because they don't have room for these guys to play. Malawach has been your third center, fourth center before you traded Nick Richards. Fleming, I agree with you on I would like to see Fleming play more, especially if he can knock down the corner 3. I think people are going to look at Derek Queen. They're going to look at how well he's played, averaging 12-7 or 12-8, for New Orleans, and playing a lot of minutes and shooting the ball well, not from 3, but from inside, and say they could have had a guy like that. That guy could have helped them, right? He's the kid from Maryland. Like, he could have helped them right now. And I think that's why you probably get the F. Are there guys that were picked after Malawach that could have helped this team more than Malawach? Absolutely,
I'll give you
especially
another
Queen.
One. Cedric Howard.
Cedric
Howard
from
the
terrific
Memphis
player.
Grizzlies
Yeah.
is another guy who absolutely could have helped
But
them.
Malawach is a long play. It really was. It was always a long play because he was 19 years old and he has all these skills and he's got a great motor and he's got a great heart and a passion for the game. And I think the long play is going to work out well for them. But in the short term, you're looking at, look, those guys all played the fourth quarter the other night when they were getting blown out by Oklahoma City. I loved Kobe Bryant's shot. I almost couldn't believe that stroke, how good it was. Fleming, I think, can help them now. I think Fleming can help them now. Like you, I agree. Can he help them 26 minutes a game? No. But can he help them for 10 to 12 minutes? Yeah, I think he can. And then Malawach, again, I think it's an incomplete because I think as a 19-year-old, it's a long play on just trying to develop him to be something that can help you.
I understand all of that. I really do. I'm getting a little nervous about the fact that we're this late in the year and the 10th pick overall in the draft has played as insignificant minutes as he has. It feels like, and I really do. When I say I get what you're saying about all of that, it just feels like the number 10 overall pick in the draft should have been making an impact on this roster by now somehow, some way. And I hope that there's two reasons here, okay? Reason number one is the one that you're suggesting. Hey, there's no room at the inn for him. There's no place for him to play. There's no need for him to play. They can slow play this all they want. The other is that he's just not ready for it, you know? And if he's just not ready for it by now, then you have to ask the corresponding question, did they make a mistake? Did they draft the wrong guy? Did they draft a guy who was too much of a project, who needed too much developing, who isn't, I mean, you would like him to be such a force of nature that they have to play him. Like, oh my God, look at this kid. He's going to help us. You know what I mean? Like, you would like to know in practices that he's doing enough to demand playing time.
Do you see anything when he's on the court that would give you, like, when I watch him play, I'm like, I think he could play in the NBA right now.
It's hard to know. He barely plays.
Well, I played the whole fourth quarter the other night.
About
Block shots and scores.
Garbage times against Oklahoma City.
Okay.
That doesn't count for squat.
Right.
That doesn't count for a thing. I'm talking about in practice time when they're going full bore, full competition. Has he not done enough to earn or demand more playing time?
Over Mark Williams and Oso? No, he hasn't.
Well, okay, that's
the problem?
That might be the problem. He's the 10th pick overall in the draft. You know, other players in this draft are contributing more to their basketball teams. And again, like I say, I'm going to reiterate this a third time. I get everything you're saying about the slow play here, but the fact that he hasn't done enough to change the plan a little bit is starting to worry me a little bit.
The initial plan was by now he'd be getting some minutes. But I think the problem was that Oso's played so well, it's hard to not play Oso. And Mark has been healthy the whole time. So, you know, you didn't have, if Mark gets injured, he's going to play. If Oso was struggling, he's going to play. They got rid of Richards, so like he's your in case of emergency break glass option. And then Fleming, I mean, every time I watch Fleming play, I see this incredible freak athlete. I'm like, God, I think he can help you a little bit.
Yeah, I think he can help them
I think he can help you. He's a power forward. And as long as he can hit those corner threes, because he's going to be left wide open, I think he can help you.
I hope. And as I said to you before, earlier in the week, if you get to the end of the season and you're looking to restock your assets somehow, I would have no problem entertaining the conversation about trading Kamal Malawach, given what Mark Williams and Oso Ighodaro have done at center.
Right.
Like, if you can dangle that in a way to restock draft picks or to rebalance your roster, I'd be open to thinking about it. Yeah, because it's taking a long time.
If you're confident in Mark and Oso going forward, because they're both super young, that might be an option for you.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kyler Murray, traded, cut, or start for the Arizona Cardinals this season? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ian Rappaport, Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator next season. And Rappaport also had reported that the Cardinals are hiring former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with a celebrity game. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the game. And Devin Booker will be participating in his own contest this weekend, the three-point contest. That is tomorrow, and the All-Star game on Sunday, in which Devin Booker will also be playing in. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
in 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
This is Field Yates. He was on NFL Live yesterday.
You know what I think is the most intriguing Kyler Murray team? No information here. This is simply just
that's
like
what we're talking about.
I'm throwing at a team that I think would be fun and logical and would be interesting. Minnesota Vikings. I think it's obvious they're going to do something at quarterback this offseason in the veteran ranks, right? Whether that means a veteran who you bring in to play if things don't go well for J.J. McCarthy, or a guy to come in and challenge J.J. right away. But Kevin O'Connell, something of a quarterback connoisseur, a team that obviously is unsatisfied with what happened last year, right? They went into last year thinking they would compete for a Super Bowl. Yeah. They did not, obviously. They came up quite short. Yeah. But Kyler would give them some energy and some competition in a room and maybe bring out the best in J.J. McCarthy.
A lot of conversation around the league about Kyler and where he's going to end up and how they're going to get there and things like that.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Kyler Murray odds on the next team. Minnesota, Jets, Miami, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Carolina, Buffalo, Baltimore, Washington. Like, there's odds on all these teams on what his next team is going to be. I think the change of scenery thing makes the most sense. You've got to believe that as a general manager of another team, that this kid is uber talented. He's had success unlike anybody else that's available right now. He's had more success than anybody else that's available. More success than... I would even say more success than Kirk Cousins and Derek Carr, I think, in some ways. And those guys are veterans and they're older, and Murray's still younger, so he can still be a big part of your future. But I think that Kyler Murray's, if you look at him and you say, hey, the right coach, the right change of scenery, this kid can turn into the next Sam Darnold. Yeah. Or whoever you want it to be, Daniel Jones, whoever you want it to be, but somebody that could be successful and lead your team to the playoffs.
Dan Graziano, same show.
$36.8 million guaranteed this year. And if he's on the roster third day of the league year, which is a little more than 5 weeks from now, another $19.5 million in 2027 salary becomes guaranteed. So he's going to be tough to trade unless they're willing to pay a big chunk of that money. And if they can't get a deal done by March 15th, they don't want that 19.5 for next year to kick in. So he likely ends up getting released in that situation. So the question is, what are they willing to do to facilitate a potential trade? And then where do they go from there after Kyler Murray is no longer on the team? Jacoby Brissett is under contract for one more year. So he did finish the season pretty strong as their starting quarterback.
We love Jacoby Brissett.
Saying, like, as bridge guys go, right, you could do worse.
Yeah, everybody, we've gotten to that point in the conversation where it seems like whether it's, quote, this one feels like a change of scenery is best for all parties involved. Yes. That's what Field Yates said yesterday. Tom Pelissero, nothing is final or firm, but I would certainly say it is likely that Kyler Murray has played his last down for the Arizona Cardinals. I think, to me, the thing that's left here to figure out is, and I still don't know if I have a firm belief on this, can you trade him or do you have to cut him? And when it comes time to cutting him, when it comes time to essentially what would be a, $55 million dead cap hit spread out over 2 years. Sure. Is there any chance at all that they would choose not to take that cap hit and keep him one more year?
Everything this organization is doing is surprise. Was there any chance they would have brought Nick Rallis back as the defensive coordinator after they fired Jonathan Gannon? None. We would have had zero. Nobody would have thought that. If I would have told you...
This is exactly why I'm asking this question, by the way.
Because the things
exactly
that they have
the
done.
Line of conversation
Would they have brought back the offensive line coach that replaced Clayton Adams? Like, you would have been like, no, they're not going to bring him back. So I just think that they've done some unconventional things that were... Look, a lot of people thought if they were going to fire Gannon, they would have fired Monty. They didn't. They kept Monty. Teams keep GMs. They don't fire the GMs. I mean, it's a trend in the NFL right now. Coaches will get fired. GMs will stay. These owners will give these GMs another opportunity to hire a guy and see what happens. I mean, Steve Keim fired Steve Wilkes after 1 year. He got to hire the next coach. Monty got to hire the next coach. So I think there's a lot of things that you just don't know. I would never rule out Kyler Murray playing for the Cardinals because they might just look at the landscape and say, what are we doing here? What if you can't get Malik Willis and you can't get Kirk Cousins? You might sit there like Monty's going to be working on all of this stuff now. Is there a chance I could get Malik? You'll have an idea. And if it's like, can't get Malik, can't get Cousins, Carr doesn't want to play for you, like, okay, what's our options here? Jacoby for a year or Kyler for a year? Now, you know me, I'm all for punting on next season to set myself up for what could be a really great quarterback draft in 27. I'm all for punting on next year. As much as it sucks, I'll take the short-term hit for the long-term gain. I'll take the short-term hit on another miserable, rotten year that we all suffer through if it leads to a quarterback that could lead this team for the next 10 years. I'll take that hit.
And that's the problem is that you as much as we like that quarterback draft class a year from now, potentially, you just never know. You never know where you're going to be picking. You never know what it's going to look like. And I would think that you would have to be, if you're going to put all of your eggs into that 2027 draft basket, you would have to be willing to be ultra aggressive to go get your guy. You know what I mean? Like you would have to, in terms of trades, in terms of if you're sitting at 7 and the guy you like is at 3, or if there's a quarterback you love and it demands that you move up to get him, you have to go do it. I'm just,
who has 3 first-round draft picks next year?
It's the Jets. Yeah.
So I don't know if you can trump that, but you would have to like more than one guy.
You'd have to.
You would have to be like, there's 3 guys we really like. We're going to get one of them.
And there'd also have to be more than 3 guys to like, right? And that's kind of the problem with this year's. I'm crystal balling this, and the thing I can't get out of my head is teams around the NFL looking at the Arizona Cardinals and saying, yeah, nope, we're not going to trade for him. You're going to cut him. You're going to have to cut him. And when you do have to cut him, then we'll figure out whether we want Kyler or not.
You had something the other day about how many teams are in need of a quarterback. Was it 10?
It was
11,
9 or 10.
9?
Yeah, and we debated
a
some
third
of them.
The league?
Yeah, some of them were kind of sketchy as to whether they were or not. But yeah, like a third of the league.
So if you think there's competition to sign him, you might just trade for him. Listen, here's the deal. You're not giving up much to trade for him. It's not like you're giving up a first and a second.
I know.
So, I don't know why, if I knew I could get him and I'll give up a 4th-round pick, if I'm a team that has 2 4th-round picks, take one.
Yeah.
When the Miami Dolphins got Josh Rosen, they had 3 second-round picks that year. 3. They gave the Cardinals the worst of those 3 second-round picks, what ended up being Andy Isabella. But they were like, take it or leave it. We'll take a shot at Rosen for our 3rd second-round pick, but we're not going to give you anything better than that.
Or if you're going to crystal ball it, it's going to be like, yeah, we'll trade for Kyler Murray, but you got to eat X million dollars of the contract. Well, that's too rich for our, and then it becomes a negotiation as to how much the Cardinals are going to alter the contract, and ultimately the team they're going to deal him to says, you know what, instead of that, never mind. We think you're just going to have to cut him anyway, and we'll just wait until you do that. How much does the agent control things from behind the scenes, and how much control does the agent have from behind the scenes in a situation like this to try to funnel Kyler to a situation where he can succeed? These are all kind of variables in this, and I don't know the answer to this. I wonder if they can't trade him, will they cut him? Because that is a giant money pie that they're going to have to eat if they do, right? Like that's just a big...
I'd want to get out from that money as soon as I can. Cut him, move. Look what the Broncos did with Russell freaking Wilson, and how they were able to rebound off that.
100%, but that was also the highest dead money contract in the history of the NFL, right? Like it was a shock at the time. It didn't seem to bother him, but they also had a much better infrastructure in place to be able to deal with his departure, including a very good coach in Sean Payton, who knew
and a very inexpensive quarterback in Bo Nix.
And a very inexpensive quarterback. Now, the Tua comparisons, this is Greg Rosenthal and Bill Barnwell today on a podcast saying that Tua is not even in the same ballpark as Kyler.
Tua did not make my list, really. I wrote down some players that I essentially thought wouldn't get traded, and he was one of those guys. I've seen Dolphins fans kind of conflate these two of that they're in the same ballpark, and they're not at all. First of all, I think Kyler would be more attractive by a decent amount as a player, even if you took away the injury situation. But because of the contract specifically, Kyler has a much more tradable contract. He is due $36.8 million guaranteed this year, but basically nothing guaranteed after that. If the Cardinals traded him, it would open up $35 million in cap space. They have a ton of cap space, and it won't kill them to cut him, actually. But ultimately, they save more. And can you just get a late pick of someone who wants to control the process? The question, I guess...
I hope he's right. The late pick to control the process. That's what I would think. Hey, there might be 2 or 3 other teams that if the Cardinals let him go, that he would sign with over us. you could control the process and cost certainty with the price too. Like there's just a lot to like about making a trade and giving up a 4th-round pick for him rather than having to give up a 1st-round pick.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll take a look at the Suns going into the All-Star break and some of the things we'd like to see them work on, plus a moment or two on Chris Paul, who officially announced his retirement from the NBA today. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, moving Team 6. Hey, listen, why do you guys do what you do and work the way that you work?
It's all about team. Especially with hiring, we go by character.
Yeah.
We want good people that care about the customer.
You hire a lot of veterans, do you not?
We do, yeah. That is our goal, 100%. We want them to be a part of a team, part of a family. That's why we have great team leadership that helps our guys get to be great at what they do.
Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. Your guys were amazing. They were incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, EVs. If it's on the lot, it's marked down thousands off MSRP. And for 4 days only, Friday through Monday, we've partnered with Landings Credit Union for exclusive special financing rates. We're working with all credit types, and our goal is 100% approval. During the President's Day event at Santan Ford, enjoy simple, transparent pricing for everyone. Hurry in for the best selection during this 4-day President's Day event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Ends Monday. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody enjoy the prolonged President's Day weekend. When we get back on Tuesday, we'll recap all the basketball and look forward to the second half of your Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello to, tip jar from him. I'm sorry, I didn't see him.
Scandal, the Warrior?
Didn't see him.
Come on. It was a classic back in our day.
Should have known.
Yeah, the Warrior. Remember she was dressed in that funky little outfit?
I don't remember the video of the song, no.
You don't remember the video?
No, I don't.
She was in the, she was in like the red dress and the red stockings and Goodbye to You, Goodbye. But the scandal was like she was dressed as like a cat almost, like.
Really? Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
The Warrior.
Once again, I look at Lauren's face and I break. You know, I'm totally in character because when you just did the spider thing for a second, Lauren gave you this look like, what the hell is he doing?
It was like she was dressed up as she was like a lion or a cat or something. It was almost like a Broadway play. The video.
Okay.
You got to look at it.
I'm sure I've seen it. I don't remember.
But Goodbye to You.
All.
That was Goodbye to You was
what's what
classic.
We end our show with every
classic
single day.
Patty Smythe video.
Hello to Surprise, Arizona. We appreciate you listening and hanging out with us here on this Friday afternoon, going into what we hope for you is a 3-day weekend. So thank you very much, Surprise. Before we talk about the Suns, because we are going to kind of talk about the Suns when we bring this up, Chris Paul was released by the Toronto Raptors today and immediately thereafter, or shortly thereafter, announced his retirement from the NBA. Got a statement released by Adam Silver thanking him for all of his contributions.
What a career.
I think Suns fans should thank Chris Paul for what he did here. I mean, he wasn't here very long, obviously, but enough
very
to make an hugely impactful time with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I know he wanted to play this year, and obviously he went to the Clippers, and it just didn't work out. But it was a 21-year NBA career. He's second in NBA history in assists. He's second in steals. He's the first player to record 20,000 points and 10,000 assists. A lot of people will remember. What do you remember him most by? Is it the Lob City era with the Clippers? Because that was a fun era of basketball, man. That was a fun era.
Well, when I think about him, okay, not the Suns, just in general, when I think about Chris Paul, I think about the trade to the Lakers that got blown up. Okay. That was disallowed. If I'm thinking overall big picture Chris Paul, what's the first thing that pops into my mind? That New Orleans was going to trade him to the Lakers, and the league stepped in and said, no, we're not going to allow that to happen.
I mean, that's the first thing Oklahoma City Thunder, the Suns, the Warriors, the Spurs at the end. But, man, there's something about when he played with Blake Griffin and the success that team had, won a couple Pacific Division titles, had a bunch of winning seasons. It's almost like, to me, that was the best era for Chris. For us as Suns fans, we absolutely will always respect and everything he did, what he did for the Phoenix Suns, taking them to that. I remember when they got Chris Paul. This was after the bubble, and the bubble was the first time where you kind of felt like the Suns are at least watchable. All those years of winning 20 games with Earl Watson and Igor Kokoshkov and all the struggles they had with Jay Triano, and then all of a sudden you get in the bubble, you win 8 games in a row, and I think we still owe Espo dinner for that. I do. I think we still owe Espo, Greg Esposito dinner.
If you're listening, we still owe you dinner.
I think we still owe you dinner.
Predicting that they were going to go 8-0 in the bubble.
And that was Ricky Rubio and Aaron Baines and Kelly Oubre. And you know how much credit I give those guys, because if it wasn't for them, they brought the Suns to mediocrity. Chris Paul took them from mediocrity and made them an NBA Finals team. And I think when they got Chris, I think we were like, okay, that's it. They're at least a 6 seed. This no more bubble. They're better than bubble. They're better than play-in. They're going to get to the 6 seed. And they went all the way to the NBA Finals with Chris Paul. So I think we'll always have fond memories of Chris and what he did here. We'll also have a little bit of regret because of the injuries and the inability to stay healthy. And if he had just done that, maybe they would have won that championship.
Yeah, I was looking at his game logs today, knowing we were going to talk about him for a few minutes. 37 points in Game 4 against Denver in the sweep, the year they went to the finals. 41 points against the Clippers in the closeout game against L.A. the year they went to the finals.
How about the games against New Orleans?
The 14 for 14 against New Orleans.
Oh, my God. That was incredible.
I hate to say it, but if you're going to ask me what do I think of when I think of Chris Paul with the Suns, I mean, I hate to say it. It's after the first 2 games against Dallas Mavericks, he was the best player in the playoffs in the entire NBA. Nobody was playing at a higher level than him. They went to Dallas. It's his birthday. And everyone's talking about how he is the best player in the postseason at that time.
So you talking about the year they lost to Dallas?
The year they lost to Dallas.
When they were up 2-0 on him and lost?
He got old overnight, it felt like, between Game 2 and Game 3 of that series. It was like he aged 5 years.
He was not that good in any of the remaining games after the first 2. The game that they won to make it 3-2 Suns, I think he was okay. Like, he had 10 assists, but he only made like 3 baskets. in the last 4 games against Dallas, he had 5 points, 7 points, 13 points, and 10 points. You're right. He hit a wall. All of a sudden, this guy who went for 19 points in game 1 and 28 in game 2, 11 for 16 from the field. You're right. He got to game 3 against Dallas. Now, that's the same year he had the 14 for 14 against New Orleans.
To close out the Pelicans. And remember, that was also the series where Devin Booker was hurt.
Yes.
So Chris Paul had to do a lot of the heavy lifting in that series, and it was almost like the burden was just too much for him to bear.
No, and
he just ran out of gas.
Oh, and what he did for DeAndre Ayton in that series, he was just incredible. But there was something about that Dallas series, and just after that, he was just, it almost felt like he wasn't the same.
Ring of Honor?
That's a really fair question.
I'm a yes.
How many years did Barkley play for the Suns? Isn't it the same thing in some ways?
Knowing that you would ask, Charles Barkley played 4 years with the Phoenix Suns. Chris Paul played 3.
I'm really 50-50 on this. I'm really 50-50. But I will say his impact in that short time, I'll say yes. The negative is longevity. He only played 3 years. The positive is impact. He led him to the NBA Finals. The Suns have been to the NBA Finals, 3 times as an organization?
3 times as an organization, yes.
And he led him to one of them. That impact, I'll say yes, but man, I'm like, I could definitely understand the no's because he wasn't here for a long time.
I'm a hard yes. I'm a hard, quick yes.
I'm a lean yes.
Yeah, I put him up there. Put him up there.
For impact?
You can't tell the story about the Phoenix Suns without including Chris Paul. You can't. And not that that's the only metric by which a guy should get into the Ring of Honor, but I think if you're trying to tell the story of your franchise, so like if you were walking into the building for the first time, walking to Mortgage Matchup Center, you've never been there before, and you're like, tell me the story about the Phoenix Suns, and you put all the different Ring of Honor guys up there.
Yeah.
How can you not have them up there? How can you not have him say that even though he was only here for 3 years, boy, what a 3-year run it was. So I'm a hard, fast yes on that one. But
the only series Kevin Durant won as a Phoenix Sun came with Chris Paul. No, let's be honest.
I know.
Kevin Durant was here 3 years.
That way,
Kevin Durant won 1 series with the Phoenix Suns, 1 series, and it was with Chris Paul.
I had never thought of it that way before.
It's true. That was it. When they beat the Clippers, that was the only series they won. He got hurt against the Nuggets, right? He got hurt against the Nuggets and it was done.
Yes.
But the series the only series Kevin Durant won was against the Clippers. Chris Paul was the point guard on that team.
Yeah. Yeah, so congratulations on a great career to Chris Paul. It was what an awkward, weird way for it to end.
That's a good poll question. Yes or no? Poll, Ring of Honor.
Throw it up there. Why not? Let's.
I'll put it out there.
You want the Burns and Gambo show to do it, or
whatever?
Yeah,
you put it out. You put it out.
Why
Not
don't
me.
you put that
it
poll
out.
question out there? Yeah. Put that.
Should Chris Paul be in the Suns Ring of Honor? 3 years led him to an NBA Finals.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's a good poll. We'll mention that when we swing around with the poll question.
I'll retweet it so we'll get some play on it.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech, February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. Suddenly, the outfield equation for the Arizona Diamondbacks, very jumbled, very complicated. We'll try to make sense of it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. Have you heard about Global Credit Union and the fact that if you're a member of Global Credit Union, their commitment to saving you money and keeping your money in your pocket is very real. All your banking can be done through Global Credit Union. All of your checking accounts, all of your savings accounts, all of your loans, all of your credit cards, all of that stuff. Global Credit Union is changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees, they helped members save over $194 million last year. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings that stay in your pocket. Plus, as a member, you get perks like early payday. You could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance if you're set up with direct deposit. If you ever need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support. That's something you don't find many places anymore either. It's all at Global Credit Union, so explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com. Ready.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ian Rappaport, Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. And Rappaport has also reported that the Cardinals are hiring former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with the celebrity game. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the game. And Devin Booker will be participating in the three-point contest tomorrow, as well as the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to Devin Booker's performance in Saturday's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star Game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show, this was Troy Lavello earlier today after, was it day 3, day 4 of spring training going on for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was asked about trying to tell Lourdes Gurriel Jr. that an opening day return is off the table. Here's what Torrey said about that.
Yeah, I tried to, but he gave me like the no, opening day. And, when you see somebody for the first time in months face-to-face, I think we FaceTimed a couple of times, but through the course of his time in Miami, yeah, we did. Everything's kind of laughing. The first introductions, right? It's laughing, you're giggling, and half the things you say in jest are usually true, right? And he said, I'll be ready for opening day. And I said, no, you won't. So we went back and forth in that space. So we'll see what happens.
And then our own Alex Weiner posts video today. He's out there shagging balls in left field. He's out there taking BP. Yeah. Alex told us he's going to take live BP tomorrow.
Running looks good.
And you're Torrey saying, here's one more, and then we'll talk about this. Got to be careful with Lourdes Gurriel.
I know what he's saying, right? And I love him for that, and I want him to continue progressing. But we got to be really careful with Lourdes. We don't want him to come back too soon and have a flare up or inflammation, and now he's playing catch up through the early months of his return. So when that is, I don't know. But yes, I did see him run the bases and make some turns and looked really, really good. It wasn't that long ago that he had this knee redone, and it's amazing. I love it. I want this to continue, but we got to figure this game plan out and be very careful.
Normally, an ACL injury is 9 to 12 months. He's at 4 to 5 months right now. He's at 4 to 5 months. He's obviously way ahead of schedule. Not ahead of schedule, way ahead of schedule. To be 4 or 5 months in, normal a 9-month injury. The feeling is that he could be back like before the first 2 months of the season are over. That he could be back before them. But let me tell you, let's talk about something that I think you'll find very interesting. The plan for Lourdes Gurriel is very likely going to be that he's more of a DH than a left fielder.
At least initially?
At least initially.
Okay.
The plan is likely going to be that he's not going to play left field 6 days a week, not off of a torn ACL that he's coming back from. The plan may very well be that he is your designated hitter against left-handed pitching most of the time. And then you could also see Ketel Marte get some run as your DH. So there's a very good chance that your combination of designated hitter is Ketel Marte for a couple of games a week to get him off his feet, and Lourdes Gurriel for 3 or 4 days a week.
Okay.
So that would leave an open spot or two for somebody else. But I would think your primary designated hitters, once he comes back, are Gurriel and Marte, with Gurriel playing more as a designated hitter than more as a left fielder.
Interesting.
Nobody's heard that yet, but I believe that's going to be the plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. Take him off his feet a little bit, not have him run around so much. I mean, especially if he is as far ahead of his timetable than people thought he was going to be. That's one way to exercise a little caution. Now, he's still going to have to run the bases. He's still going to have to run and slide and risk contact when he's sliding in the second on a bang-bang play. Like, all of those things, you're never going to fully be able to insulate him. But just, getting him off his feet, not having him run around, chase balls, at least for the initial time when he comes back, it does make a lot of sense. I mean, mostly, whether he's a DH or whether he's a left fielder, Gambo, he is a very important part to get back, right? I mean, because we're sitting here and we're playing Tetris with the outfield, trying to figure out how this is going to look with Corbin Carroll, without Corbin Carroll, Jordan Lawler, Alec Thomas. They didn't really add anybody in the offseason. In fact, they subtracted Jake McCarthy's up in Colorado right now, et cetera, et cetera. And you're looking at the lineup and you're thinking, okay, you're really, really top heavy in your lineup. You got Corbin Carroll, you got Geraldo Perdomo, you got Ketel Marte, and then what, right? And then after that, what do you have in the lineup that's going to make an opposing dugout kind of fear you a little bit? Gurriel, he's not one of the most monstrous hitters in baseball, but he's a guy you got to respect,
Yes.
and he's a guy you have to kind of plan around.
He's got a little bit of
right?
pop. He can drive the ball in the gaps for doubles. He's a good contact hitter.
He just lengthens that lineup
lot,
out
yeah.
and gives it a little bit. So whether it's his DH or left fielder.
Perfect guy to bat sixth in your lineup.
Just the idea that you could have him back. And let's just spitball this and say after the first month of the season.
Okay.
You know?
So that's 2 months from now. 6 months from September was the injury, right?
September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 8 months.
8 months. Surgery, I think, had to let the swelling go down, if I remember, for a little bit.
Okay, so it wasn't in September. Okay, so 7 or 8 months after he had the surgery, right?
Right.
Because it just now it takes a little bit of pressure off of Jordan Lawler to be all that right away. It takes a little bit of pressure of Alek Thomas to, hit better than he's ever really hit in his life before, outside of a pocket here or a pocket there. It's a significant development, and it's really interesting that everybody's kind of talking. And your information is really interesting because it certainly sounds like that the comeback for Gurriel could really legitimately be sooner than anybody thought. It might look a little different, but sooner than we thought.
Running really well right now, looks good, way ahead of schedule. You're about 4 to 5 months into an ACL injury after the surgery. But again, I think the plan will be that everybody thinks he's just going to come back and play left field. He's not going to come back and play left field 6-7 times a week. It's not going to happen. He will likely be a DH as much, if not more, than a left fielder.
Which then puts an extra emphasis on Jordan Lawler and his time in the outfield and making sure he learns how to play the outfield and that he's competent out there. He's an incredible athlete. Running down balls shouldn't be a problem for him. It's just getting used to the ball off the bat, and that I still don't love him in center field, but okay, whatever. He's got the athleticism. Will his health hold up? That's always kind of been a problem for him too in the outfield, or just in general. Will his health hold up to allow him to be able to chase down those balls in the outfield?
I think the Lawler thing is going to be real interesting to see. The fact that they're playing him so much in center field is going to be something to keep your eye on, and playing Alex somewhere else. And just a thought, like if Lawler is good enough to look, they're going to put a lot of emphasis on defense this year, right? Between Arenado and they're going to put a lot of emphasis on what's going to be interesting if Lawler can hold up good defensively in center field. Could he replace Alek Thomas because his bat's better? If his bat is better, that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but if they're going to put an extra emphasis on defense.
You would think Alek has the nod. He's a great defensive center fielder.
You would think Alek has the nod. But, they also, as we just talked about a second ago, they've got a really top-heavy lineup that could use all the bats they can get. So I think it's going to be, I feel like the defense obviously has been improved with Arenado. If Carlos Santana gets, I don't know, the bulk, the majority, the small majority,
depends on Pavin's ability to hit.
And we'll see how that, Pavin hit well for the first month of the season, and then after that last year, he didn't hit much at all.
He struck out a lot.
And if that's the case, then Carlos Santana might play a whole lot more than anybody really thinks, because at least he can defend and he can pick it, and that's a very important part of all of this. If they do really put an emphasis on the best defensive team they can put out there, how does that not include Alek Thomas in center field? How does it not?
The only thing I can think of is what if Alex is hitting 215 and Lawler's hitting 285? Do you sacrifice some defense for the pop that you would get?
Well,
I mean, that's the one thing. But center field, I don't know. I mean, could Lawler play center and Thomas play left? I mean, remember, if Gurriel's going to play DH as much as I think he is, that opens up a spot for somebody in left field too.
But I still don't understand the point.
Well, why not play Lawler in left?
Both of their bats are still going to be in the lineup anyway.
Yes.
So if you're going to tolerate Alek Thomas hitting 215, isn't it more tolerable to have him in center field where he's giving you Gold Glove defense?
I think so.
just don't understand.
Look, I mean, it could be where Lawler goes to play left and Thomas plays center. I mean, they could play. Look, remember, Lawler tried second. Yeah, this isn't going to work. You're not going to play. If Lawler goes out there in the first 3 or 4 spring training games, makes 2 errors in center field, okay, you're a left fielder.
Yeah.
I'm not going to risk center field. Thomas will be the center fielder.
Plus, I think Jordan Lawler still has a long way to go before he's earned any of this.
Oh, nobody's going to give him anything. You're right. They're going to play the best player.
We're just giving him this and giving him that and assuming he's a 285 hitter. don't you think? He's got a long way to go before we just say, here you go, kid. It's all yours, all you can eat, you know?
I'll leave you with this. I expect the Diamondbacks to make a trade for a utility infielder using their minor league depth soon. A trade. Not a free agent signing, but a trade to replace Blaze Alexander.
Are you going somewhere? You just said, I'll leave you with this. I'm like, are you?
No, we got a break coming up.
Are you done? You walking out the door? Early weekend for Gambino? Yeah, I'll leave you with this before I leave. Diamondbacks are going to trade for you.
We brought it up a few weeks ago that once you guys did your best work on the show, that would be when you could leave.
Really?
So I think that this is Gambo.
This is Gambo saying
his best work at 342. I'm out of here.
I will get no better than this the rest of the day.
That's a lot of good Diamondback information for the fans out there. That's a lot of quality info.
Maybe you should leave.
Is this your curtain call now?
Is this your bye, everybody? Good night.
Are you going to Irish goodbye or not?
What's an Irish goodbye?
You just get up and go. I'm great at an Irish goodbye.
I'm really good at an Irish goodbye. I just sneak out the back door and nobody ever knows I took off.
I'll get a text. Where are you?
How about
I
back,
left
Jack?
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's an an Irish goodbye is you just leave. You don't tell anybody you're going. You just walk out the door.
I should do that for my final show.
Just
Nobody
Irish
knows.
goodbye.
Already defeating the purpose of an Irish goodbye.
I'll be in Ireland in July.
It does.
I love Ireland.
Well, make an Irish goodbye when you're there,
I'm gonna
right?
do that,
Don't tell anybody you're leaving. Does the NBA regular season have a problem? Yeah, you're damn right it does. What are they going to do about it, though? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
The Lund Mortgage Team, interest rates, they keep going lower and lower. House prices going lower, too. This is great news for those of you that would like to purchase a home. And the Lund Mortgage Team is ready to help you right now. Interest rates are lower. Interest rates are lower for homes, which allows a lot of you people out there to say, look, let's call the Lund Mortgage Team. Let's get pre-approved for a mortgage, absolutely free, and then you could go looking for homes. The Lund Mortgage Team has the ability to shop for the lowest rate for you. It's very important. There's a lot of emphasis right now on lowering mortgage rates to make it affordable so people can buy houses, right? Still the American dream was always owning your own house. It truly was, and it still is. And now with the lower mortgage rates, it might be time for you to call the Lund Mortgage Team and see if buying a home is right for you. Get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Call 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Wolf. What will we be watching when the Diamondbacks open up Cactus League play a week from today? We'll discuss Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You can tip jar this one for me. Believe by the Bravery, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is Bill Simmons from the BS podcast from a few days ago, saying that and it's a longer cut, but we're going to play it because it's going to kind of kickstart our conversation, especially going into All-Star Weekend, in which I expect Adam Silver is going to get a lot of questions about this whenever he meets with the media. I think it's today. Bill Simmons on the regular season NBA and the issues that they are facing.
To me, there's like huge fundamental issues with the league that they're just yada-yadaing and pointing to all the media money they've made and the fact that their players are famous and that everybody loves the playoffs. It's like the regular season has real issues. It's too long. Guys are getting hurt too much. Everybody is making so much money. The only reason to have 82 games is because you make money from it. You go down to 70, you make less money. Guess what? Devin Booker, instead of making $75 million in 2028, he'll make 73. He'll be fine. Everything they're doing, they're not serving the larger picture of what do fans want? How do we keep our players healthy? How do we have a competitive season from start to finish? How do we avoid over 1/4 of our league not giving a shit for the last 2 months? How do we fix this? And it's the first time I've really wondered, do we have the right guy running the league? Because he doesn't seem interested in actually fixing real problems that everybody can see. And it's not about look at the NBA Cup. Oh, we created this thing. It's like, your schedule's too long. You have to fix this. It's too long. It should be 70 games.
I'm a get off your lawn old guy, right? Mm-hmm. And so are you in some ways. Eddie Johnson had a great point, EJ. And he commented on the Simmons thing. And he said, the only reason they have 82 games is because we've forever had 82 games. We're not changing history. Players, according to you, are faster, stronger, and better. 82 should be a piece of cake. We did it flying commercial, 3-star hotels, and 1 trainer. Stop babying. I don't think that they should change it to 82 games. I don't think they should change it to 70. There's a lot of revenue involved. It's an entertainment thing. You know, that'd be 6 less home games for every single team. And I know he's saying the players will take less money. Look, what is the NFL doing? They're adding more games.
Well, they're taking away preseason games.
Okay, but they're adding a regular season games a lot more physical than a preseason game.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you. I think the season is too long.
You think it's too long?
I think the season's too long. I think the season's too boring, to be honest with you.
But you've said before you think it's too boring because of when it starts. You'd rather start it in December.
Well, I think they could. I mean, if we really wanted to get radical, I think the schedule that they had during the COVID year, when they started the season in December and they ended it in August, was brilliant, was genius. I think they should do that every year.
Didn't have to compete with football.
But that's too radical. I mean, that's too much of a change, and I get that no one's going to want to do it. But I'm a big proponent of that.
Long?
I do, but I also think this. I think Bill's focused on the wrong problems here. Okay. I mean, yes, guys are getting hurt too often. There's too much load management. There are too many players who aren't playing. There are too many teams who are resting their guys because the season is long and they want to keep them healthy. I'm a proponent of shortening the season for that. I'm a proponent of shortening the season because I think for the most part, after about 60 games or so, we know who's going to be in the playoffs, right? Like, aren't we all just kind of, let's go, let's put up the playoffs.
But that's why they made the play-in tournament, to have 10 teams
but
that'll get in instead of 8.
Yeah, and most of those spots are going to be first-round fodder for the first and second seed in the NBA anyway, right? Like, it's not like they're really valuable commodity. There are obviously rare exceptions where a team can come from the 7th or the 8th seed to make a run. But for the most part, those spots, is it going to make any difference if you cut down the regular season from 82 games to 70 when it comes to deciding those spots? I don't think so. Not much. You're still going to have basically the same races. I think where Bill is, the issue here is the tanking issue. The issue here for Adam Silver to solve, and he fined the Utah Jazz $500,000, and he fined the Indiana Pacers $100,000.
Yep.
The issue here is you've got a regular season where guys are routinely not playing, where teams are fine with guys routinely not playing because the season's so long and they're trying to manage it. But most importantly, you have teams that just don't care that much about winning, especially when you get to the last 2 months of the season.
It's like 10 teams that don't care about winning
Adam
right now.
Silver's got to figure that out. What the Utah Jazz did the other night was deplorable. Deplorable.
It was.
Okay?
They sat all their starters it was unbelievable. It was like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, you sat all your starters for the fourth quarter when you were winning big just so you could lose the basketball game? Because the Jazz are trying one more year to get in the lottery and try to get a top 4 pick. And then next year, Jaren Jackson Jr. just got shut down for the year. Shut down for the year.
Yeah.
There was another player that got shut down for recently, less.
Cooper Flagg, he didn't get shut down for the year, but they found an injury with his foot. That's another team that has no incentive to win whatsoever.
So these teams are going to find these injuries. They're going to find, okay, you're not going to let us pull everybody in the fourth quarter. Our guy's out for the rest of the year. Why? He's got a ingrown hair on the toenail. Like, they'll find reasons. They'll find, these teams, you're going to find them $500,000? Okay, we'll shut a player down altogether, instead of just having to play 3 quarters instead of 4. I don't know what the answer is. They've tried to do it with Dallas had so little chance to get Cooper Flagg last year. It was like 1.2% or 1.8%, and they got him. So they have, changed the incentives on tanking, but teams still would rather tank and have the better lottery odds, even though it might only be 50% or 40%. They'd still rather tank.
Yeah, so I think Adam Silver is dealing with a little bit of a crisis right now. Now, on the surface, and Bill's absolutely right. He can look at it and say, look at where our revenue is. Look at how many billions of dollars we're making. Look at the global popularity. Everything's great. Everything's fine. But I think that, and I'm just speaking for myself here, I find that I get very bored by the length of the NBA season because at some point it's like, let's just get to the playoffs. Let's go. The playoffs themselves take 2 months.
The playoffs are long.
The NBA. So if you're going to have no other playoff system takes 2 months to figure out who your champion is. Baseball takes a month. The NFL takes a month. NHL takes 2. Okay, so they're basically in the same boat. But there's just that postseason is so long and such a battle of attrition that after a while, I want to fast forward to it. I'm ready to get to it, and if that means that a shorter season means more guys are playing more often and you're not having nights where everybody's resting and everybody's load managing and everybody's taking the day off because they're trying to save themselves for the next game or the back-to-back or whatever.
How many games do you want to see taken off? You want to go to 70?
70 would be fine with me. I would have. They could announce that tomorrow and I'd have no problem with it. None. Zero.
I just don't think they would ever do it because of the revenue.
That's a different question.
Yeah, I just don't think they would.
What I think versus what I want?
Yeah.
You're asking what I want.
I think 162 for baseball is a grind and a half.
Yeah.
That's a long season, 162 games.
Yeah, it is. It is,
but the players want money, and you're only going to get more money if there's more revenue. And the only way there's more revenue if there's more games to be broadcast on TV and radio and more opportunities for signage and luxury suites and concessions. So if the players want the money, I think the money or health, money. They want money. I just don't think they would ever go for it.
You wouldn't shorten the NBA season at all if it were up to you?
I'm not. So 2 different questions. I don't think they'll ever do it.
I'm asking what
but
you
would
want.
I be okay with it? Yeah, sure, I'd be okay with it.
You'd be okay with it?
Yeah,
okay.
I'd be okay with
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, reset time. Here comes Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. And that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have made it official. they will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. The Cardinals have also officially hired New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with the celebrity game. The Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the game, and Devin Booker will be participating in his own event tomorrow, the three-point contest. He will be going to become a two-time three-point contest winner, and he will also be playing in the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and all-time NBA great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement today from basketball. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Let's dive right into the top stories of the day. We got a lot to cover on this Friday going into what's a 3-day weekend for us. We hope it is for you, too. Yeah. Lauren is here with the top stories of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
3-day weekend. Let's go.
Absolutely. Lauren, hi.
Hi, guys.
Take it away.
All right, we're going to dive into the big news of the day, which is the Arizona Cardinals have announced that they will be keeping Nick Rallis on as their defensive coordinator, and former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel will be the Cardinals special teams coordinator.
It's a little bit of a shocking development, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody saw this coming. They obviously had interviewed, looked at Martindale, they looked at Bradley, they looked at the guy in Seattle. They looked at
Pleasance from L.A. Yeah.
From L.A. And then to come back to Nick Rallis, and we heard LaFleur say some good things about him. The defense last year struggled. A lot of the players weren't developed that you wanted to be. But LaFleur seemed to like him and have faith and confidence in him. The last 9 games of the season, their defense was one of the worst points per game. Now, a lot of injuries and stuff, but I think a lot of us are surprised that they circled back to Rallis.
I'm very surprised. To me, it's taken a little bit of the shine off the Mike LaFleur hire, to be honest with you. When they hired Mike LaFleur, I thought that was a pretty good get, given where they were in the pecking order for coaches. I like that hire. I am baffled by the decision to keep Nick Rallis. I mean, I'm reading the quote. I've got the release here in front of me. He speaks very, very highly of Nick Rallis, and we'll read this a little bit later when we have a chance. But it was just an odd day, and it creates more questions than it does answers in terms of a defensive team that didn't really develop last year. Monty Ossenfort very much needs a coaching staff that can pull the best out of these players that he's drafted. And yet he retained the coach that wasn't able to do it a year ago, albeit with all the injuries. It's an organization that has a history of not paying a big pool of money to their assistants, and by keeping one held over. It's just all the things, right? And it just kind of leaves you feeling a little uncomfortable. It's left me feeling a lot uncomfortable about this move because I just fundamentally don't get it.
I feel a lot better if I had seen a hire of a Yoda, as we were talking about.
Right.
An old guard, been there, done it, because you've got a 38-year-old coach, and your defensive coordinator is 32 years old, and your offensive coordinator was a head coach for not even a full season and got fired, and he's not even going to call the plays. So it's going to be a young staff. It's going to be a very young staff, and I think they're just lacking that one veteran, old-time voice that we were talking about before. McVay turned to Wade Phillips. Leslie Frazier went to Seattle with
Mike McDonald. Yeah, right.
I would hope that the Cardinals would have looked for a guy like that.
Just on the tail end of that real quick,
go ahead.
The release does point out that Nathaniel Hackett joins the Cardinals with 17 years of NFL coaching experience, 10 years as an offensive coordinator, almost anticipating the Yoda comment, right? Like you need the veteran guy, and that's fine. He's certainly a veteran coach, and he's been around a time or two. I wanted that coach on the defensive side. I would have felt better about it on the defensive side than on the offensive. But we'll talk more about this over the course of the day.
A team that did go out and find their Yoda, if you will, is new Bills head coach Joe Brady is hiring John Fox to be a senior assistant coach on his staff.
There's a Yoda
that's a guy that's been a head coach before. He's been around the block. He's like 70 years old. But here's a guy who really, I mean, he was a head coach with Carolina. He was a head coach with the Denver Broncos. He was a head coach with the Chicago Bears. This is a guy that, has been around the block. That's what you want. You want a guy like that has all that experience, and you can say, okay, I'm going to lean on you for advice in this situation. It's a good hire.
Yeah, and the NFL has won a grievance over the NFLPA to stop making the annual report cards.
So stupid. Do they not want to? Does it not push these organizations to be better? Do the report cards not push organizations? Is the report card not pushing Michael Bidwell to do better? Because his grades have always been so poor?
It certainly has to be a factor in why they're going to break ground on that new facility in 6 days. I'm not saying it's the only reason. Obviously, that outdated facility they're practicing in now is the chief reason. But there's no doubt that being, kind of called out in that report card certainly is part of the reason why they're moving on this new facility. And I was reading an Albert Breer tweet in which he said, credit the NFLPA report card for doing the same thing in New England, kind of pointing out some things that need to change and need to be fixed. And so I get it. Guys don't want to be embarrassed. What I had read was that it was Woody Johnson, the Jets owner, who was the one who was the impetus for, we have to get rid of this. It's embarrassing me and it's embarrassing us.
Well, then be better.
Right, I 100% agree with you. I do. I agree with you, and it's almost a shame that it's going away because I think it does that kind of public sort of outcry does force you to improve yourself.
I can't imagine me going to the principal of my school saying, "Look, you're embarrassing me with these report cards. Can we stop giving them out? Like, you're really embarrassing me."
You mean you didn't try that?
Like, I think we should do away with all report cards. There's no reason to have a report card because you're embarrassing me with my grades. No, it wouldn't have worked.
No, I don't think it would have worked.
Yeah, I don't think it would have worked.
It shouldn't work here either.
Yeah.
Right. And in MLB news, Torey Lovello spoke to the media today after Lourdes Gurriel said, well, I want to play opening day. I'll do it. No. He had to tell Lourdes Gurriel that's off the table.
Yeah, I tried to, but he gave me like the no, opening day. And, when you see somebody for the first time in months, face to face. I think we FaceTimed a couple of times, but through the course of his time in Miami, we did. Everything's kind of laughing. The first introductions, right? It's laughing, you're giggling, and half the things you say in jest are usually true, right? And he said, I'll be ready for opening day. And I said, no, you won't. So we went back and forth in that space. So we'll see what happens.
He's making incredible progress, and he's way, way, way ahead of schedule. ACL is usually 9 to 12 months, and he's at 4 to 5 right now, and he's going to be back, they believe, before the first 2 months of the season is over.
Crazy.
For what it's worth, he walked by me at the facility today as I was picking up my press badge. He's walking just fine.
He's walking just fine? Yeah.
Just fine.
That's great.
Yeah, and Carlos Correa confirmed a report that came out earlier this week that Bad Bunny tried to pay for the insurance so he and Francisco Lindor could play for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic after they were denied insurance from the MLB.
That's interesting because there are a bunch of guys who aren't going to be able to play in the World Baseball Classic for that exact reason.
Because of the insurance?
Well, Carlos Santana the Diamondbacks are letting him play in the World Baseball Classic. Even though insurance won't cover him in case he gets hurt, they're going to let him play anyway. Most teams are like, no insurance? Yeah, no World Baseball Classic for you. We're not taking a risk like that.
So this singer guy was going to pay
Bad
for
Bunny
him?
was going to pay for their insurance so they could go play for Puerto Rico.
And Major League Baseball said no.
Does that guy make that
Carlos
much?
Correa and his team agreed that it was not in their best interest.
Oh, okay, I see.
That guy's got that much money?
Bad Bunny just played at the Super Bowl, bud.
He's got that much money.
I don't know any of his
He's
music.
a global phenomenon. Yes. A global
He had
phenomenon.
like a 30-day concerts in a row in Puerto Rico.
In Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he play concerts here?
Yes.
Yes, and he
Many.
does very well. Does very well.
He sells out arena tours.
Yes, he does fine.
Wow.
Lots of money for Bad Bunny.
Lots of money.
Lots
and
of
he
money
was
for
trying
Bad
to
Bunny.
spend for Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor, but
Not
no.
my type of music.
So we've come to understand, yes.
Yes, and in NBA news, Chris Paul announced his retirement from the NBA after 21 seasons. He announced that earlier on Instagram after he was released by the Toronto Raptors.
Put him in the ring of honor.
What a great career.
Put him in the ring.
Great career. I was just what do you think about the most when you think of Chris Paul's career? I still think of Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan and Lob City with the Clippers.
The trade that wasn't to the LA Lakers. What I think of.
True. And in NCAA news, 4:30 tomorrow. I know what Gambo's going to be doing.
We got U of A and Texas Tech.
Yes.
We got U of A at home.
Oh, yeah.
At the, I guess, soon to be not the McHale Center anymore, right?
The McHale Center at something.
I got it here. Hold on a
At
second.
Bad Bunny.
No.
Bad Bunny did
Is he
not
buying the
pay
naming
for
rights
the naming
for
rights.
the arena?
The McHale Center at Alchemy Arena.
Alchemy.
rolls off the tongue.
$27.7 million naming rights deal for McHale Center. First time in the 53-year-old history of the building.
That's a lot of money.
The McHale Center at Alchemy Arena. Apparently the guy who founded the company went to U of A. So there you go.
Wow.
The McHale Center at Alchemy Arena.
I like that connection there. And we'll wrap this up with some Olympic news because a Slavic fugitive who's been on the run for 16 years was finally arrested in Milan
This is
when
unbelievable.
he came to show up to watch the ice hockey team play in the
So
Winter
this
Olympics.
guy who's been a fugitive for most of his life
16 years.
shows up to watch Slovakia play in the Olympics like, that's that guy! The guy we've been looking for 16 years, that's him! And they arrested him.
Yep.
Because he wanted to watch this team play in the Olympics.
And didn't they get destroyed by, was it Canada?
They didn't even win the
Whoever
game.
played Canada got destroyed.
I think it was Canada who played him, I think.
Did they take him out of the arena while the game was going on? Could he have said, hey, please, can I just watch the team play and then I'll go with
Could
you?
you just let me finish
guys,
this
Just let me
out?
finish the game, I'll go with you.
I 16 years I was on the lam. Just give me this. Give me
What
this
is
just wanna watch
before
my
you
ice
send me
hockey
away. I
team
mean,
be
come on.
16 years, this guy avoids being caught by the police,
Boy, what a
the
waste.
Carabinieri, and he ends up getting caught because he wants to go to watch the team play in the
I
Olympics.
wonder if he just thought after 16 years, I'm good to go. Like, they haven't gotten me.
Probably.
I'm gonna go
He probably
see the
thought he was
Olympics.
fine. He probably thought
Yeah.
he was fine.
All right. And on that note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, in our draft to figure out who the QB1 is going to be for the Cardinals in Week 1, apparently I've already lost a guy. We'll tell you who I'm down next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. President's Day weekend is here, but the deals have been there all month long already at Liberty GMC. But hey, if you want to wait until President's Day, knock yourself out because they are there and they are great at Liberty GMC. $9,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV, or you can lease it for a crazy price, $749 a month. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months, or you can buy it with $6,000 off. And, of course, the President's Day truck event going on, and that includes leasing a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. Incredible deals. They're going on all month long, but this weekend especially at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, before we give you the latest on the Cardinal decision, let's give a shout-out to our audience in Tempe.
Hello, Tempe.
Hi, Tempe.
Did you watch Lethal Weapon?
Of course.
Some guy said to us, the Slovakian fugitive story reminds me of that scene in one of the Lethal Weapon movies where they chase the bad guy across the ice. Sound familiar to you?
I think that was Lethal Weapon 3.
Okay.
I think.
Just wanted to break that out there. I thought maybe you would know. You know all movies.
I think that was Lethal Weapon 3, directed by Richard Donner, by the way.
The Donner?
Richard Donner. No.
The Donner!
Not the Dunker.
Not the Dunker?
Not from 16 Candles. Richard Donner, I believe.
I was just looking at to see if there's
3.
any movies out this weekend, and it said Pretty in Pink's there, like the 50th anniversary or something of Pretty in Pink.
Really?
At the theaters.
Oh, wow. Ducky and the crew?
The Dunker!
That's 16 Candles. You're mixing it all up. You're going to drive me crazy with that. So 2 days ago, we had a draft on the old Burns and Gambo show here, in which we were drafting the four of us. It's the reason we were drafting the four of us as to who the starting quarterback was going to be for the Cardinals in Week 1.
The results were very, very close.
They were. Well, you and Mitch were like leading.
I ended up with 37.5% of the vote. Mitch at 36.4%.
So he's barely beat you. Okay,
I barely beat him.
Oh,
I
barely
beat him by 1
Okay.
percentage point.
Okay.
Then Lauren with 16.4 and Burnsy with 9.7.
Okay, I did not do well. And there's a reason why I didn't do very well.
Yeah, one of you guys is out.
People saw through my BS, and they're like, "Dude, Derek Carr ain't coming here."
I told you he's only going to want to play for a winner.
He ain't coming here.
I said that.
Derek and Davis Carr from the Homegrown Podcast.
Oh, sorry. Would I come back? The answer obviously is yes.
Good. Okay, great.
But I have I had to say no a couple times so far.
Yeah, Will, we know that. Do I have any purple and gold?
Go Lakers.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. It's Laker season.
That's right. I told you this. It hasn't changed from the first interview that we did.
Tell him.
Okay.
Tell the people.
All right. Would I do it? Yes. Would I do it for anybody? Absolutely not.
Nope, there's no way. I know from experience in the last couple months he would not. So stop calling unless you're serious. Unless you're.
Okay, wow.
There's no way that guy, after playing for two crappy organizations, is going to come back and play for somebody who doesn't have a chance.
Yeah.
He's only going to come back and play if he's got a chance to win. Right. He took it on the chin with New Orleans and the Raiders. I knew it. He was only going to play for a team that had a shot.
I should have known better. I should have listened to you, Gambo. I should have listened to you. I should have not taken Derek Carr, but instead I drafted him in the 3rd round, and now he says he'd only retire to play for unretired to play for a Super Bowl contender. That whole cut there at the beginning, that was his brother, who was like purple and gold, purple and gold, purple and gold, dropping those hints about the Minnesota Vikings and whether that would be a place that he would say yes to. That makes some sense to me as a place. Not that they're a Super
Vikings?
Bowl contender necessarily, but among the teams that are looking for a quarterback, yeah, they're good. They're better than some of the other teams, most of the other teams. So that one is interesting that he brought that up. In the meantime, this is Jeremy Fowler on Bickley and Murata today. Gambo, who won our poll on who is going to be QB1 for Week 1, opened up the draft with Malik Willis as the number 1 pick in that draft.
Yes.
This is what Jeremy Fowler told Bickley and Murata today about Malik Willis.
Yeah, so I think Malik Willis could be on the table for Arizona if they move on from Kyler Murray. That would make some sense. For me, it's Miami or Arizona for him. On paper would be the best options for Malik Willis, who is an intriguing skill set. He's young, he can run, dual threat. You know, he made some good throws when he played in a short stint in Green Bay. Still a bit of an unknown, but there's some pedigree there as a draft pick from Tennessee years ago. So that's an option. And then really it comes down to what other options are available or even attractive. It's a hard market because, you know, Tua Tagovailoa could be available as well. But you know, he's got the durability issues, didn't play well last year. Geno Smith has some pedigree, but didn't play well last year. Like, Kyler might actually be the best option in that regard.
Here's one more real quick.
Okay.
This is Mike Renner from CBS Sports yesterday.
I think there's really only one team that I see as the fit, and it's actually not any of the ones you mentioned. I think it's the Arizona Cardinals for the obvious reason of it's Matt LaFleur's brother there coaching right now. Mike LaFleur, the guy who, you know, he flourished under Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. Now Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, you would think that, you know, maybe they're not going to talk too much. Maybe you don't give too many secrets away, but at least you're going to say, hey, this guy's got some talent.
Is that why you picked him first? Was there
was a method to the madness.
Oh, was there?
Number one, the familiarity between the two brothers. I could go to you and I could find out about Malik Willis. And number two, I think he's the only guy that gives you upside outside of just, you know, a reclamation project that's old. Kirk Cousins is old. Everybody you could look like, you know, Russell Wilson, Geno's, like all these guys. He's the only young guy that you could say, listen, he could be a bridge guy, but he could also be my guy for the next 5 or 6 years if he turns out well.
I think he's the only name outside of Mac Jones that would make Cardinal fans sit up and go, I'm really curious to see how that turns out.
I would be.
I think everybody else on the list, Cousins, Jimmy G, run it back with Jacoby. Cardinal fans just go, okay, it's a bridge guy, it's a whatever. But you do Malik Willis, and now suddenly it's okay, is this going to work? Is this going to fail? I don't know. But you have my attention to see if it does. Right? And I think he and Mac Jones are the only two that you could say that about outside of, you know, a surprise drafting of somebody like a Ty Simpson or a Carson Beck later in the draft or whatever. But for the most part, the options out there just don't move the needle. Malik Willis would move the needle. I don't know if it'd work or not, but it would move the needle.
Part of it is sample size is small. The second part is when he did play, he played pretty well. His games this year for filling in for Love were good. Like, he was really dynamic, running, throwing. You're like, wow, like, I watched a couple of those games. I was impressed with him. I remember coming in and saying, that's your guy next year, Malik Willis. That's your guy. I think after the Ravens game, I think it was, I came out like, this is your guy. Now, again, you don't have a big sample size, so we don't know. But he's the one guy that's not a bridge too far.
And again, just to clarify the difference here, you're predicting what you think the Cardinals are going to do. I know what you want. You don't want Malik Willis. You want.
I want the 2027 draft pick.
That's what you want.
Yeah. Now, my second choice would be Malik Willis because I don't want an old Kirk Cousins, an old Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't want that.
I know you don't.
I want a 27 draft pick, or if I can't have that, I'll take a flyer on Malik Willis.
But you'd prefer the 27 draft pick
Yes.
over them signing Malik Willis. Is that I'm not trying to paint you in a corner, but is that accurate to say that?
I think if you played your cards right, you'll end up with the first or second best quarterback in the draft next year.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, can the Diamondbacks compete in the National League this season? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Lifeguard Imaging offers a coronary artery and heart scan, a lung scan, an abdominal and pelvis scan, a full body scan from shoulders to the base of the pelvis, a virtual colonoscopy, and they do it all because saving lives through early detection matters. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives. They pride themselves on their ability to save lives. People put it off. They don't want to take action. Look, here's the reality. 1 in 2 men are going to develop cancer. 1 in 3 women are going to develop cancer. Early detection could possibly save your life. The sooner you know about something, the better you off to treat it and get rid of it. Lifeguard Imaging is offering our listeners a free coronary artery and heart scan. It's free. It's a $600 value. It's a $1 million machine, and you can have it for free. Early detection saves lives. This could help you maybe prevent a heart attack, stroke, heart disease, because the scan will tell you exactly where you are. You go to your doctor with it. If you need to be put on medication, you will, but at least your doctor has a baseline for what everything looks like. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Murata. It's just like the game horse, and if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at spinatospizzeria.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have made it official. They will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. The Cardinals have also officially hired former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. And according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals are set to hire University of Miami defensive pass game coordinator Zach Etheridge as their cornerbacks coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight, and it starts with a celebrity game. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in that game. And tomorrow, Devin Booker will be going to get his second three-point contest championship as he will be competing in the contest tomorrow as well as the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball today. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to Devin Booker's performance in Saturday's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, the good news is we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show on this Friday afternoon. The
Cloudy
good news,
Friday.
On a cloudy Friday. On a gray and some would say gloomy, but not us. We like
Not a bright, sunshiny day.
No, it is not, but it's I like it when the weather turns like this every now and then.
Oh, me too.
The good news is that ESPN says bet the over on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
What's the over?
That's the bad news. The over-under is 79.5 wins.
Oh, okay.
That's the bad news. So the good news is they... Sorry, that was bad setup. So good news, bet the over. Bad news is that 79.5 is the over-under, so betting the over doesn't exactly accomplish what we want for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
There's a chance this team could be really good, but a lot of things have to happen, and we've talked about this. The bullpen situation has to kind of work itself out. You got a lot of arms out there, and they're going to add more. You've got Paul Sewald, you've got Ginkel, you've got Thompson. I think Loizaga could be really good if he's healthy. So there are very good options there, but those guys have to be healthy and have to pitch well. I think it's really important for Brandon Pfaadt to take that next step. Last year, you were so high on him, and he came out of the gates, and he was just crushing it, right? And then all of a sudden, he just hit a wall. He's got to learn how to pitch a little bit more instead of just throw. He's got a great fastball, but it doesn't have much movement on it, and it kind of moves around a little. It doesn't move around enough, and it gets too much of the plate. He's got to pitch well. And Erod, too. I mean, if those guys pan out, I'm not worried about their offense. I think they'll score runs. I'm not worried about their defense. I think Mike Hazen fixed their defense. I think they'll be better. I'm worried about their starting pitching, and I'm worried about their bullpen. There's the potential they could be good, but I wouldn't bet on it. We have to see it first in order to be able to believe it.
Yeah, I feel mostly good about their offense. I'm a little worried about the bottom third, bottom half of their lineup and whether they're going to get enough production out of that group. But I'm hoping that if Gurriel's timeline really indeed has been accelerated and he'll be back sooner than we believed. And I do think, like a lot, the key is kind of Jordan Lawler to see if he can finally be that guy and hit. But I would agree with you that mostly the rotation looks, I mean, even Merrill Kelly as a 1, he's a little miscast as a 1. Ryan Nelson as a 2, he's a little miscast as a 2. Maybe one day.
I agree,
he'll be that good. Yeah, maybe one day he might be. I think it's a little early to put that on him right now. Merrill Kelly's, we all love Merrill Kelly. He's just not a number 1 in the rotation. And then you get into Pfaadt, and then you get into Erod, and then you get to Soroka as a 5th starter. I boldly told Lauren and Gambo before the show started today, with no basis in reality for saying this whatsoever, and I don't think it's going to happen. I thought Zach Gallen was going to happen to somebody today. I'm like, I think Zach Gallen will sign with a major league team by the end of today.
You got
an hour and 25 minutes.
An hour and 25 minutes to go.
I don't feel good about it. I think it's time for him to go to work. It's time. It's time. The season starts in less than 6 weeks. You got to go. You got to go. And
the longer you wait, the more delayed you're.
And I'm sure he's working, and I'm sure he's throwing, and I'm
he's
sure
got his own program,
doing all this stuff. But it's time for you to get to work, young man, and pick a team and go. And I don't think any of the offers are going to get any better between now and whenever it is that you make your decision. I'm sure you have it all laid out in front of you.
He's
got to
choose. You think he's got a dartboard in his house with a picture of Scott Boras right there?
I don't know.
I think the real question is, do you gamble?
No, but like sometimes, with a speed bag or a heavy bag, you could put a picture of somebody.
Have you done that before? Have you put a?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
You care to reveal who the face was?
I mean, just know people I didn't like.
Okay, all right. Oh, I just know if there was somebody specific that
Is it because it's Burnsy?
Speed bag because it's 1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, I don't know. I just watched the movies.
1, 2. Then you could go 1,
idea.
2, 3, 4, 1, 2. But it's usually go one. Here you go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
The lack of a denial.
Oh, I know, right?
You count it in your head.
Folks, that's not a no. That's not a no.
No, I never put a picture. I don't. You're not like I don't. Do you have enemies? How can you don't have any enemies? You're a nice guy. You don't rub anybody the wrong way. You don't do anything wrong.
If I have
you
any
didn't
enemies,
insult anybody.
I don't know about them.
I have
Let's
a lot
put
of
it
people that don't like me. I'm not like I rub people the wrong way. Like there's a lot of people that don't like me.
I check the YouTube chat every now and then. I'm not like universally beloved. Just check out that YouTube chat every now and then. I get a comment or two from time to time. I don't know if he's throwing darts at Scott Boras. If he's I don't know. I have no idea.
What was the qualifying offer? $23 million? 23 and a half?
22 and a half, 23, something like that.
I mean, is there a chance he could get that? I mean, Boras is trying to save face right now. Let me at least get you a deal with in incentives that could make you that. Because right now Boras is like it's again trying to save face. Zach Allen's sitting here, and it's freaking February 13th, and all these teams have reported, and he doesn't have a team right now.
I told you yesterday when Paul Sewald signed that I was looking at a list of the free agents just to see who was still out there. And on the list I was looking at, they had they made a note of every player who had a qualifying offer attached to them. Zach Allen was the only one. He's the only he's looked to be the only free agent on the list who would require you give up draft pick compensation to get him, and I got to imagine that's kind of working against them.
Oh, the Diamondbacks were I'm telling you right now, they thought they were getting a compensatory first-round pick for him.
Yeah,
they thought that he was going to get a deal worth over $50 million. They did. Zach, because he pitched so well at the end of the season, declined the qualifying offer. Starting pitching is a premium. He's got a good track record in pedigree. He's not old. The thought was that he was going to get 4 to 5 years and about $20 million a year, and the Diamondbacks were going to get a first-round pick. It's not going to happen.
Back to the D-backs themselves. On The Athletic today, they did their annual spring training survey in which they polled all the players about a variety of questions. They asked the players the least improved NL teams that were out there.
Yeah.
Diamondbacks got 11 votes behind the Cardinals, the Rockies, the Padres, the Marlins, then the D-backs with 11, the Brewers with 10.
Because they didn't do much.
No.
They added Arenado at third base. Most people think he's, past his prime. They added Santana at first base. Most people believe he's past his prime. He's 40 years old. They brought back Merrill Kelly, which is a good thing because Merrill Kelly's a good pitcher. They didn't really address the closer role. We don't know who the closer is. We got a poll up right now trying to figure out who the closer is. We don't know. So they took some gambles on some guys that if they're healthy, Paul Sewald's not a bad pitcher. He just wasn't healthy last year.
Yeah.
Loizaga is a good pitcher. Just wasn't healthy. If these guys can get healthy, they might have something. But it's hard to count on that right now.
You know what's interesting to me about this list is, and again, I'm not trying to spin this and make you believe that the Diamondbacks are going to be better this year. I have no idea. There's a lot of variables for the Diamondbacks. What's interesting about this list to me, though, is the teams that I didn't mention, and this was Jason Stark who did it. He said, I could have kept going here. Lots of National League contenders that don't appear above got votes. The Phillies got votes, the Braves got votes, the Reds got votes, and the Mets got votes. And what's interesting to me about that is that I basically just outlined for you everybody who's probably competing for wild card spots in the National League. So there's this belief around baseball that the Padres, the Brewers, the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Braves, the Reds, and the Mets are all teams that at least the players looking from the outside in are like, yeah, they didn't do a whole lot this year. They didn't do a ton to impress me with improving their roster. That could be a good thing for the Diamondbacks because that's basically their competition,
That's their competition.
for playoff spots.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's not the Dodgers. They're not going to win the West over the Dodgers.
No.
We know that.
No.
They're competing with about 7 or 8 teams for 3 wild card spots. That's their competition. And if they were as unimpressive in their offseason as the Diamondbacks were, that levels things out at least a little bit.
My fear with the Padres is simply this. Yeah, bullpen. There was a story, MLB did the top 10 relief pitchers in all of baseball. Mason Miller was number 2. Morjan was number 8. And Adam was number 10. They had 3 of the top 10 pitchers as relief pitchers. The Dodgers have Edwin Diaz as number. So 4 of the top 10 relievers are considered to be in the National League West. 3 of them with the Padres. The Padres have the lead after 6 innings. They're going to close you out. Their bullpen is that good.
Yeah,
that's what would scare me about the Padres.
I get it. Yeah, all those teams are good. It's just a question of their weaknesses too. They all have flaws. All of those teams have flaws. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, are the Cardinals closer to competing than we think? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Outfielder Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone during a live batting practice session and will miss significant time this spring.
Oh, no. So he took a pitch off the back of his hand is what he did.
Super. If it wasn't for bad news on the injury front for the Diamondbacks, we'd have no news at all.
We haven't even officially started spring training yet.
Yeah, he's an outfielder. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday.
Yeah. Darn it, Corbin, why is your work ethic so great? You shouldn't even be here today.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about V's Barbershop. Gambo went a couple of days ago. I'm going to go on Saturday. What plans do you have this weekend? Because if you need to get a haircut and you want to get the very best haircut, you want to feel really, really good going in, knowing that you don't have a thing to worry about, and you want to feel even better when you walk out of V's Barbershop because they did an amazing job. That's what you want to do. You want the convenience of going to vbarbershop.com and booking your appointment online. This is great. There's an old-fashioned barbershop, best barbers in town, old-fashioned vibe when you walk in, but the modern conveniences of being able to book your appointment online, to pick your barber specifically if you want. So you're not sitting around waiting for a chair to open for an hour, hour and a half. It's all the modern conveniences. It's all the old-fashioned touches. And mostly at the end of the day, it's walking out of there feeling really, really good because you got a great haircut. It is all at V's Barbershop. You need a haircut this weekend? Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we got a couple of poll questions out there. We added one kind of late in the process. Has to do with Chris Paul because he announced his retirement today from the NBA. Lauren is here to update us on the 2 poll questions. Take it away.
All right, what do we want to start with?
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul. All right. Should Chris Paul be inducted into the Phoenix Suns Ring of Honor, yes or no?
Yes.
He's a definite yes. I could see not putting him in. I'm a lean yes. He had 3 years here. His impact was tremendous. I'll lean yes, but I do understand the no votes because there's not much longevity here. So I'll lean yes.
Only a season longer than Barkley, and I know Barkley wasn't here very long, but
Barkley won an MVP, took a team to the finals.
Yep.
Chris didn't win an MVP, but took a team to the final. Similar. It's similar.
Very similar. Very similar. I think it's a no-brainer for me that he's in. I'm gonna guess that 58 say yes.
53.
Okay.
53 say yes.
It's close.
47 no.
It's hard. It's hard to. Again, like, can you make an argument that the team that people relate Barkley to the most is the Suns?
Yeah. You can make that argument.
Can't make that argument with Chris.
No, you can't.
And I think that's the difference. I think that Barkley, people say, Charles Barkley, Suns, number 1. Number 2, Philly. Number 3, I think the number, if you just said, first team that comes to mind, Charles Barkley, Suns, NBA Finals, Michael Jordan, MVP. Chris Paul, it's not the Suns. I mean, Chris Paul was old when he got here. People are going to remember the time with Blake Griffin and they had a lot of success with the Clippers then.
Are the Suns number 2 that you think of when you think of Chris Paul? Because I would argue that some might think of the Sixers first for Barkley and then the Suns second. So using that argument, if Barkley's number 2 on that list, I think there's an argument to be made that when you say, Chris Paul, what team did he play for? Go. The first team you're going to say is the Clippers. I would agree with you on that one. I think the Suns
New Orleans
could be second.
New Orleans.
Okay. Didn't take the New Orleans to the finals. I definitely think of him before the Rockets.
I don't think of him with the Rockets. I don't think of him.
Spurs.
I mean, no, it was 1 year.
Maybe it's New Orleans. I don't know. That's an interesting argument.
I think Barkley resonates with Suns, and I don't know that Chris resonates with Suns the same way.
Okay, but among Suns fans, I think he resonates.
To that point, Barkley's so synonymous with the Valley. I mean, he was out at Cubs spring training today.
Totally.
Like, he's
He
just
always
around
said,
my team.
Yeah, Barkley still very much even during the bad years, even when he was making fun of the nachos in the the pickles, Barkley was still identifying with the Phoenix Suns, you know?
I would say Chris Paul, number 1 Clippers, number 2 New Orleans, number 3 Suns. That would be me. That's my opinion.
What's the other poll question?
The other poll question has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're asking who will be the Diamondbacks closer to start the 2026 season. Paul Sewald, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, or other?
It's the Gink.
I'm going with Ginkel. I'm a fan of Kevin Ginkel's. I think he's really good.
No reason at this point to zig while everybody else is zagging, but I'm trying to think of one, and I just can't.
I'm
I think it's
expecting
gonna be Kevin Ginkel.
I'm expecting really big bounce back years from Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel. I am. I think they're both going to have good years.
Well, Kevin Ginkel's leading the way right now. He's got 51% of the vote, 24% going with Paul Sewald, 15% going with other, and 10% going with Ryan Thompson.
I've seen enough. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it for Ginkel. We can. The election's
call
over.
it.
We have
The results are in. It's over.
I've seen enough.
Enough of the precincts are reporting.
Enough precincts are reported. It's Kevin Ginkel's going to win.
From the war room, Gambo has declared that Kevin Ginkel is the winner of the election.
I'm not able to do the Chris Paul one is too close to call. It's like a battleground state. We're going to have to wait.
All right.
It might be like California. We might have to wait 4 months before we have a final on that.
There was a story today, and actually I saw it yesterday on SportsIllustrated.com from a writer that we're both familiar with. His name is Donnie Drew, and he covers local sports.
Donnie does a great job covering all the local teams.
And the headline of the story reads, "The Arizona Cardinals are closer to contending than you think." And his argument, I believe, is kind of centered around the idea that this time a year ago, we believe the Cardinals could be a playoff team based off of the talent they had on the roster, and that this year the talent is basically the same. It's basically the same guys. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Paris Johnson and Walter Nolan and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride and Budda Baker and et cetera, and that really not much has changed, not much will change. And
Except the coach.
The coach changed, and obviously the quarterback is going to change. But
you got to believe that coaching. Look, do we believe that Mike Budenholzer brought the Suns down last year? Yes. Do you believe?
Yeah.
You'd have to believe that Gannon was a problem and a fault for why the Cardinals were so bad.
And that's a good point. And that is also the core of his argument, that the Cardinals were, in his words, outmatched and out-schemed. They ended the season on a 9-game losing streak. There should be a boost in game planning with LaFleur, who has experience within the NFC West and is projected to be next in line of hotshot offensive play callers. Even with the mystery of Kyler Murray, he writes, Arizona is in a better spot than some in the national media would give them credit for. Close
Interesting.
quote.
You would have to. Number one, there's no way to go but up. It's hard to be worse than 3-14. It is hard to be worse than that. There'll be a new coach. There'll be a new. You've had Gannon for 3 years. People are going to be a little more excited about a new coach, a new voice, all these new, a new philosophy. So that's two. And there was a lot of Gannon's, I think, mismanagement in games that you're like, okay, they were early in the season. There were a bunch of close games. Remember, they couldn't close out fourth quarter leads.
Of course. I was just going to bring this up.
They couldn't close out fourth quarter leads.
Yeah.
It's like, and a lot of that's coaching. A lot of that was coaching. So if you believe that 3 games were 3 games better just because of the coaching, now you go from 3 wins to 6 wins. Now, if talent could get you a couple more, now maybe you're in the 7 to 8 win range. I don't think that you're any better than that. But I think you would have to believe that Gannon was at fault, directly at fault for some of those losses, and believe that a competent coach is not going to have you lose those games.
Yeah, it's almost like there were 2 different seasons last year for the Cardinals. There was the season where they suffered all the close losses, all the mind-numbing, plays at the end that didn't happen in the fourth quarter, whether it was Jacksonville, whether it was Tennessee. We all remember them. They were very painful. San Francisco on the road in week 3. We all remember that. There was that, and then there was the way they finished the season the last 2 months of the year where they just got blown out every single game they played. The team that lost those close games, that's the team where you could say, hey, eventually the numbers are going to round out, the means to the regression, right? Like all that
like
stuff.
What happened in Kansas City.
Absolutely.
They won every one-score game, then they lost every one-score game.
Exactly. The law of averages will kick in,
yes.
And when it does, they'll win more of those close games than they lost. It's just we're all so bitter about the team that we saw finish the season and just not be competitive in a single moment, hardly at all, they played in to close the season. That team, no. The team that lost all those games by 4 points or less, yeah. That is the team that I think has the capacity to surprise. Which team we're going to get next year, I don't know.
There's a big but. The schedule. Last year's schedule was kind of set up to have success.
It was.
This next year's schedule is going to be kind of brutal.
Looks tough.
It looks a lot tougher.
It looks a lot tougher.
When you look at the divisions that they played last year compared to the divisions they're going to play this year, different.
Yeah.
They didn't take advantage of the soft schedule. This year they had what? New Orleans, no good. Atlanta, no good. Tampa, no good. Atlanta, no good.
They had the entire AFC South
Tennessee,
and NFC South. I mean,
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Like, now it's going to be a lot different. You're going to play much better teams.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, something we were not expecting to talk about today on this Friday going into the weekend. Nick Rallis is back as the Cardinals defensive coordinator.
Guess who's back?
That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. As a matter of fact, listen to this. I actually used them for backyard lighting. You think like, okay, you know, I needed to put some new lights in my backyard. Christian Brothers gave me an incredible price to come out and install the back. They actually got the lights, installed the lights, and they look beautiful. So I wanted to have an electrician do the work, not my landscaper. Now, they don't like my landscaper, but he's not an electrician. And I want to make sure that everything was up to par, up to code. I wanted to make sure that everything was right. So I went with Christian Brothers to take care of that for me, and they truly did a remarkable job. So if you are looking to just even add some outside lights to your house, you need to know about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Their electricians are second to none, and they'll do a tremendous job for you. I want you to go online to check them out. You can go to cbrothers.com. All the information's right there for their plumbing, their electrical, their AC. cbrothers.com for more information.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus, free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Tops merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have made it official. They will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. The Cardinals have also officially hired former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. And according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals are set to hire University of Miami defensive pass game coordinator Zach Etheridge as their cornerbacks coach. NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight, and it starts with a celebrity game. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in that game. And tomorrow, Devin Booker will be going to get his second three-point contest championship, as he will be competing in the contest tomorrow, as well as the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball today. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, this is Jared, and Tuesday begins the most exciting week of the year. No, not half-price chili week at the Soup and Scoop, but Newsmakers Week. And we'll be joined by Jerry Colangelo, Derek Hall, Bobby Hurley, and others on Tuesday. So tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Lauren, can I get a tip jar on this one to start the 5 o'clock hour, please? Thank you very much.
Wow, a lot of tip jars today.
A lot of tip jars today. Good music. Good music on this Friday going into this long weekend. Hopefully it's a long weekend for you.
You got Friday on my mind.
Indeed.
The Arizona Everbeats.
I'm sorry?
The group, I think it was the Everbeats.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this.
You got Friday on my mind.
This is the Silver Sun pickups. The Arizona Cardinals made it official today. What had been reported kind of later last night, like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock was when the news came down.
Yeah.
The Cardinals made official their 3 coordinator hires, and that would be Nathaniel Hackett as offensive coordinator, which we knew about, but they're officially announcing it today. Nick Rallis, who's going to return to the team as the defensive coordinator, and then Michael, Gabriel, who joins the Cardinals after spending the last 2 years with the New York Giants as a special teams coordinator. He is the special teams coordinator, Michael Gabriel, for the Cardinals.
Let's start with the defensive coordinator,
Yeah,
because
of course.
that's the big one. Circling back and coming back to Rallis, I think catches a lot of us by surprise. There were a lot of names that they had looked at. We thought originally they liked Gus Bradley. He went to Tennessee. We knew that they were looking at Seattle's Carl Scott. We knew they were looking at Pleasant, who was interviewing with the Raiders today. Vaso, who ended up with the Texans.
Right.
There was another name or two. Wink Martindale was
Charlie
another
Bullen
name
from the Giants.
Charlie
yeah.
Bullen. You're looking at about 6 names, and I think a lot of people are going to question, there's thoughts that Pleasant didn't want the job and Vaso didn't want the job, and you just wonder if are they circling back to Rallis because they were turned down a bunch of times, or do they really think that Rallis is the right fit, for LaFleur? Now, if Mike LaFleur said some really nice things about Rallis, going up against him, competing against him.
I'll read that here in a minute.
But there is like a little bit of a shock to us that the same defensive coordinator is coming back, the same offensive line coach is coming back. That was under Gannon when you thought there'd be a clean break from a lot of the coaches.
It's a very uncomfortable hire, a very uncomfortable keep. I guess it's not even a hire. It's a very when I saw the news this morning, it kind of made me feel uncomfortable. I can't think of any other word to describe it because of all the reasons that you just said. It makes me uncomfortable because it makes you ask, did nobody else want the job? It makes you uncomfortable because it makes you ask if Monty Ossenfort changed coaches because he felt like he needed a coaching staff to better extract talent from the players that he drafted, why would he go with the same defensive coordinator who wasn't able to do that a year ago? It makes you uncomfortable because we know notoriously the Cardinals don't have the biggest pool of money when it comes to their assistants. Is this more of that? There's like 3 or 4 different reasons why keeping Nick Rallis just makes you feel, boy, what a weird, odd, uncomfortable, quite frankly, uninspiring move. I mean, like really, like Mike LaFleur, okay, it was a long, painful process to get there, but we got there. And Gambo, I was inspired by Mike LaFleur. I was inspired by the hire. I thought, all things being equal, given what was in front of them, they did the very best job they could, and they got a good name.
Yeah, I agree.
Keeping Nick Rallis is not an inspiring move at
Yeah, but you know what? Because
all.
the expectations were really high. Maybe they were going to get Raheem Morris. Maybe they were going to get Anthony Weaver. There was a lot of thought when they hired LaFleur, like, hey, this defensive coordinator job, that's a big one. We all said it. Everybody in the media said it. Like, it's going to be very important that he hires a great defensive coordinator. Why? Couple of reasons. Number one, the defense was trash last year. Got to fix it. Number two, they put a lot of talent on that defense through draft picks and free agency. Monty Ossenfort did. You want to develop that talent. You want those guys to ball out and be good. So that defensive, and then you also wanted, number three, you wanted a veteran guy that, you know, either had head coaching experience or had been in the league for a long time that could actually help LaFleur, who's only 38 years old. Well, Rallis is like 32. So he's like 6 years younger than LaFleur. So I think that there was Raheem Morris's with the 49ers and Weaver's with the Ravens. And we mentioned all the other names just now, you know, whether Pleasant or Vaso or the Seattle guy, Scott. They didn't get any of those guys. And I think that those guys would have, like, moved the needle a little bit. The problem with Rallis is going to be fans are going to be like, that defense wasn't any good last year.
No, especially the last, 9 weeks of the season?
Last 9 weeks of the season, they were literally the worst defense points per game in the league. Worst or second worst points per game in the league.
Now, you can sit here and say injuries. And, of course, that played a role in it. They were missing some key guys down the stretch. The quote from LaFleur in the release, quote, Nick is someone I have always had great respect for, especially going against him in the division over the last 3 years. During the interview process, I expressed that he was someone I held in high regard and would be very interested in talking to about the position. I've had the chance to meet with him and pick his brain over the last couple of weeks and am even more impressed than I was before. I know the respect he has from coaches around the league and especially with the players on this team, and that says a lot to me, close quote. I'm going to switch to the offensive coordinator here for a minute in Nathaniel Hackett, even though I know that happened a week ago when I was at Sick and you and Ringer, I'm sure, talked a ton about it.
Yes.
They're very specific in reminding everybody about Nathaniel Hackett that he joins the Cardinals with 17 years of NFL coaching experience, 10 seasons as an offensive coordinator. He was the head coach with Denver in 2022. Is he that Yoda? Is he that? I'm going to play the sound. This is from Steve Weish earlier when he was on the Bickley and Marotta show, talking about the need for experience on the Cardinals staff.
Look, the thing for Mike LaFleur, and I found it interesting when I look at the composition of his coaching staff. You know, Sean McVay, what's the first thing he did when he took over as a 32-year head coach? He hired Wade Phillips, a former head coach and a defensive guy. What does Mike McDonald do? He's like a very young head coach. He hires Leslie Frazier, a former head coach and like one of the most astute people. And I look at how Mike LaFleur has assembled his staff, and it's incredibly young. You know, and I'm kind of waiting for him to add, you know, the Yoda, the Ben Kenobi.
The Ben Kenobi, the Yoda, the wise Jedi master. Is that Nathaniel Hackett's role on this?
The thing that worries me about Hackett, he's been in 8 different spots in the last 10 years. Never been anywhere. Like, he was offensive coordinator for the Bills, then quarterbacks coach for the Jaguars, then offensive coordinator for the Packers. Then he went to Denver. Then he went to the Jets. Then he went to the Packers. Then he went to the Cardinals. Like, the guy's almost like a nomad, man. He's always moving around. His only stint as a head coach didn't end very well. No. There's a lot of game management. Listen, go look up why he was fired. Game management. Like, there was a lot of questions on his ability to kind of, you know, run a team. And they fired him before the season even ended. Then the Jets made him their offensive coordinator, and then he wasn't part of the organization anymore, and then he went with LaFleur. I don't know. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say I don't think that Nathaniel Hackett's that guy.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's that guy.
I think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
He wasn't at any place long enough to be that guy.
Yeah, he certainly has experience that he brings with him. If we're being technical about it and literal about it, I was kind of hoping for a really experienced defensive coordinator to kind of be the yin to the yang to Mike LaFleur. But there is at least one super experienced guy on the staff. Whether that's good experience or not is up for anybody to decide. The rest of the hires haven't been announced yet, but the reports have come out on who some of them are, and in some ways it's more the same. Wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino, young guy. They're retaining offensive line coach Justin Fry.
Right, who we had a lot of complaints about last year because it was like the offensive line and the running game didn't get going. And we looked at Clayton Adams, who went to Dallas, and boy, they really missed Clayton Adams. This guy that replaced Clayton Adams isn't really good at his job. He's coming back.
Quarterback coach Matt Schaub. Okay, Matt Schaub was a decent quarterback.
But he's never been a coach
before.
Never been a coach. Another young staff.
Then it was Matt Zenitz of CBS who reported about an hour ago that the Cardinals are set to hire University of Miami defensive pass game coordinator Zach Etheridge as their cornerbacks coach. Another young guy without, it's just.
Yeah, the staff is not filled with veterans. And you look at what Harbaugh's doing with the Giants.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and again,
wow.
It's the same concerns that we talked about, at least for me, with Nick Rallis. It's, is the money pool where it needs to? Now, we saw that report. Yesterday, we talked about it, the report that said they went after hard at Clint Kubiak.
Yeah.
And they were going to pay Clint Kubiak what he was worth, and they were going to give Clint Kubiak the money to fill out a staff. So based off of that report, there seemed to be a financial commitment to change things. So even if it's not the money, I wonder then, is it these coaches who are just like, I don't know if I can really succeed in that job. I think I'm going to take a pass on that one for right now. Thank you, though.
It's a tough job, and we all know it is until somebody can turn it around. And then it'll be okay. And the facility, when they get the new facility, they're breaking ground on it in 6 days. That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
The New York Giants coaching staff. You ready for this? Are you sitting down? You want to see? You got your stress ball? You got your stress ball?
I got to do my stress ball, yes.
The New York Giants coaching staff has 252 years of coaching experience.
252?
250.
That's almost as old as you are.
Years of coaching experience.
Oh, my God.
Matt Nagy is coordinator. Brian Callahan is the quarterback coach. Linebackers coach Frank Bush. You look at their, Chris Horton, special teams coordinator. Defensive coordinator Denard Wilson. 252 years of coaching experience.
Stress ball. Stress ball.
The best part of that whole thing was your joke and no acknowledgement from Gambo.
Oh, he's not going to acknowledge that.
Which joke?
The one where I called you 252 years
old.
Yeah.
Anyways, nothing.
I was trying to come up with one of my own. I was going to say the Cardinal staff has 252 months of experience, but
that's good.
That's good too. That's
Gambo.
good. Hey, bravo! All right.
They got 252 years. We got 252 months.
Also,
Top that, huh?
Did you
we
see-
got a 32-year-old. He's been in the league for 16 months. Yeah, that's right.
Did you see the whole Titans staff is bald?
No, are they?
Yeah.
Almost like Robert Saleh said, dude, if you got hair, you ain't working for me.
You're not making the cut here.
We all shave our heads around here. That is what we do with the Tennessee Titans.
No one is paying for haircuts.
And 52 years of experience.
Wow. It's it is yeah, it is what it is. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the timeline for Lourdes Gurriel to return to the field, and when is Torrey going to let Lourdes Gurriel Jr. back on the field? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And I was looking at a study by Vanguard just the other day, and it basically said, you look at the amount of money if you try to do it on your own, if you try to invest on your own, And you take a $500,000 investment, and you might be able to turn it into $1.5 million. But a financial advisor can turn that into well over $3 million. That was a study by Vanguard showing the importance of having a financial advisor. I recommend to you on a regular basis working with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because he does an absolutely fantastic job of helping people with their retirement plan, with their estate plan, with their regular financial plan, because you've got to have a plan, and you want to execute that plan, and you want to have a financial advisor that is going to work for you. So all you have to do is give them a call. You get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. Yeah, here's the thing. A Vanguard study found the average $500,000 investment over 25 years would grow to 1.7 if you manage it yourself, but more than 3.4 if you work with a financial advisor. I recommend a great one in Stuart Willis. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School, or momoneypawn.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
Cave Creek. Hi, Cave Creek. Have a good weekend, Cave Creek. 3-dayer if you're able to do it. Cambo's just lounging back there, chilling, got his feet up on the desk. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. today we saw the video taking cuts in the cage, and he was shagging fly balls.
He's saying that ACL, that's nothing. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I don't need an ACL.
In fact, he even spoke through a translator today Lourdes Gurriel Jr., when could you return?
I prepared very well, had a really good offseason. I'm just going to leave that in the hands of the medical team that make those decisions.
Okay, that's not exactly what he told Torey Lovello, because apparently what he told Torey Lovello was opening day.
Yeah, I tried to, but he gave me like the no, opening day. And, when you see somebody for the first time in months face-to-face, I think we FaceTimed a couple of times, but through the course of his time in Miami, we did. Everything's kind of laughing. The first introductions, right? It's laughing, you're giggling, and half the things you say in jest are usually true, right? And he said, I'll be ready for opening day. And I said, no, you won't. So we went back and forth in that space. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Here's one more from Torey.
I know what he's saying, right? And I love him for that, and I want him to continue progressing. But we got to be really careful with Lourdes. We don't want him to come back too soon and have a flare up or inflammation, and now he's playing catch up through the early months of his return. So when that is, I don't know. But yes, I did see him run the bases and make some turns and looked really, really good. It wasn't that long ago that he had this knee redone, and it's amazing. I love it. I want this to continue, but we got to figure this game plan out and be very careful.
September 1st, 2025 is when he had the surgery. I just Googled it.
Okay, so September, October, November, December, January. We're 5 months in. 5 months in. A little bit more, but 5 months, basically. Look, I think that everything that I've heard, he's progressing very well. He's running. He's way ahead of schedule. I don't think that he is going to take more than 2 months of the season to come back. I think he'll be back before that. But I also think that they will have a different plan for him than what you would normally expect. Let me explain. I think that Lourdes Gurriel is going to do a lot of DHing. I think coming back from an injury like that, I think, get up there, get your forward bats. I don't think he's going to be your everyday left fielder. He's certainly not going to play left field 6 or 7 times a week. So what you're probably going to see is a combination of him playing some left field and DHing. He might DH 3 to 4 times a week and play left field the other and get a day off here and there. But I do not expect that Lourdes Gurriel is going to go out there when he comes back and be your everyday left fielder. I think the plan will be for him to get a lot of reps as a designated hitter, which will help him take some of the wear and tear off of returning from this ACL injury.
And that's fine, because for me, I think it's way more important to get Lourdes Gurriel Jr. back in your lineup than it is back on your field. Way more important.
Get the bat.
Way more important. I mean,
lineup protection.
He's fine in left, all right? It's not trying to besmirch him when it comes to how he plays the outfield.
I think he's good.
He's fine. To me, it's about getting his bat back in the lineup way, way more than it is about getting him back in the outfield. Now, that'll change if Jordan Lawler is an abject disaster out there, or if Corbin Carroll is out longer than we think, or this outfield is thinner than we think. Okay, then maybe my opinion about that will change. But for right now, I'm just worried about getting Gurriel's bat back in the lineup, and I'm not that worried about when he's back on the field. And if they want to DH him the first 2 months that he's back, like the majority of the time, that fine. Because it really is just about getting his bat back in the lineup and giving a little bit of length to that lineup. Because right now I think they'll score runs, but they're so top heavy with their top 3 hitters that I need Gurriel to come back. I need Gabby Moreno to be more of a trusted guy in that lineup.
Yes.
Just give it a little bit of length, right?
Yeah.
And make you feel like they're a little more threatening 1 through 9 than just 1 through 5 or 1 through 4.
Yeah, I think this could be why you're seeing all these different, like Lawler's going to play some center and Thomas may play a little left and then switch it up. I think they're really preparing for an outfield that isn't going to have Gurriel playing in left field every day. So I think that's why you're seeing all this, everything you see, you're looking, okay, what are they doing in the outfield? And you're seeing Thomas and you're seeing Lawler and you're seeing Tawa and you're seeing Barossa. And I think they're trying to figure out if we're going to have Gurriel DH a whole bunch, what is our best outfield lineup going to be defensively?
When he had and I correct myself, it was on September 11th when he had the surgery. At that moment, he was given a 9 to 10 month recovery timetable.
Yeah.
And it's just going way faster than that.
Crazy, right?
Which is a little
concerning.
Scary.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, concerning, scary, only in that you hope he's not exposing himself to risk, Like, you can only do so many medical tests, and If it checks out, it checks out. If he passes all the tests and takes all the MRIs and everything comes out clean, you take what the medical information gives you and you trust it. But when you're that far ahead of schedule, it does make
some guys are just
I know, I know, but it does make you it's a little scary.
But
it
the
is.
baseline for ACL is 9 to 12 months. Some guys can come back a little bit early. If you're talking, okay, you said September 1st was the surgery.
September 11th.
Okay, so September 11th.
Yeah.
So it's basically to October, November, December, January. It's basically 5 months right now. If it's 2 more months before he plays, 2 more months, now that's 7. If the early trend is 9, and say you bring him back at 7, but you don't have him play the field a whole lot, you know?
But he still has to run. He still has to slide. He still has to anticipate contact when he's sliding into second on a bang play or a play at the plate. I mean, it's not like just hitting removes all the risk out of him playing on the knee. And I guess more than anything, it's just when it's that much quicker than, what did we say, 7 months?
7 would be if you got 1 month of spring training now, and then a month into the season.
He misses the first month of the season. He's
now,
back.
If he misses 2 months into the season, now you're at 8 months instead of 9.
Yeah, but 2 months, it seems like it's going to be quicker than that, doesn't it?
It seems like he'll be back before 2 months of the season is over.
Yeah.
Yes.
In which case, you're talking about a full 2-month shortened recovery time than what is typical for that player.
Could you buy
cool,
him?
But it's scary.
Again, I expect he's going to be the DH a lot. Right-handed bat, DH.
Yeah.
That does seem to at least take some of the wear and tear.
Of course it does.
Or from going out there in the outfield and playing the outfield. It's 9 innings every game.
It's a solid plan. Yeah, no, it's a
good plan.
It's a totally solid plan, as long as they're able to figure out the other bodies that they have out there.
Right, and that's going to be the $1 million question. Who's your best center field option? Who's your best left field option? You know where Corbin Carroll is, but that's something they got to figure out.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech, February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more info. How will the Arizona Cardinals find their next quarterback? They're going to draft him, they're going to trade him, and what are they going to do with their current quarterback? We'll talk about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
M-Drive's a supplement I've used every day for well over a decade because, you know what? It's all natural. It's got clinically tested ingredients in it, and it helps me every day with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery. I was doing some powerlifting at the gym today, like real hard powerlifting, and one of my buddies came over to me. I wouldn't even try that. He said, I was just trying to get some up, trying to get the weight up, trying to get as much weight up as I can. So, into a squat. So it's like, to me, it really is about being the best I can be. And I want to push my body. I do. I want to push my body. I want to push my heart and my lungs. And I want to be active, and I don't want to slow down. And I tell people all the time, I truly do. I feel like I can still do everything athletically now that I was able to do when I was in my 20s. M-Drive is a great supplement. They've got M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Prime, M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's their number one bestseller is M-Drive Boost and Burn because it helps you with your workouts, but it also helps you lose some of that stubborn belly fat that a lot of men age 40 to 50 get. Now, you can get 20% off right now when you go online at mdriveformen.com and you put Gambo in the promo code.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training,
it's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have made it official. They will be keeping Nick Rallis as their defensive coordinator for next season. The Cardinals have also officially hired former New York Giants assistant coach Michael Gabriel as their special teams coach. And according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals are set to hire University of Miami defensive pass game coordinator Zach Etheridge as their cornerbacks coach. And tomorrow, Devin Booker will be going to get his second three-point contest championship as he will be competing in the contest tomorrow, as well as the All-Star game on Sunday. And former Phoenix Sun and NBA all-time great Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Douglas Santo. Who has Mike LaFleur added to the Cardinals coaching staff? Former Suns point guard Chris Paul announces his retirement. Robot umpires are coming. What to expect and how the D-backs are approaching them. And those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yeah. I do my box jumps to this song.
Do you?
Yeah. Because I got to have my mind right to do the box jumps. And I've got to, I get laser focused when I hear this song.
This segment
should
be the best segment of radio you've done all day.
It might
you're going to be laser focused.
I only box jumps. I only have certain songs on when I box jump, and this is one of them.
I'm going to stay out of your way during this segment because I want laser focused.
I almost
Sean Gambadoro.
You're going to jump on this table right now.
Don't jump on the table.
Yeah.
Don't jump on
because this song pumps you up. This song pumps you up. Rumors. Great greatest album of all time?
One of the best albums
Rumors?
of all time. There's not a skip on the single album. You just listen to it beginning to end, and you got absolutely no problems with it
Great album.
whatsoever. The celebrity NBA game is underway.
Do we got a score?
It's like 11-4.
Has Ishbia hit any shots?
He's not even in the game. He hasn't been in the game yet.
What?
Nope, he hasn't even been in the game yet. I've been keeping my eye.
He's coming off the bench?
Apparently, being an owner in the NBA does not give you justification of starting in the celebrity game, which I looked at the list again today. Man, I must be...
You don't know who anybody is.
I must be either really old or really out of touch or both, because I didn't recognize 90% of the people on the list. I'm like, who are these people? I don't...
Join the club.
Same way?
Join the club.
So
you want to go over some of them? I'll tell you if I know them.
Sure, hold on a second.
And I've got to see if I can get a box score. So Matt's going to be...
Score. You're going to go look for a box score of the celebrity basketball game. That's classic.
So who's Matt going to be? He's like Jordan Goodwin coming off the bench?
Apparently. Are you ready?
Okay, ready. I'll tell you if I know them.
Here we go.
Okay.
Badshaw.
Badshaw?
Badshaw.
And Brian Shaw, the pitcher.
Just one word, Badshaw.
Okay, no, I don't know who Badshaw.
Cody Jones.
Cody Jones?
Cody Jones.
That could be anybody.
Andre DeGrasse.
Andre the Giant. From Degrassi High? That old TV show, Degrassi High?
That's Degrassi.
Degrassi.
And
Degrassi High?
No. I'm talking about the show Gambo's talking about. I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay.
So
Andre
we know Degrassi High, the TV show.
Matt Ishbia. Okay.
I know him.
I'm familiar with his work.
I know him.
Simu Liu. I know him.
Who?
He was in Barbie, and he was in
the Seven
Ring Marvel movie.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Mustard. One word, mustard.
Yeah, Gambo should know who Mustard is.
Gouldens? I like the spicy brown mustard on my hot dog.
We just had a discussion about how he's a DJ.
I don't know who Mustard is. I have no idea.
Oh, you just talked about it with
him?
him?
Yeah, we just talked about this.
I don't know.
Is that legendary?
He could walk in here right now. I wouldn't know who he is.
Adrian Nunez.
I don't know Adrian Nunez.
Taylor Frankie Paul.
Taylor Frankie Paul. No idea.
Jason White Chocolate Williams.
I know him. Basketball player. I know him.
Okay.
I know Jason Williams.
Keenan Allen.
I know him.
I'm familiar
Football player.
with
Keenan Allen.
Football
Okay,
player.
familiar
Okay.
with him.
Keenan Allen, Jason Williams. Okay. That's a couple.
Nicholas Van Steenberg.
Van Steenberg. Was he in Frankenstein?
That is everybody who's on Matt Ishbia's team.
I only knew the one woman because she, I think, is on the Mormon Wives.
Who's the guy on the right there? That guy's in a lot of commercials, I see.
Keegan-Michael Key.
Keegan-Michael Key.
I just see him in TV commercials.
He's on the other team.
I know him on TV commercials.
Keegan-Michael Key, I know him. I think, are you talking about Jenna Bandy?
No, the Taylor Frankie Paul is
Oh,
a woman.
Who the hell is Taylor Frankie Paul?
I think she's a Mormon Wives person. I don't watch that show.
The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. My daughter
Thank
loves
you.
that
Look
show.
have a
at you,
show like that?
Full name drop.
My daughter loves that show. Sham Sharania is on the other. This is the other team
Hey, I
now.
know who that
Is that
I know who
Ishbia with the ball right there?
Let's see. That is Matt Ishbia with the ball.
Running the point.
God, he looks small out there.
Well, standing next to Taco Fall is just insulting.
Oh, look at him. Look at him hustling back.
Yeah, look at that. Look at him. He's trying to get a rebound, and
oh yes,
he's out there.
That's our owner right there.
The owner of the Phoenix Suns
give
out there.
Give it to him. Let him shoot the three.
Standing out there for three, going for the rebound, not able to get it. So,
by the way, my first thought: these guys suck. Oh my God, these guys are terrible.
Oh, there was an alley-oop off the glass.
So Flacco.
Taco Fall. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, that's the celebrity game.
Freaking tall.
What's going on right now? This is Jeremy Fowler from SportsCenter today, in which he says things for Kyler will be heating up very soon.
Well, mid-March, Kevin, will be an artificial deadline because that's when the last of his guaranteed money is due. He's got nearly $40 million in guarantees on the books. But I expect things to heat up in the coming weeks, leading up to the NFL Combine in 2 weeks when the Cardinals and Murray can sit down with his agent, Eric Burkhart, and really assess the situation and figure out best course of action, because really the plan is if they can get somebody to cover some of those guarantees and offset the books for Arizona a little bit, that incentivizes them to do a deal. And Murray, I'm told, is going to be looking for a winner if it does come to that. I don't think the book on Arizona and him staying is totally closed. If it comes to that, you got to think of teams that need a quarterback, that have a winning roster, like a Minnesota comes to mind, will be attractive to some of these type of quarterbacks.
Is the book totally closed on his return is one question to ask on this.
God, I mean, okay, Monty's back, fine. I'm fine with that. I think, I still believe that Monty could be a good GM. Then you bring back Rallis, you bring back Fry, if you bring back Kyler. There are times you just need a kind of reset, like a real reset, not a half-ass reset.
Mm-hmm.
This team needs to move on from Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. He might be the best option, but that doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is you need to move on. And, you had a run with Kyler, and it didn't work, and it's time to move on. And, and even if it's a stopgap guy for a year, you need to do that.
I agree. I don't think they have any choice but to move on. But I do also think the situation gets kind of complicated. If they can't find a trade for him, and it's about them eating the contract, I know the Denver Broncos have done it in the past. Other teams have done it in the past. That is an awful lot of money for Michael Bidwell to pay a player to not be here.
Got to pay coaches to not be here.
I know, but this is a different level of pay. This is a different amount of money of pay, I think, than we're talking about with others. And it's just and honestly, given with the news of today with Nick Rallis coming back, that was unexpected.
Yeah,
it's hard to know exactly what would happen in that regard. I think they need to move on. I think Kyler wants to move on. I think the Cardinals want to move on.
There's a lot of talk about how change of scenery could be better for Kyler. I'm sure if I'm Eric Burkhardt, his agent, I think it's time. It's time for everybody to have a change of scenery. The Cardinals need one, and he needs one.
But I can't sit here and say with certainty that if they can't trade him, and it is about cutting and eating the contract,
that he would come back.
That I'm certain that he's gone. I'm sure.
I wouldn't bet a car payment on it.
I'm pretty sure of it, but I can't sit here and say 100% he is gone. They will get rid of him. I don't know. I don't know.
I had the flu. What did Mike LaFleur? He kind of punted on the Kyler conversation.
Totally punted on the Kyler.
Okay, so what does that make you say? Makes you think that he's gone.
Of course,
because he didn't come out and say Gannon always said great things about Kyler. LaFleur didn't come in and say, we can win with him. I've gone up against him. He's a great coach. He didn't say that.
Just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league. And, again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
Gambo, I want to be clear about this. My only doubt on whether this would happen or not is based on the idea that Michael Bidwell would eat $54 million of Kyler's money. That's it.
Which could be spread out over 2 years.
Which could
correct?
be spread out over 2 years.
So it's not really one big hit.
That, to me, is my only thing that would give me pause about that equation. I think the other part of this equation is how much say does Kyler have in this if he gets traded? In that cut that I played from Fowler, they mentioned Eric Burkhardt, his agent. And I wonder, if the Cardinals try to trade Kyler somewhere he doesn't want to go, does he have any ability to douse that trade in cold water?
How?
Because he's
under contract.
He's
for
under
years.
contract, but his agent can let it be known, hey, dude, my guy's not excited about playing for you at all, and I'm just telling you right now.
Okay.
He can make that team know that Kyler's not super excited about playing there, and maybe that's enough for it to kill it. When you're talking about that kind of money, maybe. I don't know.
If there's 3 or 4 teams that are interested in trading for him, then and all the prices are going to be similar, 4th-round pick, then I'm sure the Cardinals would work with Burkhardt to make sure he gets in a situation that's better for him.
But if there's only 1 or 2 that's interested in trading for him,
well, then your choice is take the 4th-round pick. Take the 4th-round pick and get off the money, or eat $50 million. I'm trading them. That's your problem now, not mine.
He shouldn't have any say in it. But if it's the Jets and his agent calls the Jets and hey, guys, I'm just telling you, man, you're going to get a very unhappy quarterback if you trade for him. I don't know. Does that have the potential to submarine the deal? I can't
imagine Kyler Murray could dictate where he wants to go. Hasn't done anything in this league.
I know, but that's why I thought it was odd when Fowler said they'll get together with his agent and kind of work together on some destinations. Like, it shouldn't be up to them if they're going to trade him. but they're going to include him in the process, you
Right.
know, which
Right.
suggests that maybe it could. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how, even if we wanted to, would we grade the Suns rookie class? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. You're going to watch the Suns owner, Matt Ishbia, in the celebrity basketball
Unselfish. I see he's post passing the ball. I don't know if he's taking a shot yet. He came out with about 30 seconds left in the first quarter.
Somebody on YouTube
he did
said
have an
he shot.
assist. I saw him take a shot, but I think they had blown the whistle before that. But
Bill's Carnage on YouTube said Ishbia isn't playing bad, but is missing shots.
I didn't see him take. I saw him take one shot. It came after I think it was after a whistle for a foul. But I did see him get a nice assist, and he's trying to pass the ball.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how much of this game I'm going to watch when I get home. I'm not so sure.
I saw Jeremy Lin out there.
Yeah, he's one of the few recognizable celebrities in this game. Lauren, I believe there's a good college basketball game on tonight.
Tomorrow,
Speaking, well, I know, but hold on. This is what's on tonight, not what's on tomorrow.
Michigan State is at Wisconsin.
Okay, that is a good game.
Good game.
Boy, Matt Ishbia is probably a little upset that he's playing in this celebrity
He's got 10
today.
minutes to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, because he's got to go in and watch his boys at Michigan State and
Only
take on
2-point
Wisconsin.
favorites.
Wow.
Think he might only play the first half?
Maybe he's going to take it.
Fake
well,
an
his
injury.
team's winning. His team's up 24-16.
He's going to take himself out of the game, and then that's going to be that. So there is good college basketball on tonight. And then, yes, tomorrow, Texas Tech taking on U of A. ESPN is broadcasting the game. So that'll be fun to see how U of A bounces back from
That's a
their
big game for them. It's
loss.
a big game. If they can bounce back and win after that tough loss against Kansas, that'll be huge for them.
But other than that, it is a very, very quiet weekend sports-wise.
I did send Lauren a story on your Illinois kid. You see that today?
Yes, I did. And the guy who wrote it is the Illinois beat writer.
Okay, he's putting up some freshman numbers that the conference has never seen before, like Magic Johnson type numbers.
Yeah, it's very true.
Crazy.
And it disturbs you, doesn't it?
Wegler.
Deeply. Keaton Wagler's numbers deeply disturbed.
Because you're worried that it's going to come crashing to an end or something awful is going to happen, or you're just kind of doomsdaying the whole thing.
He is a skinny little kid.
He is a skinny little kid, but boy, can he push and shove when he needs to.
He can play.
Didn't I see, too, that you're going to get your point guard back?
Kylan Boswell will be back on Sunday against Indiana.
I read today he's coming back soon. Yeah,
so that's very exciting, even though we now lost Paige's kid, Andre Stojakovic, out with an ankle sprain.
We are not that far from March Madness. It is the season has 2 weeks left in it, 3 weeks left in it, and then conference tournament stuff for another week, and then go time, March Madness. And then U of A is
on the clock.
Oh, are they on the clock?
Now it's time.
They have got to go to a Final Four this year. They've got to.
Gotta.
It's just an absolute failure if they don't. Just an unmitigated failure. There's no other way you can spin it. No other way you can justify it.
The North Carolina kid could be out for a while. That's going to hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to see who they're going to end up in a bracket with somebody. They're going to end up in a bracket with Houston. Are they going to end up in a bracket with Kansas? Are they going to end up with Duke? Are they going to end up with Purdue? Who are they going to end up? Are they going to end up with Michigan? I don't think they're going to end up in a bracket with Michigan. But you just got to see. I'd really if they're a 1 seed, you really got to look at who the 2 and the 3 are. I don't think they lose to any teams that are 9, 10, 11. But who's the 2 and who's the 3?
Stranger things have happened, brother.
I know.
But it's different. I mean, this team does present itself very differently. So I don't want to make it sound like getting to a Final Four is an easy thing. It's not. If that were the case, every 1 seed every year would always advance to the Final Four. Doesn't work that way. I'm just saying, for a team that hasn't been there in 25 years, to be the number 1 ranked team for 9 weeks?
Yeah.
10 weeks?
Yeah.
And to go 25 years without being in the Final Four, yeah, you have to go this year. You have to go. Where is the Final Four this year anyway? Do we know? I know the women's is here, obviously, but I don't know where the men's Final Four is this year. Where are we talking?
Indy.
Oh,
is it really?
Old school Indianapolis, Indiana. That's like core values for March Madness.
I do want to see how they bounce back. The Kansas game was rough. No excuses. They lost the game. But even Lloyd said, now you're at home now, right? You're not going on the road. You're at home. You're playing a good team. You'll have the home crowd. environment. That atmosphere in Kansas was unbelievable. It was so loud. But now you come home and you got to see how you respond to a loss. I think they'll respond well. But even after this, right, they still got to play Houston. They still got to play Kansas again. They still got to play BYU again. It is a tough gauntlet to end the season. My only hope is that they end up as one of the number one seeds. I don't care if they're the number one overall seed, but I want them to have the number one seed.
Iowa State is in there too. Yeah, it's a loaded, brutal, tough schedule for them. So we'll see how they do against Texas Tech on Saturday. And then, like I say, you got the three-point contest and the slam dunk contest on Saturday night.
Book's in the three-point contest.
You got the All-Star game on Sunday, and which book is going to play in that. And then we're off on Monday. We do observe President's Day here at Arizona Sports, so it's a 3-day weekend for us. Then we'll be back on Tuesday. And who knows, when we come back, we'll be one day closer to maybe some resolution